So, yeah, I'm ready.
Hey now! I don't know if that hey now got caught in. Let me hold on. Let me.
We need a high energy hey now. None of this fucking slow shit.
It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite graphic tee enthusiast, Adam Friendon.
That's me, of course.
That's you.
Got a
Look at that
graphic
graphic
tee.
tee.
This is Shepherd Ferry.
How old are you?
Shepherd Ferry.
Did you know that once you reach the age of 18, you're not allowed to wear graphic tees anymore?
Oh, really? Who said that?
That's the rule. You have to wear nothing but polo shirts.
Oh, yeah. Collared shirts?
Collared shirts.
I mean, I'm just hanging out in my office. I don't, why would I dress up for that?
Hanging out in your office, broadcasting to the world. What are you talking about? Everyone's listening.
So this video is a little crazy. This video spawned a subsequent video where Lauren Southern was very angry, I think, about this video that we're going to watch.
Yes.
Which is
this conversation is interesting. Essentially, Lauren Southern is debating with a Destiny orbiter named Pisco, where basically he's trying to run the gambit on her about the, like, were you ever part of the National Socialist Party? Have you ever been part of them? I want names. Give me the names.
He's going full McCarthy on her, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, we have a running debate on the show about cancel culture.
Oh my God.
This video highlights very clearly. So.
Oh my God.
Why? What?
Are you going to bring up your incorrect definition of cancel culture in this video?
Well, I mean, probably so.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, this doesn't it look. Destiny has titled this video, and I don't know, Destiny has an editor that works for him. I don't know if Destiny titled the video, but the video is called "You Should Apologize." Now, I think apologizing in this environment is very akin, it can be akin to turning yourself over to the mob. Like if the mob is demanding an apology, I don't know that you should give it to them. I really don't. If you haven't done anything wrong, what the fuck are you apologizing for?
I agree. But the title of the video, I don't think the title of the video is Destiny saying you should apologize. That's the argument that Pisco is making.
Right.
You should apologize. You should apologize, Lauren.
Yeah, well, I don't think he does a good job making that argument. I think he does like a terrible fucking Gestapo. You should apologize because I'm a part of the mob, and I think, like, just all the. You should apologize for all the lies we've accused you of. It's not a great argument. It's not a great argument. Okay, I don't like that argument. Yeah,
and he does this thing. Well, I don't know. You keep your eyes out for it, Chet. Keep your eyes out for it. I can't tell. Maybe I'm an idiot because I felt this way in the abortion debate that also featured Pisco. It feels like to me, but I can't tell that whenever Pisco is wrong about something or gets cornered in an argument, all he does is backtrack and then reframe the argument in a different way. And so I want everyone to keep an eye out for that. Like people will be they'll be having a conversation about one very specific point. And then if he doesn't have an answer, instead of acknowledging that he doesn't have an answer or saying, maybe you're right, he'll just go backwards and then kind of reformulate the question differently so that he's no longer wrong.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
that's a very common debate tactic. Nobody ever wants to come out and admit they're wrong. They don't want to give ground.
Right.
Yeah.
But I can't tell if that's happening or not exactly. So you guys are gonna have to help me see if this is actually occurring or if I'm just crazy.
Let's get into the video. And I sent Sitch another article that I'll probably bring up along the way just because I think it's pertinent on the question of whether or not you should apologize.
Right. Before we get into it, Elos, the Aquanaut, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. I still need to go back and pull out the other messages, which I can't find anywhere on YouTube from last Sunday. A-Team. A-Team is clearly better because Adam's here. Because Adam is here already. Where is Sitch, huh? Fighting alligators? There you go.
We did talk a little bit before the stream began. And we were on time, but we had some technical difficulties with Zoom. So
yeah, Zoom
blame
was
the Chinese.
Acting up.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's get into the video.
Yep. Do you know what the kill shot is from here?
So you put that yep in. That is the...
Oh wait, we gotta go to the... I think there was a question. I'm assuming that the yep wasn't answered.
Right, yeah, the yep. Pay attention to the yep and I want your feedback on that yep. I mean, obviously Destiny's editor like zeroed in on that yep for a certain reason. That yep scream. I was like,
You stand by every word of that video, correct?
Yep. Do you know what the kill shot is from here?
What's that?
Wait, did you want to talk about the yep?
Sure. What's your take on the yep?
It's a uncomfortable yep.
It's a I shouldn't, but I'm going to. It's the same yep that Bender gives in The Breakfast Club when the guy is saying, "You want another week? You want another week?" And he's like, "Yes, I do." It's like, okay.
Okay. Maybe. You could be right.
She's obviously, just get off my back. That yeps is like, get off my back. That's right. You're not going to get what you want out of me, bitch. Which you
respect that.
Yeah. I mean, as someone who often gives in to my elephant, I do respect it. I completely respect it. Lauren Southern has talked about her aversion to giving people what they want and being, the ultimate, you tell me to do something, I'm going to do the opposite type of personality before in other live streams and videos. So it's a Liberty Foundation. It's a Liberty Oppression Foundation where you're just like, when somebody tells me to do something, I want to do the opposite of that. I have a lot of that in me myself. So
really, I never.
I can definitely respect that. Oh, you're telling me to do this, huh? Well, fuck you.
I think I don't remember how we were talking about it. I think one of the very first things Adam told me about himself when we met in person was that he loves telling people they're wrong.
Yeah. It's true. You tell them the other part of it, though.
What was I don't know. What was
the other part? I do love telling people that they're wrong, but I also I hate to lie. I mean, I don't like being dishonest.
Right.
And I don't like being accused of being dishonest because it bugs me just to be dishonest. So, but in order to tell people you're wrong, there is 2 paths. There is the dishonest path where, someone obviously likes telling people they're wrong.
You have to be righteous about it. Yes.
So they'll just make shit up so that they can tell them that they're wrong. Or there's the honest path where you actually have to go find an argument that proves them wrong. So once I seize upon an argument that proves them wrong, it's like, oh, it's so beautiful because you're both right and honest. It's like, it's a double whammy.
This is the truth about why Adam loves MMT. He doesn't really care about MMT. He doesn't care about any of the policy prescriptions. He just loves being able to tell people that they're wrong.
It's true. There's a lot of other things too.
No.
Morality is another one that you can.
Adam doesn't care about morality. He just wants to tell people they're wrong.
It's true. That yep screamed. Yeah, that's right, bitch. You're wrong.
Well, I didn't know if you were building towards it. The kill shot question now would be that if you could present, so she's made 2 statements. One, she said that if she has made a statement that she disagrees with today, she would retract it regardless of the
I can't
cost.
hear you right now? No, you know what? No, I can't. This is like so stupid. I'm not sorry because you're hoping you can get a Lauren Southern apology out. Like it's the weirdest thing. You're like, is there anything you can think of to apologize?
Do you think you probably have some level of responsibility for Christchurch? What?
Do you think that Lauren is fairly characterizable as a Nazi 5 years ago?
I think that I could be very empathetic towards somebody that would believe it. When there was so much irony
and believe it.
You've been confronted by this very question so often that I think it strains credulity to say that you haven't thought about it.
True.
What's up, buddy?
The Inquisition.
All right, Pisco. It's time to make your case. Are you ready?
So what? I don't know anything about her history specifically, other than what I've been told.
Oh, no.
He doesn't even know anything about her history. Okay.
Other than what he's been told by other people.
I've watched a lot of Lauren Southern videos, and I do the same. I do the same thing with any content creator. I'm like, I've heard some shit about this person. Right. I'm a judge for myself. Okay. I'm gonna listen to what they say. Open-minded and try to, figure out where they're coming from without all the noise and the false accusations. And I've never seen this Lauren Southern is a Nazi in her videos. I had never seen the Great Replacement video that everybody always talks about. And I watched it obviously for this video because they talk about it in this video. But like maybe that video, definitely there's some image issues going on, which she's already kind of copped to. So, but her other videos just they don't rise to the occasion of being, Nazi-ish in the least bit to me. Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've seen any of her old videos with the exception of the Great Replacement video, which I watched for this stream. Right. But the thing that stands out to me is like, okay, we've all been in positions where we are told that someone is bad, or we have some kind of general sense that someone is bad or racist or whatever, but we haven't clearly seen what it is. And I don't have a problem with you having a conversation with someone about that and you like ask them questions. But if you don't know, as Pisco just said, he doesn't know, he's getting all secondhand, then you have to act in a way that's very like honest and open and just be like, oh, I'm going to ask you honest and open questions. And then I'm just going to, assume charitability on your end. Like you don't get to pretend, you don't get to assume that someone is some sort of liar or is trying to trick you if you don't even have the material to draw upon yourself. If you're just relying on other people's interpretations of their words and actions.
That is a very noble and principled stance that you have there, good sir, Mr. Sitch. The problem, and there's a little problem here.
What's the problem?
Is that we're swimming in an ocean of clout chasers, okay? And all these people care about is their own fucking profile, okay?
Right.
So Pisco is sitting here going, oh my God, if I go into a conversation with Lauren Southern and everyone believes that she's a Nazi and I treat her with the least bit of good faith, they are going to assume that I am a Nazi. Therefore, I am unable to do what you just clearly articulated is,
you mean if
the principled way. Yeah, with
dignity
and respect.
With some good faith. You're right. Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Yeah. And that's the huge problem that we live. That's the environment that we live in right now. Many people are more worried about their own fucking petty reputation than they are doing the right thing.
Right. But then to me, it's like, okay, if you're going to go on one of these crusades, okay.
Yes.
Like if you're gonna drag someone on stream just to like inquisitor them, then do the work. I mean,
wait a second. He just wants the clout. He doesn't want to do the fucking work.
When we talked to No Bullshit, I went back into the stream that I was going
Sitch
to.
Always does the work.
Yeah, when I was going to take the hot pokers to No BS, I went back to the stream. I listened to it like 3 times. I had like all these fucking notes and time codes and quotes. Like I was ready to fucking go here. I was like, go time, baby. I'm not like, oh, I heard from someone who heard from someone that you said something that maybe someone said was sus, and therefore I think you're like a secret Nazi. Like what the fuck? Or just go back and watch the Great Replacement video. It's like 11 minutes long. It's so short. They could have literally just, he should have said, okay, Destiny, you go talk to Lauren for like 10 minutes about whatever. I'm going to go watch this video and then, you know, then we could talk about it. Like, it's just, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I mean, I kind of got bored with the Great Replacement video. It's kind of boring.
It is kind of boring, yeah.
It's not an exciting video.
No,
the reason I think she got in big trouble was because she put all the clips of like the migrant invasion.
Right.
And really triggered people's elephants. So.
Well, we'll talk. I do have one problem with the video. Then we'll talk about it when it comes up, I guess, in the debate. But
okay. Let us continue.
Let's continue.
Oh, all right.
It's going to turn out like every other discussion with her, right?
I don't know. This is your shot, dude. This is the big leagues, okay? Hold on one second. You might be preventing future mesh.
It's so... I hate to pause so soon, but it's so bad. Destiny is putting Pisco up to doing what Destiny can't do himself. It's pretty obvious that's going on here, right?
What do you mean?
I mean,
like trying to attack her or something?
I feel like for all the reasons that I just laid out, the whole profile building thing, Destiny's in exactly the same position as Pisco. And I feel like an apology probably would benefit, a Lauren Southern apology probably would benefit Destiny. But Destiny doesn't want to go out and pressure Lauren Southern into giving an apology. So he puts one of his orbiters up to doing it.
I don't agree with this at all, because they had the conversation right after this where, you know, Destiny was not pulling any punches with Lauren in that conversation at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't buy that he would have to have someone else, some minion, do the dirty work for him in this conversation.
Do you buy that a Lauren Southern apology would benefit Destiny? Consult your gut. Ask your elephant.
I think. Well, what do you mean?
Of course it would.
Well, wait a minute.
Destiny's going out and some, you know, tacitly defending Lauren already.
Right. So he doesn't want to be associated.
If she threw an apology in there, he would be able to defend her even more vigorously. He'd be able to say, listen, she already apologized for this stuff. We're moving on. The thing is, I don't know what she's apologizing for.
Wait a minute. Here's the problem with the apology. Okay. Mm-hmm. The apology is an admission of guilt and fault.
Totally. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, but if you're going to talk about this from a cynical perspective, which I honestly don't think Destiny is coming from it from a cynical perspective, but if you're going to approach it that way, is it really better to say, oh yes, I was racist and I apologize, I'm not racist anymore? Or is it better to be like, actually, I was never racist?
It's better to say, actually, I was never racist. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm saying I don't agree with this framing.
Right, but that's just a harder sell to Destiny's community.
Maybe, I don't know. I'll give Destiny some more credit than that.
Listen,
I think if he wanted an apology, he would do it himself. I don't think he needs some minion.
You have a bunch of these. This is like a standard thing on the left. You have Xander Hall. You have Faraday Speaks. They all come out and say, "Oh yeah, I used to be a terrible person, and now I've transferred. The progressive Holy Spirit has rolled over me, and now I'm a changed person."
Right.
They do this all the time. That's like a regular theme.
That's true.
Yeah. So that might be an easier sell to Destiny's audience. I'm not sure. I'm not reading Destiny's subreddit all the time, but I have the sense that Destiny really wants this apology to happen. Even the follow-up video to this is, and maybe it's just clickbait, but he's talking about bridge burning. Like he's ready to burn the bridge with Lauren Southern.
Well, he's ready to burn the bridge with everyone. That's like his brand. His brand.
Oh, okay. So
he's 24/7 standing on the bridge with a match.
Right. I kind of like that attitude.
Well, I think part of the issue, I don't know if this is the case. It feels like a very Howard Stern approach where everything is talked about on the air in terms of personal relationships and drama and disagreements, and that always puts people in a weird situation because obviously you have to talk to people differently on air than you would in private.
Yes, yeah, to some extent.
Because everyone's like, they feel the eyes of the crowd watching them, like, oh, I have to, people are way more defensive, publicly than they are privately.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying.
I know what you said.
Shootings, okay?
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Are we live? I'm assuming we're live.
We are, yes.
Good assumption.
Okay.
Great assumption. So there's Destiny said that you wanted to speak?
No, to debate.
To debate?
Okay, we're debating. Yeah, I popped in for like 5 minutes earlier and heard you guys going back and forth about this somebody that should probably do a video disavowing her past, and
that was this guy right here, Pisco. That was you. Are you ready?
Well, no.
Yeah, just lay out your problem.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Lauren, I don't know the particulars of your past except for what I was exposed to. I think I've seen videos about you with respect to January 6th, where you're discussing with Destiny, videos about related topics like that. I think I saw you on a round table with Destiny once, where he's like debating an old flame named Brittany or something like that.
Queen.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Which was a lot of fun to watch. But my sense is that people on the internet and elsewhere in many different circles feel as though you've been evasive with certain positions that you had in the past, with they have a perception that you came back to the internet and tried to rebrand yourself. And I guess I'm curious whether or not you think that those accusations or observations have any merit to them. Has there been a change in your positions or anything like that?
So he's basically saying you've been evasive with all these false accusations against you. And they're super chapped about that. Well, they should be. Right? Because I'm not giving into your fucking false allegations.
It's really
should have watched the lead up conversation to this, because maybe you would have got a better sense of, if Destiny's looking for an apology, or if it's really just Pisco is the one that's kind of motivating all this stuff.
Did you watch it? I
did not. No.
Oh, okay.
But Dallas Janus for $20 did, and they said, I disagree with Adam. There's a prequel video to this, and Destiny doesn't seem to be looking at all for an apology. So there you go.
Hard to say anything that has been like a huge change in my positions other than mostly my approach to things. I'm far more critical of the right wing now than I was before I came back because I got burned by so many of them. And I think my inherent assumption that the right wing is always correct was obliterated by that experience. So I'm far more open-minded, but I'm still absolutely a conservative. I still think there's problems with mass immigration. I still think there's problems with feminism. I'm not radically changed in any way, and I think anyone who took from my video that I'm suddenly a centrist when I returned didn't listen to the part where I explicitly said I'm not a centrist.
Ouch! Oh, painful.
Yeah.
She totally, targeting us.
Why? Come to the enlightened side, Lauren. Come join us here on the fence. Okay.
I know, that was our thing.
Jeez.
I think that's fair. I don't think anyone ought to expect you to radically change your political beliefs if that's not genuine. Do you think that there have been any, I don't know, radical positions that you once held that you no longer hold?
I don't think my positions were ever as radical as people assume they are or think they are. And I think 99% of the people that criticize me for my past videos and content have not watched my videos. And I can usually tell as much just by speaking to them. Like you were talking about how I should disavow the Great Replacement. And people will criticize me and say, oh, Lauren took down her video, so how dare she ask people to watch it before criticizing her for it? Well, it's been, uploaded other places. You can find it if you really want to. So, like, I'd have to ask you, have you even watched my Great Replacement video?
I have some time ago, but I'm not, to be clear, I didn't ask you to disavow anything other than...
Oh, no, I heard you talking about it earlier.
I would just like to interject for the record that I'm not making any statements on anything being said here. I do not necessarily condone anything being said here, nor defend any of the statements from either litigants. I just want to be clear on that. Okay, continue.
Oh, okay, but
yeah, saving his profile right there. Look at that. Look, he doesn't want to be accused after the fact. He's like, I'm completely innocent in this. I'm just the moderator here. None of this rubs off on my profile.
What's wrong with saying that?
Let's just, we live in a situation where that's just a common tactic that I would like to obliterate. The whole idea that people use that as a tactic is just bad. It's faulty reasoning. What? The whole idea that you can, sit on a live stream with somebody and immediately adopt all of their beliefs via osmosis is just,
right.
It's bullshit.
But that unfortunately, it's annoying. You have to say that there's so many times where it's like, you could sit on something like this and be a neutral arbiter or moderator, and people are going to be like, oh, you obviously agree with one side or the other because you didn't jump in here.
You didn't say anything. I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
The fact that you have to say that is what bothers me.
Well, I see what you're saying, but
it's faulty reasoning.
Yeah, but. And we've both experienced this, and I see every streamer experiences this, where you say something, you say some like contained sentence of information or viewpoint or opinion, and then someone takes that and they add like 20 steps to what you said, and then they run with it and say that was your opinion after they completely extremified it and hyperbolized it. And you're like, what the I never said that. What are you talking?
Yeah, and then they come to you and they say, well, that's the obvious outcome of what you believe. You're like,
what?
What the fuck?
Right.
Yeah. It's bullshit. It's all mischaracterization, and it's done on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this is why, you shouldn't apologize for other people's mischaracterizations of what you've done.
No, never.
And you should be a tireless fighter for who you actually are. No one's going to fight for you like you should.
Well, to be clear, though, you should apologize if you did something, if you think you did something wrong.
Yeah, but the article that I
Adam's
sent
like,
you.
But no, he's like, yeah, but.
It's usually very, very clear. This has come up before many times. We've argued about this: accountability culture versus cancel culture. Now, I sent you an article about Jonah Lira, who is a guy from John Ronson's book, So You've Been Publicly Shamed. This guy is a journalist, and he would just blatantly fucking make shit up in his articles. Like lie, basically. He would lie about quotes. He would lie about interviews. He would lie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you should do, Sitch? Is that a good way to be as a journalist?
Of course not.
Yeah.
Why you ask? What is this tone of voice?
Did Jonah Lira,
I'm going to defend this guy.
Did Jonah Lira deserve to be canceled and publicly shamed? Hell yes, he did.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But that's the thing. So many of these, cancelable offenses are things that could be interpreted in multiple different ways. They're not clear cut. He was lying about sources in his fucking article.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, no, just because you said something that was inarticulate, that somebody could, twist to mean something nefarious, doesn't mean that it was something you said that was nefarious.
Sure.
We need some level of clarity here if you're going to go after people and demand a public apology.
Of course. I'm just saying that if you do something wrong, you should apologize. Okay? They're not, it don't have to be one way or the other. That's all I said. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Right. But if you didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
You should give them the middle finger and tell them fuck off and get out of my fucking face.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there is an issue too, which is that a lot of times in these situations, when you're talking to people or you're in these publicly shamed situations, there's no path of exit or retreat that's ever given to the party you want to make some sort of conciliatory action. You have to give people a bridge to escape or exit a situation with some dignity attached, assuming you actually want something productive from the situation. If you don't, then you just hammer them to death with it, which is how these situations go. But they act like, oh, why can't you just apologize? Why can't you just, admit that you changed your beliefs? Why can't you just admit that you were wrong? And it's like, well, the problem is there's no path. You're not giving the person a path forward. You're not saying, oh, if if you're truthful with me, then we can be friends and we can hug and then, we can move forward. It's always like, oh, I want you to be truthful with me so that I can attack you further. And it's like, well, you're not incentivizing anyone to be honest in the situation.
Yeah, they're definitely the dishonest party. So,
which, if your goal is just to beat someone over the head with it, I mean, you can take that route. I'm not saying you have to take the conciliatory route, but if your goal is actually to be productive, you probably shouldn't take that route.
In the book, you've been publicly shamed. And I went back and I read a large chunk of that book just because we were covering this stream.
Mm-hmm.
The people that end up getting totally fucked over and never get their lives back together are the ones that apologize. And the ones that soldier on and lead successful, productive lives after the event are the ones who don't apologize. So I think even if you've done something, and in the book they talk about Justine Sacco, we've talked about her numerous times on the show. She tweeted some offensive joke and then she was publicly shamed. I think she did actually apologize. But, you have to come out and you have to say, oh, I apologize that, this was an impolite joke or whatever. I think that's the wrong course of action. You should say, listen, I made a joke. Okay. I'm not apologizing for a joke. I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. Nobody was harmed by this joke. I think that's the correct course of action. You need to fight for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, in a situation where you make a joke that's like supposed to be funny and somewhat edgy, then yeah, sure. I would agree with that. But my question is, with the people, when you say the people that don't apologize do better and the people that apologize do worse going forward,
yes.
Is that because by not apologizing, they have people who are like on the other side of the issue who support them? Or if they apologize, they lose that support? Or is it like an internal psychological thing that because they don't apologize, they're just more confident going forward in their actions?
The people lose interest in going after them when they don't apologize.
Oh, I see. So it's more like
the people smell blood in the water as soon as you apologize. So they're like, yeah, we can make this person feel bad. But as soon as you don't apologize and say, fuck, they're like, oh, this person's not going to feel anything. We just need to move on.
Interesting.
We need to find a weaker subject.
The cancel mob is so lazy.
They are.
But see, that really shows that they're not interested in the apology. They're just interested in tearing someone down.
That's exactly right.
Right. Like they're like piranhas and they're just looking for that, that fleshy carcass to jump in the lake that they all, the little blood in the water to go after.
The easy kill.
Right. That's interesting. Okay. So I wouldn't even, it's not internal. It's nothing. It's just the people that cancel you, they'll just ignore you, I guess. Well, I don't know, to some extent. I mean, they're not ignoring Lauren. They keep going after her. They keep picking away at her.
I don't know, though. Listen, Pisco does not seem like he's going into this talk with a strong hand, if you ask me. He seems like a fucking, like a soy cuck going into this conversation. He doesn't know anything about this. He's just got the faceless, shameless mob behind him going, oh, yeah, cancel her, get the we heard she was a Nazi, get her. Right. And now all of a sudden, I have to be on a stream and I have to confront her. This is why I'm like, why are you letting Destiny off so easy here? It's so obvious.
What? No, because if you want to say
loving this.
He's loving it because it's funny, and it
is funny.
What you just said, he understands that's what's happening. That's why he's laughing in the beginning. He understands that Pisco is soy cucking out, is not very strong in his position, and he even said this is going to be like Lauren versus leftist part 357, where they accuse her a bunch of shit, but they don't actually have any receipts. Against her.
Exactly.
Right. That's why he's laughing. So yeah, I agree with that. I'm just saying I disagree with the whole, he wants some sort of apology from her. I don't agree with that take.
Oh man, his celebrity would immediately skyrocket though in the leftist useful idiot bubble. If he got an apology out of Lauren.
I think he's burned that bridge enough that he doesn't care about that.
Oh, I don't know anything about Pisco, so.
But no, I'm saying Destiny, not Pisco. Yeah, Pisco would gain. Yeah,
Pisco would. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. Okay,
why do you think he's doing that?
Of course.
Yeah, no. Destiny is moving into our space. I heard Destiny say that he wants to have conversations now where he moderates between both sides because he feels like he can articulate the arguments of both sides better than anyone. He's coming for you, Sitch. Listen to that.
I never made that claim though.
Well, I mean, we do definitely try to consider, the most good faith interpretation of arguments. So,
usually.
Mm-hmm.
Usually.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Sitch? I always try to. What?
I mean, when it comes to like the JQ, I'm a little.
You're a little
less willing to give people the charitability. On
you didn't watch Mouthy Buddha's 4-part series on the JQ?
Actually, no. Listen, we talked to Mouthy Buddha. I like Mouthy Buddha.
Right.
So I was referring to anyone that follows me on Twitter has known that have been trolling the shit out of Quackademic Agent for the last 2 days.
It's been pretty fun. Yeah.
It's always funny because he's all like, I'd be like, oh, you believe in the JQ, you believe, Jews are evil and they control everything. He's like, that's ridiculous. And then like 24 hours later, he's like, Sitch, how can you possibly deny that Jewish power has severe influence in American politics? I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
It's just like, all right. Well, whatever. That's not related to this
positions. All those positions are just swimming in contradiction for me. So
it's so funny.
My perception has been that, you might. I totally accept both your and Destiny's characterization that there are people who have misconstrued your views. But strictly speaking, that wasn't my question. My question was whether or not you have yourself realized a difference in position, either on the Great Replacement or on any other thing in your past, in terms of your views. Has there been genuine movement from what one might characterize as the far right to a more central position? Not whether or not people have seen your video or not whether or not people are fairly construing your views, but honestly, do you feel as though you've changed significantly?
Don't lie to me.
This is such bullshit because he never asks her what her former positions were or what her current positions are. He's just asking her, have you changed your position? And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, that's a great point because that should be the way to frame it. Say, well, what is your what is your current position on immigration? What is your current position on assimilation? What is your current position on I don't know, ethnic essentialism or cultural essentialism?
Yeah.
And you answer these questions and say like, okay, this is what you believed when you made the video, 4 or 5 or whenever the fuck this video was made, so many years ago. Has any of your opinions changed on these stuff? Like that's how you phrase this. You don't just be like, have you changed from your evil ways?
Have you had a progressive transformation now?
Right.
Are you going to be the next Hunter Avalon for us? Please. Wash the man's hearts and skulls.
It was so sad. You sent me a video of, I think it was you. Someone sent me a video of Hunter talking to Doyle.
Yeah,
and right, and I was like, "Oh, this is good." This is what I thought before I watched the video. I said, "Oh, this is good. I would like to see." You know, I'm not a big Hunter fan. We talked to Hunter before once, but I would like to see Hunter rake Doyle over the coals. And it's always funny because in the couple of conversations I've seen Doyle talk to people, he's so different than when he's like doing, like when he's talking to a camera. Like his personality. So it's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation. But
different how?
Like when he's talking to the camera, he like really puts off this like, oh, I'm the alpha dog energy thing. And then in the two conversations I've seen where he talked to Hunter, and then the one in the debate with Lauren Wazubigibigi and Blair White, he's like so incredibly passive in these conversations.
Yeah, wallflower, totally.
Yeah, so that's an interesting dynamic. But I mean, I don't know, maybe just because Lauren's like so insane, she saps all the energy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, he was less wallflowerish with Hunter, that's for sure.
Yeah, but still,
it was like
you let
a
Hunter
one-on-one debate.
Stamp all over him, though.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was very interesting.
Right, but I was just disappointed because in that debate, well, first of all, Hunter does just walk all over Doyle in that conversation, but I was disappointed because Hunter just like spurgs the fuck out in that conversation, like 1,000%. It wasn't interesting or enjoyable to watch. They didn't even really get to talk about anything. They just yelled. I mean, Hunter basically just yelled at John for like 30 minutes about the format of their conversation, not about anything like any positions or anything substantive.
Yeah.
I was really like disappointed. I was like, oh, this is a terrible conversation.
That's good stuff. What are you talking about? You don't like a good slap fight?
I like a good slap fight about something. I don't like a good slap fight about the slap. Like it's a slap fight about the meta conversation of the slap fight. It's just like, okay. Listen,
elitist.
No. This is a good analogy for the difference in our film tastes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Adam is over here. He'll watch the Wonder Woman American Gladiator sequence, and he just is like, listen, Sitch, I just like action.
I was just fucking around, man.
No. You fucking liar. Listen, we just talked about not apologizing for 20 minutes.
Fucking around, okay?
We were just talking about not apologizing for 20 minutes, okay? Don't apologize for your terrible film takes.
You guys are talking like the Wonder Woman intro. It's like some kind of high art, like fucking cinema.
No. This is my point. Adam will watch and like some mindless action scene
schlock.
If it looks schlock if it looks pretty. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Right. But me being a big brained elitist, okay. I
like that you're admitting it.
170 IQ monocle wearing elitist.
Fuck. Hey, academic agent said you were below 80 IQ.
That's true.
That was a part of the conversation I actually believed him.
Because I asked him to define what Jewish sectional interest meant to him, and he refused. He literally refused and had a schizoid moment and just like freaked out for some reason. Because me, PSA Sitch, the guy who coined Sitch's law over here, asked someone to define a term in a conversation, and he just freaked out. But anyway, so I mean, putting all the IQ stuff aside, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that I'm visually autistic and I care more about what's going on underneath. And so I care more about the plot and the significance of the action rather than the action itself. So that's why you can watch the Hunter Avalon Doyle slap fight about nothing and you'll like it. And I won't, because there's nothing underneath it. It's just empty.
There is.
What's underneath it?
It's 40 minutes of status contest. It's like two elks going at it with their antlers.
That is true.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. You think those elks are? Think those elks are having a high-minded argument? No. They're like, get away from the females. I want them. That's exactly what was going on.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree with my Great Replacement video that I made. I think a lot of it was accurate. I just would present it differently today if I did it again.
Why would you present it differently?
See, if the real question, I would say, if you were being honest, would have been, well, how would you present it differently? Not why. Because by asking why, he's saying, oh, so you admit that you were wrong? You admit that you've changed? You admit that you should apologize for something?
I think he means why, because he's covertly accusing her of being dishonest.
Of course.
And he thinks,
of course,
she would do it differently now so she wouldn't be accused of being the secret Nazi that everyone knows that she really is.
I see what you're saying. Right. Okay, maybe.
That's the play here.
Mayhaps.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can say factual things and have people interpret them in ways that you don't intend. Just based on imagery, tone, all these different things. So I'd present the information differently.
But you stand by every word of that video, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
There's the yep heard around the world. Yep. Now get out of my face, kid.
So it's fair to say that video fairly characterizes your current position.
Yep.
So really, in your own mind,
the editor did something there, right? There was some sort of effect on that. Yeah.
No, you think they added like an echo or something?
I feel.
And there hasn't been a change between, quote unquote, 2016 Lauren and current Lauren.
No, there's been a lot of change. Just I think that everything I said in that video was accurate.
With respect to those views, those were your views and continue to be your views.
In respect to that, yeah.
Okay. So do
you nowhere to go? See, this is it. You don't apologize. There's like nowhere to go. Okay, well, I guess I'll just fuck off now.
Well, but this is his own fault, because what he would do, even
is
to
go into the video
own
and say, "Listen here, yeah."
Right, would it be to draw some quote or something from the video that he thinks he could hammer her, where it's like, well, you said this though, suspicious. Are you saying to change your mind here?
Yeah, exactly. Did you find anything like that in the video?
No, the only so my only issue, well, I have two issues with the video. The first one is that what you said is that visually, and I think this is what
scare
Lauren's referring
tactics.
to.
Yeah.
Right, because it's all these like images of non-white people walking around places, and you're like, ooh,
yeah,
scary non-white people. Right? The hordes are coming for you, and yeah, that's really fucking cringe and terrible, and it does come off as racist. But my question with that video would be, there isn't really a and I think it actually does come up in this conversation though, and she does address it, and we can talk about it when it occurs, is there's a difference between saying that you don't want mass immigration into your country because then people can't assimilate, and then you are afraid that your culture will become subsumed or become, go away to whatever the will get basically bred out by whoever the immigrant culture is. There's a difference between saying that, but then attributing it to skin color. That's the issue. And that's where you get into all these problems with the Great Replacement garbage, is because the guy who wrote it, and very often when people talk about it, they don't focus on the culture. I mean, they do focus on culture, but they always inherently tie it into being white, whatever that means, which is even weirder from a European perspective, because all the different white European countries have different cultures. Themselves.
France, Italy, Turkey.
Right. Like, I would assume France wouldn't want to have mass immigration of, Swedes or Brits or Germans or any of these other, white Europeans into their country, because you could have the same issue. Now, maybe the culture would be closer aligned because it's European versus being a culture from Africa or the Middle East or something, but you still wouldn't want it. you still have the same issue.
Protestant and Catholic culture are more different than probably like French and German. I don't know though. I don't know if.
Well, actually, I don't know if I agree with that at all. But
yeah, I don't know because I'm not over there. That's not my
right. I mean, these are countries that have historically been fighting wars with each other for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah.
Over like these minute, or maybe not so minute, cultural differences.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you think that characterization, which has been more or less, you've quietly shifted away from those views, but you don't want to prostrate yourself in front of
hold on, excuse me, I would like to correct the record. I was saying that if it was the case that somebody had done it, then not necessarily asserting that she has or hasn't. I think she's still like pretty conservative, but just
Destiny, to be clear, you just heard her say that there's no difference in her position on the Great Replacement from then till now. You accept that now, do you?
This matter is not involving me. Okay, it was a conversation between you two.
See, he does not. He doesn't want to be part of this. Obviously,
yeah.
He's like, I'm friends. Destiny doesn't want to say he's friends with someone that supports the Great Replacement.
Well,
that's like,
why doesn't Pisco just ask her what does she mean by the Great Replacement and what is her opinion on it? Like, wouldn't that be, before you start jumping ahead, wouldn't that be like, well, what exactly is your opinion?
Yeah. No. Establishing positions is the way to go to begin with. But this is a tricky conversation because I don't follow Pisco's work, so I don't really know how equipped he is to talk about these things. Well, I don't know if he understands.
I mean,
he's just, or.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. I mean, this is about, if you're trying to have an honest conversation with someone, obviously establishing what their position is should be like step one of the conversation.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, of course.
Right. That's obvious.
Right. But someone can state their position.
Right.
And obviously the words that they use cause someone on the other side of the political divide to interpret that position as something that it's not.
Of course.
That happens all the time, every day between people.
Right.
Yeah. So,
but we haven't even got to that situation, that part yet.
No, obviously not. Yeah. Pisco's not asking.
Right.
I mean, if I was Lauren, I might ask Pisco, what's your interpretation of the Great Replacement?
Right.
You seem to be super bent people talking about the Great Replacement. What is your interpretation of it?
Well, and we'll talk about this later in the conversation, but that's part of the problem with the whole quote unquote Great Replacement, is because it's so broad. It means kind of a couple different things to different people. And some of those things are like, you can say, oh, this is factually true. And some of those things are more conspiracy minded. And some of those things are racist. And so it's like, okay, so you have this term that can mean like 3 or 4 different things that are all wildly kind of different from each other.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Some extremes you and I would clearly call racist, obviously, if you're making like an ethno-nationalist argument.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. But I did hear that.
What's your big issue with the way that I presented that video? Like, what were your biggest qualms with it?
I think implied in that video, from what I recall, is a normative position. This is my substantive position on those theories and those views, which, strictly speaking, isn't what I came to talk to Destiny about. What I came to talk to Destiny about was the use of apologies and why apologies might be useful for people, even when they're not going to be received immediately in the right way. But to answer your question, why I think I would have a problem with that video, and why many people do, is underlying it is a normative fear that white people are going away, or that there ought to be white solidarity or racial solidarity. And those are kind of views, I think, which I reject. I think are ultimately.
So this is like when you say you feel in the video that it stirs up a fear that white people need to unite, or white people are going to go away, or whatever. So was there any like specific statements I made? Because I think the idea that white people are going to go away is something that is not just spread by anyone who talks about the Great Replacement, quote unquote, but is constantly in the mainstream media. It's constantly, Europeans are becoming a minority. This is talked about in The Guardian, in The Telegraph, Spectator. You can look at any left-wing, right-wing articles. It'll all say the exact same thing.
Have you seen the clip that's been going around of all of the different mainstream media news organizations talking about the demographic shift and how whites are going to be a minority and whatever? All
I saw
in like political context.
I don't know what clip you're talking about. I saw Dev put out a video on this, I think yesterday, the day before yesterday, on the Great Replacement. That was pretty good. And he had a compilation. Maybe the same compilation.
That's probably the compilation that's in there, yeah.
Right, of just a bunch of newscasters.
CNN, MSNBC.
Right. Right, all basically throwing a ticker tape parade for the fact that demographics are changing, because that means it'll be easier for, under their interpretation, that mean it'd be easier for Democrats to win elections.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think that's how that's going to shake out remotely.
I don't think that's how that's going to shake out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's funny.
It's kind of racist to think that that's how that's going to shake out.
It's not kind of racist. It's kind of super racist.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's also stupid because, it's stupid. The reason they came up with this idea is because they looked at the way the demographics played out for voters for Obama, essentially. And they kind of came to this conclusion. But it's really foolish and stupid to think that that's going to be like that certain populations of people have a fixed political or a fixed way in which they're going to vote in this country, especially, newer American citizens, and to think that that's going to project forward. When I think it was Nate Silver was saying that if you look at, Trump's election, he gained ground with everyone but white males. Who just remain the same, essentially. So this idea is like a really dumb idea. This is the Democrats' operating, philosophy here.
And they're a little blinded by their own hype. They've painted Republicans as racist for so long. They can't imagine any kind of marginalized person voting for a Republican. Right.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. When I think the facts are the Latino community's very conservative.
Well, that's what's so stupid about the whole immigration conversation from this perspective is that, like people from Central and South America are way more likely to be socially conservative.
Yes.
Than a random white American, if you were to do like a sample on this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it's like, I think Destiny's made this exact point too. It's like if the Republicans were just not so virulently anti-immigration in a lot of their rhetoric.
Oh yeah.
I think like most immigrants from Central and South America would vote Republican from the opposite. But
yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here now. I don't know if I was cutting out. You stopped.
No. We didn't hear your response. Sorry, go ahead.
You were saying that it's a view that's been expressed elsewhere, not just uniquely in that video or indeed in the rest of your repertoire.
Yeah, and I don't think that you would consider it, is it inherently negative to suggest that white people are going to disappear? Is that a bad or a wrong thing to talk about? I don't think it is if every single political faction is saying the exact same thing.
I would be careful not to say that every political faction is saying the exact same thing, but I would agree with you that your views and that video or indeed that theory is not the only source of white angst or fear of replacement of white people. But
So this is what annoys me when I talk to people about on the left about the Great Replacement stuff, is that he doesn't acknowledge the fact that, as we just said, the left and mainstream media was basically celebrating this.
Yeah, they're creating the angst on purpose.
Yeah, they're right. They've created this angst. Not only do they create an angst, and this is why it feels, I think, for a lot of people on the right so frustrating, is that not only did they create an angst like, oh, white people are going away. It was white people are going away, thus they will lose political power.
I know,
like that's
exactly.
the way it was specifically framed in that horribly racist, toxic, destructive way.
Yeah.
And then when people on the right are like, whoa, you know, I don't want that, along the same racist lines that the, you know, the mainstream media was basically peddling it to, then the left goes, oh, look at these racists.
Yeah.
It's like, what? It's like, wait a minute, you created this situation. What are you talking about?
How dare you get mad at us dancing on your grave?
Yeah, exactly. It's totally insane. It's totally insane.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
Yeah. That's Pisco's framing exactly.
That's the way he's framing it, which I think is inherently dishonest.
We really don't like this angst that we have created ourselves. Like, okay.
Right.
Maybe take a little responsibility for being a contributor here to this whole situation.
Right. But I think what needs to be drawn out in this conversation, disentangled from this conversation, is, you know, yes, people were talking about it on the left and the right, obviously. But the question going forward should be, or is it right or just to frame the conversation this way in the first place at all?
Yeah,
should
by
it be
either
looked
side.
at right by anyone? Should it be looked? Should we be tying in, you know, race and skin color into these political demographics the way that we're doing currently?
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
I do think that that particular view is one that I find absolutely reprehensible. Not necessarily people who express that view.
Which view? That white people
the notion
are...
that whiteness needs to be protected. The notion that I'm sure you've seen Destiny's video where he dissects, I think, very incisively why the notion of even a white...
See, this is another problem with the framing too, because they set it up where they link whiteness to political power, and anyone would be upset with losing their political power. But then if you complain about losing your political power and you say, listen, it's not about the skin color, it's about the political power, they immediately say, no, it's about the skin color. You're
exactly
racist.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so
right.
I mean, they would be just as upset about losing political power. All they talk about is political power.
Right. And for a lot of racists out there, they do tie these things in together, and they do view the world through that lens of everything being race and political power. When the question to me is not like, oh, we have to protect the white race, you know, whatever that fucking means. The real question is, oh, you know, if you have a country that has some kind of cultural attitude or something, or culture, you know, it makes sense that the people want to maintain that culture, because all cultures are self-perpetuating, and that there should be an expected degree of assimilation for anyone immigrating into that country. And that it shouldn't have anything to do with skin color. And it's foolish to kind of to bake anything onto the skin color thing anyway, because the reality of the situation is that we're just going to live in a world going forward in the future. You know, the country's going to become, I mean, the world itself is going to become more and more mixed race, obviously, as we go forward in the future. That doesn't mean that all cultures have to become homogenized just because, you know, there's all this, you know, skin color mixing.
People on the left are generally anti-assimilation in a way that I find completely unhelpful.
Well, it's weird. They didn't used to be anti-assimilation. No one in America used to be anti-assimilation. But like the leftist, the neo-Marxists have kind of come in and they've ruined the conversation, and they've basically baited the Democrats to following them down this very racist path of being anti-assimilation, being pro, you know, multicultural. Everyone has to live according to their own. Like they like, the weird thing about multiculturalism is that it's essentially, multiculturalism is basically racist. It's race and cultural essentialism. It's saying that specific ethnic groups of people have kind of this intrinsic culture, and they should never have to change it whatsoever. And so that's how you get these weird things where, oh, if you're immigrating into a country, everyone should have to basically bend over backwards for you instead of you assimilate to the country you're moving to. And then also this, oh, you know, how dare a white person, you know, open a Chinese restaurant, or how dare a white person, you know, wear, you know, clothing or hairstyles that are from other cultures, when it's so backwards, because the liberal conception used to be the exact opposite of that. It used to be, oh, you know, you're celebrating and you're sort of, you know, you're engaging this melting pot of Americanism, or kind of mixing together, you know, the strongest elements of certain cultures to create, you know, the super culture. And instead it's like, no, we have to throw that all out the window. We have to cordon everything off. We have to be super racist. Everyone has to just follow their own customs and their own cultures.
Yeah. It's sick.
It is sick. It is sick. And this is why the neo-Marxist stuff just has to go. It's so incredibly toxic and destructive.
People conflate multiculturalism and multiracial too, which bugs me, because you can have a multiracial culture. I would argue America is a multiracial culture.
Of course.
Obviously, yeah. So, but people will conflate. They will say, you know, if you're against multiculturalism, you're a racist. When you could be in favor of a culture that's just multiracial. Right.
Well, this is one of the strongest, I don't know if it's intentional or just turned out to be this way. It's one of the strongest tactics that has basically emerged for leftists. You know, we talked about how, you know, you had the Frank Lutzes who are very good at like, oh, let's not call it the estate tax. Let's call it the death tax, you know, to sort of get people on board, add this emotional language to it. And the neo-Marxists have been fantastic at basically creating these terms that sound really good, like multiculturalism. That sounds like you should be in favor of it. It sounds like if you're against it, you're racist. When it's like, well, no. Multiculturalism itself is the racist idea. You know, same thing with critical theory. Like, oh, critical theory, that has to do with critical thinking, right? Like, of course I'm in favor of critical theories. I like to critically think things. And it's like, no, that's not what it means at all. And so much of the conversation is just because these phrases hit people in these ways, they just make all these assumptions about them.
Sucks.
Person or a quote unquote white people is I think, tenuous concept if it has any substance at all. When he if you see,
well, that is the case. I would be, I don't want that submitted at this time. There's a lot going on there. Okay.
You don't think that that's a representation of your view with Nick Fuentes when you said, you know, define what a white person is, and you went through that diatribe and showed him the
I think that if I was having a modern day discussion on that, I would stand by every word that I say there, but then I would turn to the people nodding smugly to my left and say, you guys are just as bad, if not worse, grouping together people of color. The Democratic Party is learning this hardcore over the last couple election cycles.
And
based destiny right there.
That's
calling out the Democratic Party for being completely racist against blacks. Yeah. Remember Joe Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? What a racist piece of shit.
Sure. And I hope you don't mistake me for saying that.
Yeah, sure. I would want to be clear that, like, I'll make fun of, like, dipshit white nationalists who talk about white all the day, you know, and they talk about, like, it being European, even though if you go to Europe, they don't see fucking white people. There's, like, 35 different ethnic shades of, like, what a white person is. Whereas, like, people on my stream will look at, like, people from the Middle East and be like, that person's white. I know, because it's, and it's like, okay, dude. But then I would also look at lefties who are like, oh, yeah, like, all brown people, or, like, even black people have the same experience in the United States. I just got an email from, like, a 35-year-old black woman, like, yesterday, who was super pissed off. She's like, bro, every time you talk to black people in your stream, it's always fucking black immigrants. These people are nothing like the normal black person in the US. Like, so, like, yeah, these are things. I would just be clear that this happens on both sides. People paint very, very broadly when they talk about ethnic groups. But.
And this is what, you know, when we talked to Jangles and I read that long passage from the CRT book, and this is what's so disgusting about CRT, where CRT makes these claims that, like, they make the kind of the Joe Biden claim that you brought up, that being black isn't just your skin color. You have to have some kind, you have to basically have some, you know, belief in CRT. You have to have some political belief. Otherwise, you're not really black. Otherwise, you're just selling out your blackness to be part of white culture, is essentially the argument that CRT makes.
Instead of just calling it American culture and admitting that America is a multiracial culture.
Right. And how are you ever, like, if you're part of if you're part of a country and that country has some mainstream normative culture, you will not succeed in that country,
of course,
by rebelling against the mainstream normative culture.
Of course. Yes.
Okay. That is you setting yourself up for failure. And it's so dumb.
Yeah. Well, they're all revolutionaries, these Marxists. That's why it's just a lot of it's an aesthetic for them, I think. They just think it seems cool. I think it is cool to be a rebel. It is.
Right. That is a lot of it. That is a lot of it. And I think part of the issue that I have too with this is that in America, at least, if someone on the right starts talking about like white ethno-nationalist stuff, like everyone comes out and hits them with a big racist stick. Like it's such an untouchable position that you get all these people that have to hide their power levels about it. And the issue, which is good because fuck that shit, but my problem is that on the left, the equivalent position is not demonized. It's not even understood enough to be demonized, really. And so you get all of this sort of really racist ethno-nationalist talk from the left that this is basically hand waved away, or it's like, well, that's not really what they mean. It's like, that is what they mean.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The communist stuff, I think, didn't DeSantis make some bill that they had to teach communism in the curriculum now? They had to teach I think I saw something that in Florida, they have to teach the body count of communism in the school curriculum now, which I thought that's good. That's a step in the right direction. Because these kids today, they have no idea, the horrors of communism being tried. They go to the internet and everybody's, real communism has never been tried. They get a million arguments, why their ridiculous communist ideas are going to succeed. And none of the arguments on why they're going to fail. It's completely one-sided. We're supposed to talk to Lance of the Serfs on Tuesday and Matt Binder. And I really started thinking, because obviously they're socialist. I don't know if Matt's a socialist, but I think Lance is a socialist.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about the real difference between us and socialists is really the tactics. I mean, I don't think the goal of wanting to help the most people, I think, is something we share with them, right? I mean, you can argue over whether or not, there's the typical argument that they hate the rich more than they want to help the poor. I think there is some merit to that there's a lot of jealousy driving that political movement. But if you just take it on, face value, we want to help the poor. I mean, we want to help the poor, right? I think capitalism is the best way to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
DeSantis passed a bill that says that
I thought it was DeSantis.
Every November they've designated November 7th as Victims of Communism Day. Which is pretty based. And every November, there has to be at least 45 minutes of instruction on the victims of communism in Florida.
How do you like that?
That's pretty good.
How do you like that? I mean, we all learn about the Holocaust, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How come there's not big budget Hollywood movies about Stalin and fucking Stalin killed his own troops after World War II because they had been too westernized during the war. That's fucking brutal.
It's because in World War II we were allied with the communists, and we didn't really have a big flashy war where we defeated the communists. We had all our Cold Wars, many of which went south for us.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's not sexy. because with the Nazis, it's very sexy because it's like America flies in, kicking the door down, saying "Eat shit, Hitler," and then we go ba 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 ba, and we like, you take out all the Nazis. We didn't really have that situation with the commies, so it just doesn't really hit us the same way.
We need like an Indiana Jones type character that fights the communists. That's what we need.
Well, that was what was weird about the terrible, terrible, awful last Indiana Jones movie.
I never saw it.
Oh, okay. In the last Indiana Jones movie, the bad guys are the Soviets.
Really?
Oh, wow. But they like try to do a little bit of both sidesism.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like it's really
no.
Like, I don't remember them trying to do both sidesism with the Nazis.
Yeah.
in the original Indiana Jones.
You can be nuanced in your political takes. Don't be nuanced in your movie scripts, okay?
Well,
we need to root. We need to root for good guys and bad guys.
Yeah, there's some movie. I'm trying to remember. There was a movie I saw that was really good about the Berlin Wall. And it was about was it like a spy passing notes back and forth between the Berlin Wall, and it really obviously makes the commies look terrible, but
wow.
So anyway, but yeah, I'm glad they'll pass this. It says instruction will begin in 2023, 2024. Will require teaching about Stalin, Mao Zedong, and Fidel Castro, as well as poverty, starvation, migration, systemic lethal violence, and the submission of speech endured under the leadership in the Soviet Union, China, and Cuba. So there you go.
Florida is just really turning into a great, just like the Mecca for freedom and liberty and justice.
Well, I'll say the Mecca for fighting the back against culture war crap.
Okay. You don't like the way I framed it?
It's a little too
a little too Team America.
A little too BJing ish, but
is DeSantis going to be the next president of the United States? I feel like
he might be. He might be. We'll see.
Wow.
Oversized Trash Panda for $20 says the problem with, quote, cancel culture is based on lies is that you can still cancel someone over something true or technically true. If most people think the transgression isn't worth cancellation, but fear standing up to the mobs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Most of the stuff that I see that you could call true is just miscommunication over racism, sexism, or homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not a clear designation. And the left will just say, oh, obviously they're lying. They're hiding their power level. And, there might be some of that might be going on, but better to let a guilty person go free than one innocent person suffers the guillotine of cancellation.
There you go. True. The expert layman for $20 says you shouldn't apologize to someone who doesn't want your apology. Someone will request an apology, but they have no interest in reconciliation. What they're actually doing is commanding a self-denunciation. I think that's a great point. I think that's a fantastic point. Yeah.
Perfectly worded.
Yeah. If you there's actually an interesting thing in some aspect of Judaism. I don't know where it exists in the Torah or something, but apparently if you have wronged someone to some capacity and you say you're sorry 3 times or you apologize to them 3 times, if they don't accept your apology on the 3rd time, then it's like, well, that's on them after that.
Really?
It's like, yeah. It's like, well, I apologize and you didn't accept it 3 times. So now it's on you. Mordechai. Chris Gard Mordechai for 50 Aussies says this is dedicated to Sargon for all his hard work on making you and AA get along.
What's that? Say that again.
This is dedicated to Sargon for all his hard work on making you and AA get along, and you just throwing all that hard work in the trash. I will pray for Sargon's heavy heart, and I will castigate you for twatter raging. I still love you. This is my problem, Chris. And I asked
That's
Chris
sweet of you, Chris, though.
First of all, thank you for the money. Yeah. And I did DM Chris and I asked him, I said, why do you why do you simp for no? I said, why do you like academic agent? And he gave me an answer which I never responded to because I was too busy, which I should respond to. But this is my problem, I guess, with a lot of the like the way you're framing this, Chris. I did troll the shit out of academic agent because it's hilarious, but he started it. Okay, I didn't just start attacking him out of the blue. Academic agent attacks both me and Adam twice on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. He drew first blood. I'm just minding my own business, and he comes in and he attacks me. Okay. Yeah. And then when in the first time he attacks me, when I defended myself, I didn't even strongly attack back. I said, what you're saying is wrong. This is bullshit. I've read Julius Evola's garbage ass books. Okay, I didn't just read his Wikipedia page. I read his works. I'm taking it from the source, and he never responded to that because he can't respond to that. And then he attacked again, where he's like, "Oh, I was totally willing." He said he implies this in his tweet because Adam's response to him basically, he says, "Oh," he makes it out like he was totally willing to talk to us, but Adam's just not going to allow it to happen. That's why I said, what the fuck? If you want to talk to us, come talk to us. The door has always been open for him to come talk to us. And he pussied out. And he's pussied out again. So you can't say, oh, Sitch, you threw away all this good effort in the trash. There was no good effort from him. I don't know how you can even say that.
Yeah. Why doesn't get this always blaming me for what the fuck?
I know. But someone doesn't come up and like, they basically spit on the back of your head. And then when you like go around and smack them in the face, like, oh, Sitch, how dare, there's so much goodwill towards this fucking anti-Semite racist man. like, oh, he just spit on the back of your head. Why didn't you try to have a productive dialogue with him? I'm like, what the fuck? Screw you. You spit on the back of my head. And here's the other thing, Chris. You have to acknowledge too, and I don't know if you do, that he's basically gone full fucking JQ on Twitter right now, right? Like, do you at least acknowledge that? You can say that you agree with him on other issues, but you have to acknowledge he's completely schizoid on the JQ stuff, right?
Oh yeah, I agree. What are you I mean, of course.
I mean, like, come on. What are we doing here? What are you doing here? Sargon is in chat says, I blame you for thinking Turks are European, Adam. Well, there you go.
Well, I only said that to trigger Sargon anyway. And obviously it worked. I was like, hey, watch this.
The Turks are European and the Brits are Proto-Americans. It's just true. Okay.
I mean, aren't they petitioning to be in the EU?
They have been for a while, I thought. Yeah.
Anyway.
I didn't realize this. I read the Christchurch's manifesto because we were going to watch this video.
God.
He was like really anti-Turk. I don't know what his ethnicity was or why, but he was like vehemently anti-Turkey. Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 knock says, I'm late and missed the start, but Pisco seems like the archetypical law student and not in a good way. I don't know what that is, but you seem to be correct. I'll disagree. How about that?
Sargon says, fuck the EU.
There you go. Well, we all know Sargon's not big on the EU, but
right. I mean, how does he feel about academic agent voting Remain? For
yeah, I didn't realize that. Apparently, he was big for remaining in the EU.
Yeah. Very sus.
Gallus Janus for $20 says, I'm mixed race and I'm the proudest American there can be. There you go. That's the American dream, baby. Right there. Right there. Anyway.
Shall we continue?
Video.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to ask a question here, just based on your answer there about the white. Actually, I have two questions. Mm-hmm. Would you agree that with the kind of consensus that white birth rates right now in a lot of places are not meeting replacement levels for their country or their national, replacement birth?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So let's say it were the same for Indigenous groups in Canada, America, and there were a bunch of articles in the media coming out saying Indigenous people are disappearing, and that's a good thing. Do you think it would be weird or strange for those Indigenous people to have the reaction to say, hey, we don't really like this?
To be clear, I didn't say it's a good thing that quote unquote white people, however it's defined, or if it's self-identity, that is the reason those stats are the way they are. You wouldn't catch me.
Jimmy Fallon said it on his show and the whole audience applauded. Did you see that clip?
Yeah, Dev put that in his video.
Like,
he said like, he's like, oh, white people are going to be a minority in, I don't know, 2050, 2060, whatever the year is. And people started clapping, and he was just like, that's a weird reaction.
Yeah, exactly. There definitely are people, and they all have Twitter accounts who are applauding that. Yeah.
Right, because they bought into the framing. Like, she's going to make sure the Democrats always win.
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying it's a good thing that that cohort is decreasing. Nor would I likewise say that it's a good thing if the same were true of indigenous cultures. But if your question is there parity in my views with respect to native cultures, minority populations, and white populations, I think the answer in substance and underlying it is yes, there is parity. There's a wrinkle here, which is the kind of people generally, I'm not saying this is you, and you can't speak for everybody on the right, and I would not hold you to all the positions of people on the right, but the kinds of people who are agitating white angst and fear of white birth rates, there's an association between those views and policy solutions and attitudes towards minorities, which I also find reprehensible. And so although you're correct, it's not a necessary conclusion that anyone who talks about white birth rates has those views. You can understand why someone might react just as a human being, perhaps a little differently when white people are talking about their birth rates as opposed to indigenous folk.
So I don't know if you caught that. He basically gave the P plus P equals R answer, where he said, yeah, it is the same thing. And, as if someone's cheering on white people being quote unquote replaced or going away, it would be equally as weird as someone cheering on, indigenous people being replaced or going away. And then he says, well, I'm not supporting that. However, because white people have the power to enact policy changes, therefore that means it's okay for me to, I guess, have like a one-sided critique of the situation or something. I'm not sure. He sort of gave the P plus P equals R, but didn't really follow through with what the prescription he's laying out is exactly.
Right. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, we have the whole Bill of Rights is to respect the rights of the minority, because the majority is obviously protected in a democracy by the vote. So, I mean, they don't have to worry about that. But I do think in some way we have to build some new characteristic where we do respect the majority, because we are kind of building all of these ways of denigrating the majority just for being the majority.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, casting them, they're casting any majority as some sort of oppressor, which I don't necessarily see how that's the case.
Well, it's also, it's not just any majority, it's any white majority they cast as the oppressor.
Right.
That's what's actually kind of hilarious about, the far right people that are so like fucking triggered about immigration and all this other stuff, because all this like weirdo Marxist leftism crap, it's not coming from the immigrants.
Oh no.
It's literally coming from the white people.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. No, they're against it. A lot of them are fleeing communism.
I know. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
This is why when I that the only real difference between what I would do today is how I would approach it, what language I would use, what imagery I would use, is because I would not want anyone to have any sort of reaction of hate towards other people. I would not want anyone to have any sort of reaction of oh, I should become a white supremacist now by talking about these issues. And I think more than ever right now, talking about things like, quote unquote, the Great Replacement, which, by the way, started without any sort of conspiratorial side of this is Jews doing this or anything. That was all added onto it by 4chan. That was all added onto it by people who took and twisted Renaud Camus' original theory. I think talking about this issue in an honest and open way, and even if you're coming at it from a left-wing perspective of, hey, you know what, white people are disappearing, and this is why there shouldn't be some angst or fear about it, like approaching it with kind of love and understanding, or approaching it from a right wing, hey, you know, this birth rate thing is real, and here's solutions if you do feel you want your culture, your background, whatever, preserved. Here are solutions that are non-violent. Here are solutions that are extremist. I think I'd agree with the general assessment by a lot of leftists today, and certainly Destiny, that if you don't give people real solutions to problems you present, and they are catastrophic civilizational problems, that can be a form of stochastic terrorism, and that you give them no other option than violence. You give them no other option than chaos and terrorism. So I think the language I would use and the approach I would use would be very different. But I think this problem is more crucial than ever today to talk about, so that we don't have, people approaching it with this hopelessness, people approaching it thinking, oh, the only people who are going to talk about white birth rates are going to be people that are banned on the internet or banned from society, and journalists on the left that are celebrating it in the mainstream media. I think there needs to be like a safe middle ground there to have that conversation.
I don't think that's a good answer.
Okay.
I think for two reasons. The first is, and this is where people on the right get to so much trouble. Not all of them, but so many of them step on this rake repeatedly, and it gives justification for suspicion on the left, which is that if you're talking about being against immigration, you're talking about being against the Great Replacement garbage, or whatever terminology you want to use. Too many people on the right do not say very clearly, listen, I don't have a problem with immigration from non-white countries into my country. I believe that non-white people can assimilate to being whatever culture my country is. I believe non-white people can be American and fill that American idea, or fill that, French idea or British idea or whatever country you're from. Like, if you're going to have the conversation, you need to lay that out right at the beginning.
That race is not tied to culture or ethnicity.
Yes, that you're not making a race cultural essentialist argument.
Right.
You need to say that right at the beginning. And the thing is, some people on the right do that, but a lot of people don't.
Right.
And so far in the conversation, Lauren hasn't done that yet.
Right.
I'm not saying that I don't know what her belief on this one way or the other is, but that would alleviate like 90% of the conversation and suspicion around the conversation.
Yeah, Pisco would have nothing to grab onto.
Yeah, if you just laid that out and say, listen, I'm not saying, non-white people can't be Canadian or whatever, because they can. It's just a question of like, you want to have whatever the majority culture is, you want that to be the majority culture in your country. Yeah. Which is a fair thing for most people to want, I believe, in most countries. And most people, even people on the left I've talked to, even liberals who are not involved in the internet culture war, who literally just consume, mainstream media and the New York Times and Washington Post, they're all like, even they'll usually, at least in my experience, even they usually are like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we should have open borders. I only hear like really crazy leftist people say about this open border stuff. So you just need to lay that out in the beginning of the conversation.
Right.
Oh, and then the second thing is that, and I don't know if when Lauren, because I think her original Great Replacement video was in 2017. And
lifetime ago.
And in that, I think it was 2017. Yeah. And she talks about that guy whose name I can never pronounce, that French guy, Renard Camus or whatever. I don't know if she ever read his original paper because I couldn't find it in English, and I don't know if there actually is in English. Maybe she did read it. So maybe the guy's views have changed or something. But in 2018, he wrote a follow-up companion piece that he wrote in English called The Great Replacement.
Right. So he's not good with titles.
Well, I think it was intentional. And I think I'm trying to remember. I think he even says like, "You will not replace us" or something.
Right. Oh, wow.
This is after Charlottesville. This is after
straight out of Charlottesville.
Right. Okay. This is after Charlottesville. And anyway, when you read his 2018 work, that guy's fucking racist. Okay. He's super duper racist. He does seem to believe that the Great Replacement is intentional. He doesn't, I didn't finish reading it. I read like half of it. And so far he hasn't, because it's long. It's like, 300 plus pages. He hasn't said so far what the motivation is, but he does seem to say that it is intentional. And he frames the conversation in the terms of violence. And definitely anyone who read his work after Lauren's video, the 2018 paper, would definitely draw that this guy is at least opening the door for stochastic terrorism.
Super racist and wants violence.
Right, because he frames the whole thing like a war, basically.
Right.
He's like, these people are like, this is no different than the European powers trying to violently colonize Africa. And he's basically saying that the only way for freedom for, because he's French, the only way for freedom for white French people is to forcibly remove all the immigrants that are not, white, essentially. And, force them to go back to the different countries or something. And it's like, okay, this guy's real crazy. Like, is a very extreme guy. So if I was Lauren, kind of
stuff you would support.
Right. If I was Lauren, I would try to distance myself from that individual as much as possible.
Right, because if Pisco gets a hold of that, you're just you got nowhere to run.
Well, that's she's lucky that the leftists are so lazy they don't actually go and read this stuff.
Right.
But
of course. Yeah. Who wants to do any reading?
I know.
Especially racist shit. Although I have a complete, the boy who cried wolf syndrome going, because so much of the stuff that they call racist and sexist and homophobic, I'm like, okay, I'll read this. And I don't see it. So
well,
that's what the fuck.
That is exactly the issue, is that because the left has cried wolf on racism so much.
Yes. Yeah.
It just, people hear, someone is racist, they go, oh, they just roll their eyes because, probably not. Right.
I read Charles Murray's book, The Bell Curve, and I'm like, this guy sounds like a liberal.
Right. But this is what the problem with the conversation. And because it's the same thing with the right. They've cried communism so much that the left just rolls their eyes when they hear communism, cry.
Right.
And so we live in this world basically right now where you have far extremists on both sides of the aisle who everyone's ignoring because they've cried wolf and accused the mainstream of basically being the extremists for so long that it's just like everyone just ignores the extremists now, or doesn't think they really exist when they do.
The pitch in the bell curve is that we need to build a society that doesn't so strongly favor smart people that they basically control everything. Nobody talks about that. Like, that's the thesis of the book. Everyone talks about it like it's some racist, weird thing.
It's hilarious because that's literally the opposite of the progressive 1920s eugenics position.
Well, really? What's that position?
The progressive movement from the early 1900s eugenics position was we need to have smart elites control society.
Really? Oh my.
Because they were basically afraid that America would become idiocracy. They're like, oh, all poor, stupid people are having too many kids. and we're going to live in a country 100 years from now just dominated by stupid idiots, essentially.
Yeah, that's not the way things turned out. Well,
and
maybe
supposedly, this is crazy. In the late 1800s, some states, I don't know if this is true. I just saw someone say this. I'd have to research this myself. Supposedly in like 1896 or something in Connecticut, if you wanted to get married, you had to go down to like the marriage license facility and be inspected to make sure you were fit enough to have children.
Wow.
This is pretty fucking crazy if that's really what's going on in 1896.
Did they give you an IQ test?
I don't know. It didn't say. It didn't say what the fitness test exactly meant, but
that's pretty weak. Penis inspection day.
They're like, listen, we're not going to let anyone. Your penis must be this big to reproduce. Okay, we need to we need to have Americans need to be big dick to boys.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're so bad.
Do you believe that there is a deliberate strategy on behalf of people in power to maintain low white birth rates?
No.
Oh, wait, let me go back. I need to hear
conversation.
Oh my God, that's that's not in any Lawrence Southern video ever.
Wait,
like,
yeah,
that would stand out like that would be what I would be like, what the fuck did she just say? What the fuck?
Do you believe that there is a deliberate strategy on behalf of people in power to maintain low white birth rates?
Oh, okay. Okay. So you're saying, does she believe that's, it's a fair question to ask that, but yeah.
Can you?
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there are people who have that shit in their videos.
There's lots of people that believe that. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was talking to someone on Twitter that believes
they're not, but they're not, they're talking about a very specific type of white person.
Yes.
Right.
No.
Do you think that that's a view that you expressed in your 26 whenever video?
If I did, I don't remember it, and you'd have to point it out. Genuinely, I'd have to go rewatch the video myself, but I don't recall saying that. No.
If that was,
she's nervous.
What's that?
You could tell she's nervous, but she's like, "Oh shit, did I say something like that?" I didn't see that in the video when I watched it. I didn't see anything about this intentional replacement. Did you?
No, I would have.
Okay.
I would have immediately been like, okay.
Yeah, right.
This is a little fuck. Mm-hmm. But I'm too lenient on people who are just young and dumb, because when I was young, I was so fucking dumb. Like, so many of these people, I just think they just say dumb shit because they're fucking 20.
Well, that's true. I mean, I think she said she was 19 when she made that video.
Yeah, she's 26 now, she says in this thing.
Right.
So I'm just like, thank God there wasn't the internet around when I was saying all my fucking totally dumb shit. Right?
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, with my elephant, you could pretty much get me to say anything.
That's true.
Yeah. I easily controlled. Zero free will. What are you talking about?
A belief that was either explicitly said or fairly understood.
Did you get suckered into any political movements just to pick up chicks? Because I feel like that's a total Adam move. From when you were that age.
Yeah, I did go to like a war protest for. I went to a couple of them for the. Yes.
For what war?
Yeah. It was the Iraq War.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The first Iraq War.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, I got in there. I just want to bag some chicks.
I actually got on the cover of the New York Times, or not the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, because I was at that protest, and I was like in the very middle of the picture, just in the crowd shot. And I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. Look, I'm in the paper. Yeah.
You went to some guy and you're like, look how much I care about being anti-war. And you like throw down the picture.
I went to an anti-war protest with actually 3 girls. My bona fides are like unparalleled. Of course. Okay. Of course I was there with 3 girls, right? I went with three girls from my college. They were like, "We're going to an anti-war protest. You want to go, Adam?" Hell yeah, I want to go.
They're like, did 3 women just ask me if I want to go somewhere? That's all you heard was this.
I know. I'm chanting no blood for oil, but I'm thinking, I wonder if I'm going to get lucky tonight.
You're thinking, am I going to get blood for oil tonight?
Yeah, no, of course. That's the reason why. I think a lot of these protests were probably an excuse to just go out and meet people. We're in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
All the Black Lives Matter protests and whatnot. Yeah, come on.
Well, okay, so at least it was just, an anti-Iraq war protest. You didn't get suckered into like joining some communist commune for a month or something because you're trying to bang a chick.
Communism was always just like a weird thing that everybody hated but knew nothing about. I was actually more curious about communism because it was something that everyone hated but seemed to know nothing about.
Interesting.
Yeah, when people have very negative views about things that they don't know anything about, it's very strange to me. Like it piques my curiosity, obviously.
Right.
But I think people can. I mean, we're social animals. We sniff out the taboos, and it's very easy for people to know that something is a taboo without knowing anything about it. Yeah.
So you didn't get suckered into a communist commune. You got suckered into a neo-Nazi commune from a month of bang some neo-Nazi chick.
No. I mean, I might have if there was any hot neo-Nazi chicks. I mean, I was in Southern California, so I mean
there wasn't that many.
Yeah. The idea that you could find a neo-Nazi in Southern California just seems, I mean, that's not
What about like a religion?
A religion?
Yeah, like did you go to someone's church or something because you're like, hey, let me check
I did
this.
contemplate investigating the Scientology church, just because I was just fast. I read Dianetics and I was super interested.
Not because you wanted
crazy
to pick up chicks.
No.
Okay.
No.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Understood from your video, you would now disavow that belief without any objection and without any hesitation. You wouldn't hold back a change in position, would you? Out of fear of retaliation. You want to tell the truth to the people and what your actual views are. And if you have a change of position, you want to let us know, right?
Yeah, I don't disavow things, but I would, if I did say that, I would disagree and I would correct that and tell people, no, that is incorrect.
So you think that
that's not a deliberate plan?
So do you think that Destiny's assessment that you're
worried just say an assessment, okay? Don't say my opinion, motherfucker.
You think that an assessment that you're merely hiding your views out of a grift or because of built up anger towards the left?
That was Destiny's assessment that she's just grifting? Really?
Well, I don't know, but he's really thrown this in the bus here.
I mean, Destiny seemed to have a good rapport with Lauren, so
right. I think he says it's not his opinion. I think right after this.
I don't. The grifting charge is thrown around way too much. I mean, she made all of these videos when she was 20 years old. I guess a lot of these people don't understand that because they're all in their 20s and they think they're just geniuses. So
right. Well, and I think she says this maybe directly here, but that charge against her doesn't make sense because if she hasn't, I would assume that she hasn't gained financial benefit from trying to come out as more moderate now.
Right.
Maybe she has. I don't know. I don't think she has. It's the same thing with people saying that Hunter Avalon is a grifter, which doesn't make any sense to me because it's like he basically fucked over his channel by switching positions. So I'm not sure how, like, you can disagree with him, but I'm not sure how that makes you a grifter.
Yeah, the grift would be sticking with something that you no longer believe in, which I think is probably far more common. More common. Yeah, exactly.
Or becoming, or even not becoming, but like talking in more and more extremist rhetoric in order to appeal to more and more tribal groups. That is being a grifter.
Yeah. That happens too.
Assuming you don't actually hold those beliefs, obviously.
Left, true, right? We're getting your unadulterated views, and you're not hiding from anything to save face or to make money, right?
I mean, if I wanted to make a ton of money, I would have come back with a massive video just saying how all lefties should die, right? That would have been my comeback video, not, hey, I kind of want to look at both sides, guys, and lose 200,000 subscribers.
There you go. So anyone who said that...
A lot of people sent us...
did she really lose 200,000 subscribers? That's
I don't know. It's crazy.
That's insane.
A lot of people sent us, and we'll probably watch it, I don't know, maybe next Sunday. Vosh had this conversation where basically he's like, all lefties need to get guns because, you know, in 2024, the Republicans are going to take control over everything and they're going to enable fascism in the country. And we're going to have like a violent civil war with them.
Which one are you talking about? Because he was doing one today where he was defending that video. That video actually.
Oh, I didn't see that video. I saw the old video.
I messaged you. Vosh is insane. Vosh is just completely insane.
I thought you were about the old video. He has a new video now?
So the old video, I saw it when it first came out, and I mean,
maybe we should have some other YouTuber.
Maybe we should have covered it when it first came out but I think the reason we didn't was because we were literally covering Vosh that week and we just didn't want to do like back-to-back Vosh.
We had covered Vosh the previous week and I don't like to do like
right
the same person, you know, back to back.
But for some reason that video didn't make it into the YouTube consciousness for like 3 weeks or something. The video's like not very new. But
I know a lot of people have been sending us that video for the last 3 weeks.
Yes. People on the left, though, have been covering Vosh's... Vosh did an insane video. A bunch of people on the left started covering that insane video and debating Vosh on that insane take that he had. The very violent take. You know, we have to... And that kind of is giving me some hope that a lot of people on the left seem to realize this doesn't look good. This is not a good look for us.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree or do you?
I mean, it's too early, I think, to see whether it's like there'll be good pushback against Vosh from the left or not.
There already is, though.
I saw that. Well, I haven't really been following it except for the one debate I saw with that one YouTuber who is pushing back against what he's saying. I don't know if there's been like a broad movement of people on the left like, wow, Vosh is just like fucking crazy. God, and like, because there was this huge pushback against Vosh from his J.K. Rowling debacle.
Right.
So I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to see if that's also occurring from his basically justifying the killing of all Republicans take.
Yeah, no, he's casting Republicans as Nazis that we have to eliminate before they go on a killing rampage of all black and gay people.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, what the fuck, Vosh? Are you doing LSD during the day? You can't do that stuff multiple days in a row.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird.
Chill the fuck out.
It feels like this position has come almost out of nowhere, or at least his rhetoric about it has went from like 30 to 110.
It has a very David Koresh vibe. You know who David Koresh is?
I don't know who that is. No.
He was the leader of the Branch Davidians. The guys at Waco. Have you heard of Waco?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what Waco. I just didn't know the guy's name. Yeah.
Right. It has a very I am a cult leader.
Right, but
come live in my compound.
What I'm curious is that what he's saying actually his real beliefs, or is there some performance going on here for some cynical reason?
He did. I heard we've called him Vosh Limbaugh a couple times.
Right.
We're not going to do that anymore because he actually likes that. He does like.
Oh no.
He likes the term Vosh Limbaugh. Yeah.
Why would a leftist like that term?
Because I think he is playing up the performance art.
And Rush was very effective and popular.
And he also, I mean, he called himself a performance artist in the divorce case against his wife, I believe.
Rush did.
Rush Limbaugh, yes.
I know Alex Jones did. I don't know if Rush did.
Oh, really? Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
I don't know. You might get
Maybe it was Alex Jones. Maybe it was both of them.
Maybe.
But anyway, he likes the term Vosh Limbaugh, so we can't use that anymore.
I'm fine with it. If he wants to be compared to a fat, yelling, angry radio ideologue, if he likes it, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
You know, you're cringing away from and from the left because you don't want to get bullied more. And anyone who's saying that you're just in it so that you're not on the street as a beggar, that person would be totally detached.
Hold on 1 second. Lauren, on your Discord, do you see an option in the bottom left that has a headphone thing?
What?
There's a headphone thing. It's like a microphone thing. Can you click the headphone thing for like 1 minute real quick? Okay. Peace. Click that again. Okay. Click that again. Hold on.
No. Hey, absolutely
hold
not.
On. Pisco. Hold on. Look at me right in the eyes. Okay. Listen.
For those who don't have Discord, Destiny was trying to get Lauren to deafen herself so he could talk to Pisco without her hearing.
Yeah.
I'm saying, okay, I haven't had an in-depth conversation with her about her fucking great relationship. I'm just saying, hypothetically, this is how I could see somebody be there, okay? She might believe whatever the fuck or have a whole bunch of things. I don't know. I'm just providing like one potential explanation for people. And then that's why I'm giving examples of like people like Hunter that have tried these things and they haven't worked. That's all I'm saying, okay?
But
he said Hunter Avalon was trying the grift and it didn't work?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's funny because he's like, stop throwing me under the bus, you fucking asshole.
Right, yeah.
That's what he's saying.
Basically.
Given that you're now being confronted with a person who has said that they're honest about their views and they're not going to lie and they're not going to grift, that theory must be thrown out, unless you think she's lying right now, correct?
True. If you want a harder position, so like the kill shot question. Or wait, hold on. Do you know what the kill shot is from here?
What's that?
Well, I didn't know if you were building towards it. The kill shot question now would be that if you could present, so she's made two statements. One, she said that if she has made a statement that she disagrees with today, she would retract it regardless of the cost. I can't
hear you right now.
Just hold on, okay? She would retract it, irrelevant of the cost, right? We agree with that essentially, right? Because she cited, well, I came back.
She's saying it right now.
Yeah. And so that's the one. And number two, she says she doesn't specifically remember the words said in the Great Replacement video. So the kill shot question is, if you could present her with a line that pretty explicitly says there is a directed replacement of white people, directed intentional replacement of white people, she necessarily would have to retract that. And if she found a way to squirm around that, then there would be some weaseling or misdirection or some bad faith act on her part.
Unfortunately, I don't have the bullet prepared because I was going to bed and you called me, you called the banners.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. No one ever does. No one ever seems to.
That, Lauren. Lauren, I don't believe, I think that there's good in everybody. I'm sure we disagree on substance, on a great many things. And to be honest, do I memorize the words that you put in your Great Replacement video? No, I don't. I don't even know where I...
Yeah, you just remember that you have to be mad about it. Like everyone on Reddit, like everyone on Twitter. Everyone just knows they have to be really, really mad about it and call me a terrorist. That seems to be the general consensus.
I can't speak for other people. I can speak for myself, and I can say that even the version that you gave just now, where you were saying...
See, but here's the problem. Since he started the conversation off by saying, most of my opinion about Lauren is based on what other people tell me, he is speaking necessarily from the position of other people in this entire conversation.
Yeah, good point.
He hasn't drawn his own conclusion here. And I think regardless of whether people criticize her video or not, what I think is fair, if you actually look through the manifestos of these crazy shooters, I don't think either of them watched Lauren Southern's video and were like, this is why I'm gonna shoot anyone. Like, they all seem to be pretty radicalized, mostly through interacting with people on message boards and kind of going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole through their own research. I don't think anyone saw Lauren Southern's video and was suddenly like, I must kill the non-whites.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like this line of questioning just because it seems so silly. The whole, you would tell us if you're lying, right? It's like, what a dumbass. Okay. I mean, that's basically...
Adam, Of course. Listen, Matt, if I was lying, of course I would.
Right.
I
mean, that's basically the line of questioning that he's pulling out here. And it's just, okay. Yeah. You can't do better than, come on, Piso. At least talk about the substance of the argument. It's all of this, so many people on the left default to character over arguments. They don't want to talk about the actual substance of the debate. They want to talk about whether or not this person is on my team, or if they've done things that offend the team or make the team look bad or don't represent the team in a good light.
That's a great point. And that's why, with Hunter's conversion, and I remember when I listened to his conversion, what bothered me was not his conversion, which is I didn't agree with his positions before his conversion. I don't agree with them now. It's relevant to me. What bothered me was that during his conversion, it was like, give me names to sacrifice.
Right.
Basically.
Totally. Perfect example of what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's exactly just to show us. It's almost like the gang initiation. Like you have to go kill someone to show you're
you got to go kill a normie.
Or you have to go kill one of the rival gang members to prove that you really have changed sides. Like give us some scalps to show that you really joined our tribe. It's like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah, this is the most regressive type of politics ever. It's like let's not both challenge one another to try to come to a solution that's going to work for everyone. Let's try to tear down the other team so that we can gain political power.
Right.
Talk about selfish.
For right-wing people, isn't there a legitimate fear that should be spoken about honestly? Even that version of the Great Replacement, worrying about culture and that's more, I guess, neutered form, is something I would condemn in the strongest possible terms. And so I don't need to know the specific line for line.
Wait, what would you condemn?
Wait a minute. I have to go back.
And the strong
is something I fear myself, and I can say that even the version that you gave just now, where you were saying for right-wing people, isn't there a legitimate fear that should be spoken about honestly? Even that version of the Great Replacement, worrying about culture and that's more, I guess, neutered form, is something I would condemn in the strongest possible terms. And so I don't need to know the specific line.
He's basically saying, yeah, if you're not cool with your culture just being totally erased for some other culture that you are not a part of, then you're a racist. That's basically what he just said.
He's being so vague, and she's about to ask him to clarify, so maybe we'll get something more specific, because it's like, is that what he's saying? Is he saying associating with race is the problem? I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
So much for cultural appropriation, right? So much for keeping strong borders between and saving these cultures from any sort of cultural impeding.
Right, because if you track the conversation, basically she said, hey, the left has been making this weird cultural race argument for years. And so the right can talk about it. And then his response to that is, no, by talking about it, that's abhorrent. It's like, well, wait a minute, you're not addressing the argument.
Well, also, he's saying that there is this idea of the Great Replacement that has to do with
intentionality, right?
Which has to do with displacing of a culture, and there's an ethnic component to it. But he's saying even without the ethnic component to it, he still finds it abhorrent.
I don't know. Well, maybe if he is saying that, that's like a horribly stupid thing to say, but we'll see if he clarifies. We'll see if he clarifies.
Back it up. You tell me if I'm misrepresenting him.
I can't speak for other people. I can speak for myself, and I can say that even the version that you gave just now, where you were saying for right-wing people, isn't there a legitimate fear that should be spoken about honestly? Even that version of the Great Replacement, worrying about culture and that's more, I guess, neutered form, is something I would condemn.
He's saying worried about culture.
In this more neutered form. Yeah, no, you're right.
In the more neutered form of the Great Replacement,
right?
He finds abhorrent. listen.
I mean, the strongest possible terms. And so I don't need to know the specific.
He says, I find it abhorrent in the strongest possible terms.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. That definitely sounds like that's what he's saying.
So you can't even have you can't even have a conversation about, okay, Americanism, you know, is going to be gone and replaced with, what are you going to replace it with? I don't even know.
Right, with whatever.
Progressivism?
Right. Or no, well, it'd be, you know, with a different country's culture, if we're talking about immigration.
Sure.
But, no, if that is what he's saying, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how anyone could possibly make an argument that a country doesn't have a right to preserve its own culture along its own cultural lines. I don't see how anyone could possibly make that argument.
Sitch, Piso wants to replace the bald eagle with a parakeet. Now, if you object to that, if you say, listen, bald eagles are based, parakeets are soy, now you're a racist.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, no, we'll stick with the bald eagle. Thank you.
Line for line.
Wait, what would you condemn in the strongest possible terms?
The notion that people should be or right to be in fear of their quote unquote culture going away, to the extent that that's, you know, white culture, or that their birth rates are lowering. People do not.
Okay, so he did a little switcheroo there.
Yes.
Now he's saying, oh, the culture is tied to the ethnicity. Like, you were extremely correct when she should have laid out in the very beginning. She should have said, listen, there's these two things. There is like culture and there is ethnocentrism.
Right.
Or, racial purity, which is a culture, right? But that's not my culture. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why the CRT argument and the leftist argument is so disgusting.
Because it is an ethnocentric argument.
Yes, because that's why they have that stupid chart, the Judith Cates chart with the aspects of white culture. And you say, well, wait a minute. Why are we associating these various things to race? This should be open to anyone who wants to partake in, productive pro-social culture, period.
Yep.
And so,
yep.
And so he's kind of like, I don't know, because he's kind of waffling here. Or he's not being very specific with what exactly he's talking about. But he's about to say something that's kind of insane, I think. So
oh, really?
Yes.
Are right to be in fear of their quote unquote culture going away, to the extent that that's, white culture, or that their birth rates are lowering. People do not have a right to a static culture or a static set of birth rates, or to see everyone, in one particular fashion. The world changes, and we can do things and enact policies, which I'm sure you're in great.
So this is the problem.
That's so weird. How can you say you're against cultural appropriation and say people don't have a right to their fucking culture?
Right. Like he says all these things that really need to be sort of deconstructed. When you say, well, people don't have a right to static culture. It's like, what the fuck? What does that mean?
That's the whole idea behind it. Right. Not only that the whole conservative ethos is about preserving tradition, which is, to some extent, trying to at least stabilize culture. I mean, you have to have some agreement that we can't just wake up in the morning and have a different culture every day. That doesn't seem feasible.
No.
Right?
Right. But that's why I'm saying, like, obviously culture can't be 100% static because times change.
No, of course. Yes.
But the way he's framed this, because he's framing it in the argument relating to immigration, it sounds like basically you could draw the conclusion that he's basically saying, well, if a lot of people immigrate into a country and they change the culture, get over it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's what he's saying, but that's easily a conclusion that someone can draw from what he just fucking said.
And
which is a crazy fucking thing to say.
Saying that to any population that has any sort of political power is just dumb.
It's very
so dumb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very, very strange.
I think that's fine to have as an opinion. Like, you don't think people should fear their culture going away, but you're going to have to convince most of the world to think that too, right? Like, you have to provide a convincing argument for that, because culture.
I don't think that's fine to have as an argument, because it's actually a fake argument. No one actually believes that at all.
Yeah.
Because assuming that is Pisco's argument, if he lived in some place that had a left wing or leftist culture, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Progressive culture.
Yeah, that if he lives in some area that has some progressive culture, and there's an influx of immigrants who are very socially conservative,
right?
Very right wing, very religious,
right?
He's going to start freaking out and saying, "Oh, these people are coming into my community, and they're bringing in all their terrible regressive values." Essentially,
yeah, of course
he would care. Like this, it's a fake argument.
Yeah. The neighbors come over and they're like, Pisco, please, your wife isn't wearing a veil. Do you think it's very offensive for us?
Pisco, why is your wife allowed to walk around without a male escort?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
It's making your neighbors feel really weirded out. Maybe it could change.
History, background, language, these things are very, very important to our identity. Like, extremely important, whether you're white or any other background. It doesn't really matter,
Absolutely.
These are essential to
the message,
human experience.
Without question, history, tradition, myth, story, all these things loom large in our societies. I would not advocate for us to burn the Bible or burn history and tradition. I work in law, and so half of the stuff we're doing is citing precedent. And so I don't think that wholesale erasure of history is something that ought to be encouraged. And I can understand people who say, the world is changing. And my message wouldn't be get over it to those people if I was trying to enact, smart policy. But if I'm talking,
this is why I don't understand what his fucking views are, because he's trying to temper what he just said, but I don't know.
He basically did say, get over it.
Which listen, if he says something that's misinterpreted extreme and then he immediately says that's not what I meant, I'm fine with that. But then you got to say, well, what exactly are you laying out? Clearly, because it's not clear in this conversation at all.
No, it's not. It's funny how this is supposed to be an interrogation of Lawrence Southern's ideas, but really we're getting an interrogation of Pisco's ideas.
Right. Pisco. There's a C in there.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny because he's sort of castigating Lauren for not being specific or open with her views. And I don't know what the fuck his views are about any of this stuff. And I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if it's just incompetency, but
honestly, with people, as I think I ought to be when I'm having public discourse, the answer would be, I think that fear is illegitimate and should not be catered to. With people, as I think I ought to be when wouldn't be get over.
How can you say get over it and then say that's an illegitimate fear that you need to, that's not valid?
Well, I don't
understand. But I'm not saying get over it.
It's not like he just said, I'm not saying get over it. But then he also said it's not valid. So I don't understand what his position is.
Those two things are contradictory. You literally said get over it. If you say somebody has a non-valid position, you're basically saying get over it.
Yes.
Don't you think?
That is what you're saying. Yes. 100%.
Over it to those people, if I would,
here it is,
ought to be encouraged. And I can understand people who say, the world is changing. And my message wouldn't be get over it to those people if I was trying to enact, smart policy. But if I'm talking honestly with people, as I think I ought to be when I'm having public discourse, the answer would be, I think that fear is illegitimate and should not be catered to.
So it sounds like he might be saying that in the public square, he wouldn't say get over it, but he would definitely be thinking get over it.
I don't know what he's saying.
It sounded like that's what he was saying.
No. Maybe
he said he wouldn't say get over it if he was enacting good public policy.
Right, public policy. But if he was talking to someone publicly, he would tell them to get over it.
Get over it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, what the fuck does that position mean? Doesn't mean anything then.
That means he knows people are going to get chapped if you tell them, listen, you clinging to your culture
Yeah.
Yeah. Of your guns and your religion. What was the Obama quote?
Yes. Which I don't remember.
He knows he's smart enough to know, oh, they're going to get angry about that. We should probably just covertly snuff out their culture.
Mm-hmm.
This is so talk about, oh man. This is so, I just see this as so insidious.
I don't know if it's insidious or incompetent. It just is like, it's all over the place, really.
Well, Lauren pointed out in the very beginning, if you made any of these claims about blacks, you'd be in serious fucking hot water. If you went in and said, listen, the black culture needs to change. And if you're trying to cling to your black culture, then, you know, if he said any of this stuff in framing it in that way, it would just be, I mean, it'd be World War III. Everyone would hate Pisco's guts. Guts. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. The double standard here is just epic.
Andrew Clark just sent me an article.
On what?
Relating to what I said earlier in the stream.
The Great Replacement, or?
No, the 1895 Connecticut marriage license.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Is it true that Connecticut was the first state to enact marriage laws with eugenic criteria prohibiting people with mental disabilities from marrying? The answer: on July 4th, 1895, the Connecticut General Assembly passed a law prohibiting any man or woman who was an epileptic, who was an imbecile or feeble-minded from marrying or living together as husband or wife, provided the woman was younger than 45. I guess that was it wasn't a penis inspection. They gave you an IQ test or something, and they flashed a bunch of strobe lights in your eyes.
Wow.
Or whatever the equivalent was in 1895.
Wow.
Wait a minute. You know how long it took for this law to be repealed? I mean, I'm sure it's one of those laws that was not enforced, but took forever to be repealed. 1967.
I knew it was something crazy. Yeah. 100 years. You know, whatever.
Every man who shall carnally know any female under the age of 45 who is epileptic. Why do they include epilepsy in this? That's not a mental disability.
Anyone who has sex with an epileptic, what, you go to jail? What's the crime? Come on.
Imbecile, feeble-minded, or a pauper. Wait, what do they mean, pauper?
You can't even have sex with poor people?
What is that? Wait, what do they mean by that?
How terrible.
Shall be imprisoned not less than 3 years.
3 years? 3
Wait,
years?
What is that? You can't have sex with someone who's poor. I don't know what they meant by pauper in
3 years for having sex with a poor person.
Or someone who had epilepsy for some reason.
This is
so bizarre. Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you, Andrew.
They didn't have proper birth control back then. They were worried about babies.
Yeah, of course.
We should find ways to, and not be serviced by changing immigration policy to be, or anything like that, to capitulate to this ultimately illegitimate fear. That's kind of my stated position in public policy if I'm having public policy discussions. But I don't need to memorize every word in that video to understand the essence of what that video was about.
So essentially he's saying, I don't have to give you a specific about how I think you did a wrong thing, because I'm going to define generally caring about culture changes in the country as wrong. So fuck you.
Right.
Right. That's the argument. That sounds like that's the argument he's making, which is a crazy argument if that's what he's saying.
It is. It is definitely bias against the status quo.
Yeah.
Which sometimes is just all the left has.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that fair.
That are upset about the Uyghur genocide. Like that's just cultural genocide. Like there's been a lot of cultural genocides in history, such as like the genocide of the. Sorry, can you hear me?
It was cutting out. Can you start over from the beginning when I stopped?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. I don't think this is what is happening. I shouldn't even be using the term white people because a lot of people.
What does this mean? Destiny's may take while they're talking.
This is what I do.
Do you not have? Wait, I don't. Can people see? Because you have it zoomed in.
No, they can't see the.
Oh, you should unzoom it.
Okay.
Destiny's doing some light graphic design while this conversation is going on. Okay. Let me know when you have it.
I did. I pulled it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's Google a picture.
I got it at
Pisco.
the ready now.
Okay.
Hear me?
It was cutting out. Can you start over from the beginning when I stopped?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify. I don't think this is what is happening. I shouldn't even be using the term white people because a lot of people are correctly pointing out in the chat what the hell is white culture, European culture more specifically. But what would you say to like a deliberate cultural genocide of the indigenous Canadians or the Uyghur people where their culture is literally being erased by a government?
See, but even European culture is a misnomer too, because what does that mean?
Yeah.
Should they just not be upset about that? Now, to clarify, I don't think that's what's happening to European people, but if it were, should they
I would pin it down to Protestant culture because that seems to be where there's the most cultural overlap with the things that the whiteness people are bitching about.
Well, but I don't even like right now, all the further right people who want to go back to pre-democracy. Okay. Like when they're complaining about European whatever European country's culture, they're not even talking about the culture that's existed in the country for the last 100 years. Because that was, or the last 50 or 60 years, because that was existing in the framework of a, democracy, of a Western liberal democracy.
No,
they're talking about going even further back.
1,000 years.
Right. So I don't know what fuck culture are these people talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just, whatever, it's just your culture.
I think deliberate attempts in terms of an intentional and malicious attempt to wipe out history or to change what birth rates are, if it is intentional and malicious, that is problematic. It's problematic.
But why? Like, if culture doesn't matter at all, like, why is it a problem? If the government decides, we think this is really helpful.
Well, let's be clear about a couple of things. One is culture matters. What we were talking about were birth rates, and to the extent that they're connected to culture, I'm not sure. I can't possibly speak on the way that quote unquote culture is.
Of course. Yeah.
Inexorably linked with culture. But culture is not static. Culture should be, I think, more universal than merely race tied or
static is such a terrible word.
Right.
Stable is something culture strives to be. I mean, you've got to have some dynamism in culture. This is a whole thing between progress and tradition. Notice you have a party of progress and a party of tradition. This is why you have that. You're trying to form a balance between a dynamic society and a stable society. So, but without having a more detailed conversation about that, this is kind of getting just bogged down.
Unless you're talking about like being Mormon or something to that level of like, that would be like, okay, maybe that's a static culture, right? You can make that argument. But you're saying, most people, that's not what they're talking about.
Amish.
I mean, sorry, I said Mormon. You're right. Why did I say Mormon? Amish
is what you're talking about. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I don't know why I said Mormon. Talking about the Amish, but yeah, there's a difference between like, okay, obviously culture changes over time, just through the forces of the environment changes, technology changes. There's always going to be little changes, politics changes, society changes, and even just because you have some level of immigration, and the culture is going to slightly start shifting in various directions. There's a very big difference between that and then this kind of fear, whether it's justified or not, of saying like, oh, well, if we have like a crap ton of people from a different country with a very different culture from ours move into our country, and then on top of that, you get rid of the idea that we should all be pushing for assimilation. Because I think it's a double whammy here. Because America in its past has had huge swaths of immigration in its history. But there was always like a strong idea of you should assimilate to the American ideal.
Well, they came here because of the American ideal. So they were already buying into that. I'm coming here because I want a lot of personal freedom.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. People were coming here with the idea of wanting to be American, but then also the general attitude was this. I mean, obviously, there's still people that were very racist and bigoted. We've all heard this a million times, anti-Irish, all this other stuff. And that was all going on, but there was still an attitude of pro-assimilation. And I think the problem is this double whammy of saying, oh, we should have way more immigration, but also we should say no one has to assimilate at all.
Right.
That's really the killer here is that the death of being pro-assimilation.
Screw that.
Right. And that's the issue.
The way to frame this with people like Pisco, though, is to say, listen, so you're comfortable with a bunch of people coming in who maybe have anti-LGBT beliefs and tangibly changing the culture to make something like gay marriage illegal again.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what you're advocating for. You're basically saying you can't, if the culture changes, it's not up to you. You really don't have a say in the matter. You can lose all of the gains. Yeah, all of the gains that the progressive movement has made. That's your culture. You're giving up your culture.
Yeah, and it's such a ridiculous argument.
Yeah. I don't think he'd be down for that.
No, I would.
The racial component of culture should not be emphasized. That's my perspective.
Sure. But see, if that was his only point, that the racial element of culture should not be emphasized, and that's fine. But it feels like, and it seemed like he was making far broader points throughout this conversation so far than just that narrow point.
Yeah, it's not clear.
And I think attempts to link race and culture, or to emphasize race as an important factor in one's identity, an important factor in one's society, I think ultimately leads to inner conflict and disarray. And so that's why I think that, but deliberate attempts, intentional attempts to wipe out particular races or particular subsets of cultures is problematic for a couple of reasons.
Wait. Sorry, you made the claim that race and culture should not be tied. And, in America and Canada, in a lot of cases, I think I can agree with you there. But do you not see there being like some ethno-cultures in the world?
Are there ethno-cultures?
Like, let's just say, if you're Jewish, your ethnicity tends, not always, of course, but there are some like ethno-cultural ties there in a lot of cases.
Undoubtedly, there are correlations.
Had to go to the Jewish.
I know, Lauren. Jesus,
could have said.
That was literally the worst fucking example.
Could have said Japan. Could have said Japan. Could have said China.
Japan's always the go-to. That's
could have said
go-to.
India.
Oh my god.
Yeah, could have said India. India would have been.
Most Americans probably don't know enough about Indian culture to relate to that, but she had to go with the Jews. That's a terrible example.
There is like Indian culture there's a strong ethnic component to Indian culture, I think. I mean, I don't know myself,
no, right, but I'm saying like
Japan is usually the go-to one.
Right, because people have some understanding of at least the stereotype of Japanese culture.
Right.
Where I don't think that's true for most Americans when it comes to India. But
10 demerits, Lauren.
I know, geez. And it's so funny too, because if sort of American, quote unquote, American Jewish culture is very highly regional.
Different.
It's also, it's very regional dependent on, where you live. You live on the East Coast, you live in New York, you live in New Jersey, you live in the West Coast. And also, from going to a European country, what the quote unquote Jewish culture there is, and going to fucking Israel, it's like a whole nother shebang. So and then even that, it's further broken down because it's like, I mean, look at Joe, Good Logic. We have very different perspectives of the world and our religion, and we have completely different
both
upbringings.
Jewish.
And he's like way more, hardcore like he went to all this Hebrew schooling and all this other stuff, then I'd be like, to his like view, I'm probably like barely a Jew. So it's just like, that's just the worst possible example I think you could ever bring up.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Highly culturally diverse and ethnically diverse as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And I'm sure that if you're Japanese, you'd be like, what are you guys talking about? Japanese culture is not a monolith. It's very different, all this stuff. And yeah, that is
too bad.
Probably true.
You're our go-to example.
I know, but it's just for like the give the low resolution filter.
Right.
But even then, the broader argument, I would just say, well, I mean, because she said like, well, she gave the concession that in America and Canada, it's not based on race, which is good and true. But I don't see why that would necessitate that other cultures can't have that same model. I mean, they've had that same model, obviously, in the past, but I don't know why that would necessitate them continuing an ethno-cultural nationalist model going forward.
Man, there's a lot of weebs, a lot of American weebs that would love to be Japanese. They would love it.
That's true. That's true.
Hilarious. All right, Lauren.
And links between, and obvious links between one's race and ethnicity and their culture by virtue of your birth and where you're going to be and where the tendencies are for any particular race or ethnicity. 100% agreed on that. The question is, should we emphasize, should race be an important factor or an important consideration or something that's driving policy? In a way that we're trying to protect and cultivate one particular segment, especially, a majority segment, which has outsized influence in that society.
See, he realized the path he was going down, and he's like, "Oh shit, I'm talking about the racist CRT movement here. I better throw in the majority thing so I can." He realized he did. He was like, "Listen, we do protect. Yeah, we do protect races."
You're gonna have to zoom out because Destiny keeps playing this meme throughout the stream, and people are gonna be very confused if you don't show what. I don't know why he's.
It was on screen the first time you played it, but what does this say?
So I don't know the exact origin of this meme. This is from one of my favorite animes, is Hunter x Hunter, and one of the so you know how in American media, like we'll have Eastern religious symbols because we think they look cool. Like, people put yin yangs on shit or Shinto gates or little Buddha palm, just like, oh, it looks cool. Okay. So it's funny because in a lot of anime, they do the same thing with Western religious symbols.
Right.
And so
he's got the Star of David there. Yeah.
Right. And so in a lot of anime, they'll put crosses and Jewish stars and all sorts of shit all over everything that doesn't really have a clear meaning for why it's there. And in Kill la Kill, I'm not Kill la Kill. In Hunter x Hunter, the character Killua has these yo-yos that has the Jewish star on them.
Oh, it's a yo-yo.
It's a yo-yo. I don't think the character's supposed to be Jewish because it's sort of like an alternative Earth where they don't have the same religions or cultures, and then all the continents are kind of shuffled around. But so someone just took the panel of him with the yo-yo and they just put in, I don't know why, they put into the text box Killua saying, I love Israel. Go and I love Israel. I don't know why the meme is that way, and I have no clue why Destiny keeps playing it throughout this conversation, but
because it's funny.
It is funny, but I don't know why it's funny, but it is funny.
Because maybe he plays it every time Lauren brings up Jews.
Maybe. Oh, you're right.
You're at least in the United States.
Israel. I love Israel.
I think that view is very.
I love Israel. I love Israel.
It's pretty funny.
All right.
And listen, Killua is the best character in Hunter x Hunter. So listen, I'm glad he loves Israel.
Very problematic, and it's also problematic on the other side, Lauren. I won't deny it to you. I think a lot of the policies.
Wait, let's actually listen to what Pisco was saying, because I feel like it was important, and we got sidetracked.
No, he doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
for any particular race or ethnicity. 100% agreed on that. The question is, should we emphasize? Should race be an important factor or an important consideration or something that's driving policy.
Okay, he's finally found the right path.
And in a way that we're trying to protect and cultivate one particular segment, especially, a majority segment which has outsized influence in that society, or at least
he couldn't. You like how he had to add the people speak with our stuff. He couldn't just give a blanket colorblind approach. He has to throw in the power privilege stuff into it.
It's a political move, and it's in favor of the politicians, and that's what really irks me about it, is because the people who want to think of Latinos as a voting bloc and blacks as a voting bloc and Asians as a voting bloc, they're basically lumping all of them into one culture so they can get their votes. Yeah.
Right. Which, if you've ever interacted with anyone of Latin descent, they will be very upset with you if you confuse them for being Mexican when they're not, or whatever country you say they're from that they're not from.
Right. And it's the first thing that if someone offhandedly does in a conversation and they're vaguely politically on the right, anyone on the left is going to call them racist for doing. So it's just this crazy double standard that is insane. Just because they're a smaller population doesn't mean we have to cater to them politically.
Well, and also regarding the whole power plus privilege argument, that doesn't even make sense within their own conceptualization, because the reason the argument exists is to say, if white people do something, since they're the majority, they can enact violence, or they have the potential to enact violence or some destructive policies against people in the minority. But if the majority view is something based around, anti-whiteness to some extent, then that's the same principle, because that's really what you're talking about. You talk about power plus privilege. You're not talking about the problem is that there's a racial monolith or a racial group that has majority. You're saying that there's a culture attitude that has majority belief that can then turn around and subjugate people who don't have the power. And so if the majority belief is sort of this anti-white idea, even if white people technically have the majority in the country, it would fall under the same exact argument. So wait a minute, you're still enacting these, policies or these views against people that don't have power.
Great point, because that's exactly the problem, because there are plenty of whites that they themselves are white and anti-white.
Well, that's the majority. That's the majority of the anti-white, white people suck movement is made of white people.
Yes. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So it's the whole framing around this that's why this whole racialized framing about any of this stuff doesn't make any sense. It's not really the race stuff is just kind of a smokescreen for other cultural battles that are happening here.
The white people don't suck people are a minority. They're actually Well,
I don't think they're the minority, but
they're the ones without the power.
I think the majority of people in the country are not racist against white people, but in the conversation, it's acceptable to make these claims against white people.
You don't think if you just had a simple poll question, do white people suck, that you'd get 60% of the response would be, yes, white people suck.
I think if you gave a poll that said, do white people suck?
Right.
A national poll, I think 75% would say no. And I think 25% would say yes. And most of that 25% would be white. That's what I think.
Hilarious. Yeah, you're right. Okay. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
It'd be people that are like, oh, the white guilt crowd, yeah, of course white people suck.
It would be the whole, and they would all 100% be progressives. It would all be white progressives.
Right. Yes.
That's so in the United States. Israel. I think that view is very problematic, and it's also problematic on the other side, Lauren. I won't deny it to you. I think a lot of the policies, from the perspective of the left, have not done well to engender support on the other side. You've seen disastrous attempts at, like, I don't know, social justice policing from the left, which have ostracized and pushed away the white people and the right wing. And so,
well, at least he's giving some concession that the left is engaging in similar behavior.
Right.
Even though he's framing it slightly differently.
And off topic, he's talking about police instead of.
Well, he's just trying to give a concession
nationalism
that the left is engaged. Immigration. That the left is engaged in weirdo ethno-national stuff too. So okay, you have to give him points for that.
No, he's talking about the police, so he's not talking about the ethno-national stuff.
No. He said, you probably couldn't hear it because Killer was proclaiming his love of Israel. He said,
what the fuck?
He said that the left engages in this too.
Right.
So
I think down this road leads trouble. And I think that your video, to the extent that, you know, I remember its theme, plays into the fears of race and emphasizes race as something important with respect to birth rates and with respect to culture. Fair?
I think that race and culture are connected, not entirely. And I don't think that should be the ultimate emphasis or the focus of a country. I think assimilation and making sure people that do immigrate to countries have time to assimilate and become a part of that culture and country is more important than ensuring, oh, you are 100%, you know, the same race as this country, of course. But I think it's completely reasonable for people to point out when immigration rates are to a degree that assimilation cannot happen. And when the birth rates of the native population are low enough that eventually that seesaw is going to turn one way instead of the other. I mean, the left have a word for this when they talk about gentrification, white people going into neighborhoods and turning it into this white area. And they get pissed off about that with white culture, quote unquote. And I don't think in any other country, you know, outside of Europe or outside of the Western world, anyone would be okay with the idea of, say, tons of Europeans moving into Pakistan and just kind of taking over and, you know, killing out the local culture there and having their birth rates decline suddenly until their cultures eventually die out. This is always talked about with, I know obviously Destiny has a very different position on this. I think he's very consistent when he says,
don't quote me. I'm here.
No. You've always been consistent when people jump up and down about preservation of indigenous cultures in America and Canada, and the inconsistencies there sometimes. Whereas I actually would say we should do more to preserve indigenous cultures in Canada and America, since I find those things important and I find those communities important. So that's like the biggest disagreement. It's not actually like some big disagreement over, it's not some big, I want to save the white race thing. It's not really about that. It's that I find community and I find cultures important, and that is tied somewhat to birth rates, and that's...
Do you think that, so like if you have in America where you have these pockets of quote unquote minority cultures, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, she's using this term of like indigenous cultures. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know, to me, it's a different situation when it's like people leave a culture, or they kind of lose aspects of whatever their hometown, because it isn't just like a Native American thing. Like you can grow up in a small town and there could be some kind of culture that exists in that town, and then you move to like a big city.
Americana.
Right. And you sort of adapt whatever that culture is in a bigger city.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's just sort of like, that's very different. I wouldn't compare that at all to talking about, you know, mass immigration, assimilation, anything. To me, it's a completely different situation.
Right.
I'm not sure that there should be like protection mechanisms for that either.
We're obviously biased because we're in the American situation, right, and have grown up in areas where, you know, there's been a lot of racial diversity in right. my life, you know, from the get-go. So I can't escape that as part of my experience. But I can't, for me, I'm biased towards culture being separate from race. So it offends my, yeah. Well, I'm just talking about what she's saying.
Okay. Right.
I mean, if you wanted me to respond, what were you saying?
Well, no, I mean, should we be making, if there's some pockets of smaller cultures of like indigenous people or something, like, I mean, I don't think the majority culture, the government should be like, like in Canada where they were directly like taking away children and trying to force them to Canadianize them, something. I'm not in favor of any of that. But should there be the opposite of that? Should there be some action to like, we have to, put these people in a museum? No, like to protect it, to cordon it off. Like, I don't think there should be any effort to cordon off anything like that.
Well, I think it should be voluntary, obviously. And that's kind of what we've done. We've said, listen, we took all your land, we fixed the place up, but we want to be respectful here. So we're going to give you some area here.
Here's some casinos.
Yeah. If you want.
Sorry about the genocide.
If you want to keep, that wasn't our fault. Okay. Those were the other assholes that were our ancestors, but.
Well, actually it was Germ's fault, but really.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to sustain your culture, you go ahead and you knock yourself out.
Right.
But the problem is our culture is so badass, all the young people want to join it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it makes it very hard to sustain that culture. But we can say at least we're doing the right thing because it's a voluntary situation.
Exactly.
It's not our fault that they wanted to join this culture.
Right.
Which I just think anyone's going to want to join so much of this just goes back to, I think, evolutionary principles. Like if the mating prospects are bad in this tiny culture, it's like, maybe I'll try the culture next door. Right.
Right. That's well, I think people, not everyone, but people, the way that you emulate success is to basically just try to copy successful people.
Of course.
And so generally in most societies, there's going to be some mainstream culture that is a clear path of emulation to success.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, totally.
Or, I should be clear, success within that culture, obviously.
Well, and success financially, reproductively.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Obviously,
well, it's funny what you said about like, because I agree with you. It should be entirely voluntary in these situations.
Yeah.
But as you said, the issue is that like, well, our culture is so badass that all the young people want to join it.
This happens all the time.
Right, exactly. But see that it's funny because
the elders sit around and complain, all the young people left.
And the young people need to put up their pants listening to the loud music.
Right.
Playing their video games. Your culture's in decline, I tell you. But it's funny because that's exactly the same argument whenever we have this conversation about the global hegemony of liberalism in the world.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They complain about Ukraine and Russia, and it's like, well, we're sorry that like living in a democracy is just better than the alternative.
Than living in an autocracy. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Like that's why people are going to choose it because it's way better. I mean,
people generally want more individual freedom. Yeah. I mean, there are people who that scares. There are people who don't want more individual freedom. They want to be told what to do and when to do it.
Sure.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I mean, this is the issue here. Is that this is why these arguments are so weird to me. Is that there is obviously a balance we can have between democracies of individual rights and also people having family values, which is really kind of the underlying thing that's kind of triggering people here.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, we've had that in our country for like 300 years. So I think,
that's what we're working back towards.
I think we can figure that out.
That's what we're definitely working back towards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely tied to immigration.
Yeah. If whites became a minority in the United States, would that be a problem?
If whites became a minority in the U.S.?
Yes.
I don't know. We haven't got there yet.
She does see that there is an ethnic component to culture. That's definitely
she's being kind of coy about it.
Because it's a politically untenable position at this point, especially in this social
well, no, because she
media
said
space.
it's not. She said it's less so in America and Canada, which is true, and she's saying it's more so in Europe, which is true. But the question is,
what
does
is
it
right?
well, no, the question is not what is right. The question is, does it have to be? And to me, the fact that it's not in America and Canada shows it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah. But also the question is it wrong that if it is? And then people point to Japan and say, no, it's not wrong. Obviously, they're doing it.
Yeah, but I would say it is wrong.
Right.
I mean,
we should be able to be Japanese. Right. What the fuck, Japan?
Listen, Japan, there's all sorts of weebs, okay, who will love to be Japanese.
We want to come over and be Japanese.
Right.
Stop being dicks.
Well, and actually, Japan's interesting because that's like a very American go-to example for a homogenous, protective culture. And yet they have all the same problems, if not worse problems, when it comes to people being unhappy, people being depressed, poor birth rates.
Oh, the birth rates are just
like
destroyed.
Right. And so it's interesting because sort of the far right argument about this protectionism of culture and tying it to race, it's not doing so well in Japan.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, if they brought in some diversity, they might have higher birth rates, right? They might just people be like,
Well, I'm not even making that argument. I'm
cute.
just saying, I'm making the argument that there's this claim seems to be that the reason the birth rates are low and people are unhappy is some reflection of moving away from a static, as Pisco would say, or moving away from sort of cultural attitudes and moving to a more open society. And I don't think that's true at all. I think it has so much more to do with technology than these cultural shifts.
The birth rates issue is definitely correlated to increasing rates of wealth. The wealthier a population gets, the less kids they have. Yeah. That's pretty solid. And I think it's got to be a little bit driven by selfishness, because they're like, there's so much more to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, says according to this, says the birth rate in Japan is 1.3.
Yeah, it's not replacement rate.
And in South Korea, it's 0.92. Jesus.
South Korea?
Really? South Korea is so low. Yeah, that's interesting.
Crazy.
I have no idea.
I haven't got there yet. But would you characterize it as problematic if whites in America were a minority in America?
I mean, the only problem I could see there is if it happened in such a time span that assimilation couldn't occur,
Yeah. Do you find it?
See, that's the thing. I mean, it appears like she's making the cultural non-racial argument, which that's a completely valid argument to make.
Assimilation to what? They haven't separated. They
well, that's the thing. That,
white culture and stuff.
Right,
I don't know. What do you mean?
At all convincing when people bring up that the kind of arguments you're deploying were similarly deployed in the 19th century with respect to Chinese immigration and then Irish immigration, copy and paste these arguments about assimilation. They were the basis of the Chinese exclusion laws as well. I'm sure you've heard these arguments before. What is your response that, we've seen this?
This is the dumbest argument. Didn't someone in the past make a similar argument to what you're saying
now?
That
was racially motivated. Yeah.
In a different situation.
Right.
Well, the factors were different, so it's already relevant. But first of all, it wouldn't even make sense because, as I said, back in those days, there was a much stronger attitude of pro-assimilation that was sort of forcing people down that pathway that doesn't seem to exist now. But then on top of it, the Chinese Exclusion Act, which I think was wrong, would kind of negate the conversation because you'd say, well, this didn't happen. because they literally prevented these people from becoming citizens. So we don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
they could have gotten assimilated.
Right. No, but I'm saying like, he's saying like, oh, isn't the argument that you're making bullshit because people were afraid of it back then and they were afraid of people not assimilating. And it's like, well, we don't know because they literally did exclude people and prevented them from being citizens. So we don't know if it's a bullshit argument or not.
Well,
that's the argument that Pisco is going to bring forward.
But what he's really saying is they were all a bunch of racists back then, and this was just an excuse not to let Chinese immigrate to America. And are you making that same excuse? And
that's what he's really saying, right? Yeah, exactly. And if he was smarter about this, or maybe this would be more honest and not smarter, because what everyone forgets, and what's so funny when the white nationalists sort of complain about the change of immigration policy in the 60s away from the 1925 or whatever year it was immigration policy, is that immigration policy was created mostly not just to exclude Asians, but was created mostly to exclude Eastern and Southern Europeans who were white from being able to migrate to America. So the immigration policy in America that was the most strict in America's history was designed to keep other white people out of America.
Right.
That immigration policy that he's referring to.
Why did they want to keep these people out? Because they're just
I'll tell you one second. That immigration policy that Pisco is referring to, and that all the white nationalists are referring to, had completely open borders for Central and South Americans to become American.
Wow.
There was no restriction on immigration from our South. It was only there's only restrictions from immigration from China, from Asian countries, and from European countries. And the reason was because it was the same fear that there's always people of these different cultures coming in and they're going to change our country or whatever. But it wasn't, obviously it's not. That's why I'm saying it's so dumb to kind of conceptualize it like there's some monolithic white culture, because that's not how people viewed it back then. And that's not why these policies were literally designed to keep other white Europeans out of the country.
Yeah, white wasn't a culture.
Right. It was like, oh, we have all these Irish coming in, or we have all these Italians coming in, or we have all these, whomever coming in that they didn't like from Europe.
But there has been sort of a synthesis of a culture that is like a business, market-oriented, individualist, punctual, hardworking sort of Protestant culture that has become, I would say, the dominant culture in most first world democracies.
Right.
That is not it's completely independent of race. I just read the last Joseph Henrich book. And man, he lays this, in the book, he's talking about it, and he's talking about like all of these different experiments that they've done with different cultures around the world. And he's really separating out this culture and the whole time he's doing it, I keep thinking this is the culture that the CRT people are calling white culture and rebelling against. But it's very much, it's like a hybrid of the best parts of like all culture, which is super fascinating. Yeah. He did. Right. I tweeted, did you see the tweet that I tweeted out about something about, they did an experiment with people where they measured how far, not how far, I guess maybe it was how far they were from markets, but also how much of their daily calorie intake was directly from markets. So it wasn't a calorie intake that they were, hunting or gathering themselves. So it's someone else is producing the calories and they're buying them via a market, right? Mm-hmm. And the people, this correlated perfectly. The closer people live to a market, the more often they interact with a market, the more pro-social behavior they exhibit.
Interesting.
Which just, that obviously jumped out at me because we're talking to the socialists and the communists all the time, and they want to say capitalism is the problem, right? Like all this capitalism creates antisocial behavior when it's directly the opposite. When you're in a situation where you can interact and gain things from other people via markets, it makes sense to be more pro-social to people that you don't know or have different cultures or different attitudes. Yeah.
It's when you said that there's sort of a somewhat uniform, which I don't know if it's true, but I'll take your word for it. If there's a somewhat more uniform culture that's sort of cropping up in a lot of these first world countries, it's because, as we said, that people emulate what is successful.
Totally. Yes. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
If these cultures create success in people, then it makes sense that that's what everyone's going to gravitate towards. And honestly, that's what we as humans should really be vying for. Right?
Oh yeah, totally. It's bizarre because like India, Asia or China, all of these cultures that have this hardworking Protestant work ethic culture, right? That's what they're calling white culture. I'm sure they would get upset
if you call it Protestant
because they're not Protestant. Well, he traces in the book, he traces it back to the Protestant. Well, he calls it the Protestant work ethic,
right? Because that's from our Eurocentric perspective. But
I don't know. I guess
I'm assuming that culture or attitude that exists in Chinese cultures or Indian cultures or whatever cultures, they didn't take it from Protestantism.
No, I don't think they did, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sure these things evolve independently in different societies. It's not like they all come from the same origin.
Sure, totally. Yes. The book is called The Weirdest People in the World, How the West Became Psychologically Peculiar and Particularly Prosperous. But I mean, if the West, if it evolved out of a Protestant work ethic and you have China and Indian business culture just copying it, then it did come from Protestant roots.
If that's the case, I don't know if I'm assuming that's not the case.
I mean, he goes into the book when there's one place in the book where he's talking about punctuality and how he would go to these different, places where they were doing their research and people were just not into time. Like they all, did things on their own time and like punctuality and thinking of time as money and that kind of Western value just were not prevalent in a lot of these places.
Yeah, but even like, okay, we'll go back to Japan, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a way stronger cultural emphasis on punctuality in Japan and in other countries than there are in Western countries.
No,
I don't see, but what doesn't make this you understand what I'm saying? Like
you always do the heavy sigh.
Yeah, because you're basically saying, oh, listen, no, because you're basically making the argument that I think is crazy, which is that, all the successful subcultures that are part of larger cultures are basically them emulating this WASP culture from Protestantism, which I think is fucking probably not remotely true.
Let me try to navigate this without getting the famous Sitch.
Okay, I'll try to keep my sides.
Is there
on the DL?
Is there? Listen, I don't want, I'm not trying to throw Japanese people under the bus or anything, but was there a Japan before the invention of the clock?
What do you mean, was there Japan?
Was there a Japan? Were there Japanese people? Was there a Japan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, do you think anywhere in the world people were focused on punctuality before clocks were invented?
I don't know the answer to that question. Obviously, they couldn't be. They physically couldn't be to the extent that they are now. Right.
That's what's so fascinating about this book, because he ties so much of the psychology into the development of new technology,
which is very true. Yeah, which I agree with completely.
As soon as there was, I mean, he talked about the invention of the wristwatch and how the wristwatch became like a popular status symbol to show that you were someone who could be depended on to be punctual. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But listen, let me give you my very, I know we have some Japanese viewers who are probably like tearing their hair out.
And we live in a glass house when it comes to punctuality. So don't.
Right. Exactly. First of all, we do not embody any sort of quote unquote white Protestant punctual.
Look, I got two wrists here. I got two wrists here. Neither one of them have a fucking wristwatch.
Well, to be fair, most people don't wear watches anymore because they have a phone. But
right.
So let me give you my very ignorant joke American view, where I view Japan as a monolith. Okay. Based on Hollywood. Okay. Right. So we'll use a Hollywood movie as an example. We'll use Last Samurai as an example. Have you seen Last Samurai?
God. Isn't that with Tom Cruise?
It's Tom Cruise. It's a great movie. It's Dances with Wolves in Japan. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So Tom Cruise, he was a guy who fought in, he was part of Custer's battalion, killed a bunch of Native Americans. He's sort of haunted by it. He's a drunk. He basically goes over to Japan to teach, Japan's sort of trying to modernize their army to use guns instead of swords. And then along with it is all these cultural attitudes about, some of the Japanese people want to basically adopt Western American culture and like the technology that comes with it, because they kind of view it as intertwined. And some of the Japanese people are basically rebelling against it, saying we need to keep our traditions. And they're basically the ones that want to fight with swords and shit.
Right.
And Tom Cruise kind of becomes enamored with a lot of the traditional Japanese culture, and he sees a lot of the beauty and value to it that he was kind of missing from his own life and his own culture.
Right.
And so the reason I bring that up is that, like, when you talk about punctuality, and if you were to look at like traditional Japanese culture, where like a lot of it from at least a stereotypical perspective is tied around honor and not disrespecting people and making sure that you do everything with like forethought and intention, it would only make perfect sense that once a watch or clock is entered into that equation, that punctuality would obviously map onto the pre-existing traditional culture based around, these ideas of, being respectful, right? Because that's what being late when you're interacting with someone is, oh, you're disrespecting my time. I was here on time, but you weren't here on time, right? And so that's why I'm saying to me, it seems crazy to be like, oh, all these other cultures, they stole their punctuality from like the Protestants.
Okay. You just really don't like the idea that all of punctuality comes from Protestant culture, do you?
No, it's because it seems stupid.
Who invented the clock?
It seems like the height of sort of like ethnocentrism. Like, oh, well, all the good things of our cultures, everyone's copying us. It's like I really don't think that's fucking remotely true.
This is a rare moment when Sitch's elephant is getting a little triggered.
Well, no, but I'm not even. And it also, and here's another thing. If we look in America, okay, where they say who are the most successful people, it's not the WASP Protestants, Adam.
Right.
It's the Asians. Isn't it? What? It's Asians. It's Indians. It's those Ashkenazi Jews. It's all those people that have these like stricter cultures based around get educated, get a good job, work. Why is it, if it's all this stuff is really just an emulation of Protestant culture, then why are the Protestants failing in that regard compared to other cultures?
You're super triggered that the Protestants were the ones that got the Protestant work ethic.
Wait a minute.
Other people were like, hey, that Protestant work ethic is really.
You're using? How was me saying I disagree with you on the facts? Sick just triggered.
I looked up who invented the clock, and this guy looks European as can be. This guy looks
like this is like really
straight out of France.
Are you really making this who
invented
the clock argument? This is like idiotic.
I don't know. I wish I had a decent rebuttal, but I don't.
Of course you don't, because it's a bad argument. Just say it's a bad argument.
You're just going off of your gut intuition, though. I mean, I could be completely correct.
I'm going after my gut intuition and having a stereotypical knowledge of other cultures, which could all be wrong. You're right. It could all be wrong, but I'm very skeptical of this argument.
First modern clock was created by German inventor. Why just the whole idea?
Of course, the Germans invented clocks. Right. Okay.
And it's just, I mean, isn't there... I mean, I've seen, where is the thing? I had it on my computer for special occasions like this. Where's that thing that where's the whiteness thing? I mean, punctuality is one of the things of whiteness. Like they literally try to pin it on.
Listen to this fucking guy. Listen to this guy over here, okay?
They're saying not caring about time, not being punctual is the opposite of whiteness. That's other culture. Anyway, we should get back to the video.
Satoshi was a reptilioid for 200 knock knock says the archetypical law student is a dumb fuck with no original thoughts who nevertheless knows the absolute truth about everything. There you go. Brain for $2 just now said both time and punctuality predate the clock. Thank you. Thank you, Brain.
Well, how did they do it if it predated the clock?
They looked up into the sky, Adam. They had the little... Haven't you seen the Flintstones? They all wore sundials on their wrists, okay? They had hourglasses that they turned around.
I will have some clips from the book on the Tuesday stream to completely destroy and annihilate.
They have giant hourglasses that they would just turn around. How do you not know this?
I guess they did have the hourglass. Did they put one of those on their wrist?
There you go. They had an hourglass on their wrist, yes. A guy for $20 says, I never cared about demographics until progressives started speaking about whiteness, i.e. white people in near genocidal terms. That made the situation way more uncomfortable. It had little to do with immigrants themselves. No, I think that's a very good point. And that's definitely why I always cast aspersions at the idiots leftists by who use these terms. Because I'm like, and this is where we always get into arguments with them, because they always like, oh, Donald Trump, because of him, he basically signed off on white nationalists. And that's why that's a thing again. I'm like, no, you idiots. This started before Trump. What are you talking about? It's literally a reaction to exactly what Guy just said. It's a reaction to all this racialized talking and racialized seeking of power and racialized attacking white people. Of course, you're going to activate people's racial tribal identities. Like,
yeah,
it's so fucking obvious. Lucer the Doman for 20 Canadian says natives in Canada say they are being genocided because so many people moved to North America. Our government agrees and apologizes for it. How is that different from the Great Replacement that is called a conspiracy? Yeah, I mean, I think that's ridiculous if people are making their own choice to move away or move to areas and to kind of adapt whatever the other culture is, that area is, then that's just the way it is. Sorry, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Dennis for $20 says European culture is based on Roman culture since it was dominant for millennia. Plus, then it was Holy Rome through Christianity. War was the only reason people moved en masse to an area, even though it was more Caucasians. Cyborg for $20 says, we all know punctuality is whiteness. Tell Sitch about Serotina, Adam. Tell him the truth.
What truth am I supposed to tell him? I don't know.
That punctuality is whiteness. Okay.
Maybe it is.
Brain laughs at you for thinking clocks created time. There you go. We all know that Albert Einstein created time, not clocks.
Not true.
So to steal, even though I like mocking you via Brain, to steel man Adam's argument, he's not saying that clocks create time. He's saying that clocks allowed a precision about time that was not available to people before clocks, which I would assume was true.
Yeah.
But we can move on.
They had a different way of working.
Well, I mean, you just had to because it wasn't practical. But
right.
Song before, it didn't turn out that way, the Chinese exclusion laws. It didn't turn out that way with the Irish or the Italians. Why should we fear Mexicans?
Well, I think saying we're going to put a head tax on you specifically because you're Chinese is a bit different from
a Chinese exclusion law, which made Chinese individuals, first of all, have to jump through significant hoops if they even were allowed to come into the country. They were excluded from the country, and if they were already in the country, they needed to have papers attested to by white people.
I think that's absurd. Of course, I think that's absurd. What I appreciate is looking at, Sweden. I know everyone gets triggered when I bring up Sweden, but their prime minister was just talking about how they've unfortunately created two parallel societies within their country, of one of migrants who haven't quite assimilated yet and one of the local Swedish people. So now they've introduced very reasonable laws that have language requirements, so that you don't get enclaves within the society that cannot communicate with each other. They've included cultural understanding requirements. Mm-hmm. These are extremely reasonable policies that I think should be talked about more, and probably stuff I would have talked about if I were to redo my video today.
My question, though, totally respect that you bring that up. That's it's worth knowing, and maybe it would be useful to talk about those policies. But my question was the boy who cried wolf. We've heard these arguments deployed in the 18th century, the 19th century, and in the 20th century with respect to all sorts of different ways of immigration and the fear that white people were being pushed out.
Fuck me. Hold on. Can I just fucking say something real quick? I'm getting fucking triggered real quick, okay? Hold on, okay. Because I see a lot of people saying this, that like people are talking about whether there's an intrinsic link between race and culture, making it sound like that's cringe, okay? For a while, people were saying that there shouldn't be an intrinsic link between race and culture, but hold on, Jesus. Okay, that like people on the left make these arguments all the time now, guys. Like the cultural appropriation arguments are all saying that culture is necessarily and intrinsically tied to race. When we talk about like who's allowed to say the N-word, we're talking intrinsically about tying parts of culture to race. When we were talking about preserving like certain cultures, we were almost like the left always approaches this from like an essentialist racialized position. I like to pretend that it's not that case. You guys are fucking delusional.
You disavow that.
True.
You disavow that, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But the issue is always that it's impossible for you to defend your side. It's like if I go on Twitter and I'm like, fuck white people, fuck Mayos, fuck these guys, white genocide. It's like, so yes. And if I'm ever like, okay, well, fuck black people, holy shit, now we have a huge problem. That's indefensible to anybody on the center or anybody on the right. You look like a fucking lunatic. That's the issue. That you can't in one breath say things like, it's actually immoral for white people to wear Chinese dresses. And then in the next breath be like, oh, I don't think white people should care if they become a minority. Like, that's not important. What do you mean it's not important? Like,
I don't expect Lauren to take on the baggage of the right. I expect Lauren.
Yeah, but you're expecting me to take on the baggage of all of history. I feel like if I were debating you on minimum wage or something, you'd be like, bringing up slavery in the past. Like, you're bringing up past policies that I obviously don't support, that I obviously haven't espoused. It's like you're just trying to vaguely link me to all of these far worse concepts than everything that I've brought up. Then, I think it would probably be more helpful to discuss the issues you have with my ideas than issues that you can try to link to me by 6 degrees of.
I'm not trying to link you to.
Wait, hold on. Jesus, I need to shit on Lauren. Thank you. Thank God she said something so fucking dumb. Okay, Lauren, it's not 6 degrees of separation when you literally do sit down interviews with fucking Stefan Molyneux. That's like 1 degree of separation, okay?
No, he's bringing up like historical Chinese exclusion laws. What does that have to do with Stefan Molyneux?
I'm 99% sure that Stefan Molyneux is literally done like verbatim, like white person replacement under like direction from elites and shit, like on his YouTube shit in the past.
You talk to me all the time, so now do you have all of my views? Like, do you have to
that makes me hold on. That makes me 2 degrees separated. Thank you. Okay, continue.
Okay.
I'm happy to explain why I brought that up, and I wasn't trying to tar you with the guilt over the Chinese exclusion laws and these old Supreme Court cases. I was merely trying to say that the spirit that animated those laws was just as concerned about white birth and culture and crowding out of white people, and they were genuine.
Just because someone did something with the same concerns in a stupid way doesn't make the present argument.
I understand that it is not a necessary.
This is
There's that sigh that we all love.
It's such a dumb fuck argument. And he says that's not what I'm saying, but that is what he's saying. He's saying, well, listen, these people in the past made an argument that sounds like your argument, so explain yourself. It's like, okay, listen.
I'm confused here. Maybe you can help me out because
okay, let me help you.
Is he's saying that in the past these horrible racists enacted policies that favored white people and limited immigration, and so did they enact those policies? Because he's also saying that they didn't enact those policies and there was no fallout.
Well, okay. So you're saying you're confused, but you're not. You're just understanding the inherent contradiction in what the argument is trying to make.
Right.
Which is he's simultaneously trying to say, how can you make arguments about fear of assimilation that are realistic when people made arguments about fear of assimilation in the past?
Mm-hmm. And acted on those fears.
And
nothing bad happened.
And nothing
because
bad
they
happened.
Limited immigration. It's
right,
like,
but then
I'm confused.
Exactly. So then you said, well, wait a minute, but they did limit.
Did the policy work or not work?
Right. So if there's exactly. So are you saying that these policies worked, Pisco? Like, what are you fucking saying?
Yeah. And how was that the boy that cried wolf? Because if the boy cried and the wolf came and they killed the wolf, like how's that fucking?
Well, no. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me protect you from being labeled a racist. Okay. It would the example would be the boy cried wolf, so the community built a bunch of walls around their around all their
and kept the
fences.
wolf out. Right.
And they never saw if the wolf came or not. But so the assumption is, well, did the wolves protect against the wolf? We don't know. But the wolf didn't come in that time period.
Yeah. I see what you're saying because they don't know if the policy was. They don't know if they had not enacted the policy, it would have been no big deal.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now
Pisco is saying it's no big deal.
Right, but that's why he's relying on. There were pockets of immigration that were allowed because of even the restrictions allowed, a bunch of Irish and I think German and other immigrants basically to come into the country.
Did he say that?
He sort of referenced it.
No, I don't think he said that.
So
was there pockets of immigration? I don't know anything about the history of immigration.
Yeah, well, because the way the law worked. Well, because basically what happened was before World War I, and like after World War I and during World War I, there's all this immigration away from Europe to America.
Right.
And it was because there's lots of instability.
Because of the war, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but even before the war, there's lots of instability leading up to the war. This is what period where a lot of Jews came to America because there's all this anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Holocaust, all that shit.
Well, this is like 40 years before the Holocaust.
Right.
There's a lot of anti-Semitism. This is why my ancestors came to America in like the early 1900s. And in response to all this immigration from Europe is basically when they enacted this law where they basically said they used the 1890 something census. And they said, okay, we're going to, whatever the census ethnic breakdown was from this time period in the late 1800s, immigration coming into the country has to match this ethnic demographic breakdown moving forward. And so basically what this meant was, it heavily restricted immigration from a lot of Eastern and Southeastern European countries, but allowed unlimited access of immigration from Germany and England in places that already had a lot of, immigration into America at that time period.
Right.
And so with the Irish, I'm assuming that the Irish fell into that category of UK immigration. I'm assuming that. I don't know if that's exactly what, but I'm assuming that's why there was allowed to be a lot of Irish immigration into America.
Right. They already had a bunch of Irish people here. So they were like, let more in.
Right. Or maybe it was before, I don't know, maybe it was before this law was passed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly the numbers, but.
All right.
Anyway.
I just didn't get his argument.
Well, because as you point out, he's making an inherently contradictory argument.
Right.
that you would support anything approaching the Chinese exclusion laws in the United States, or any kind of the discrimination laws with respect to Irish people or Italian people, or the practices indeed that occurred there. But my question wasn't defend those policies. My question was, we've seen this song and dance before. We've seen this game before. Not the policy itself.
No, you know what? No, I can't. This is like so stupid. This is like if I were to say concerns about workers' rights led to gulags. We've seen this song and dance before. This is communism. Look at all of these people organizing. They're having unions. We've seen this before. All of these communist countries, all of the dead bodies piled up everywhere. Like, no, it's not the same thing. Suggesting that you should have language laws and suggesting that you should have some cultural expectation from people moving to your country is not the same as saying that we need to treat non-white people as subhuman and not allow them into our countries. Those are two very different arguments.
I'll say again that I'm not trying to connect you to any specific...
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. No, I'm trying to... What's animating those policies before, I see as the same thing that's animating... It
doesn't matter if you see them as animating the same thing. The gulags and the workers' rights was animating the same thing, but my argument is different, and I like it.
Do you want me to explain?
Steven, am I losing it? Am I like crazy here?
I'd like to finish explaining what I was talking about. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, let him finish. Stop cutting him off. Go ahead, Pisco, resume.
You're just terrified of agreeing with me on anything. You're like, please
That's not
give me
true.
something to disagree with.
Oh my God.
In fact, that I granted you that the left can be extremely problematic with respect to their identitarianism. I granted to you that I'm willing to say that you do not espouse the same beliefs as the most radical fringe on the right. I granted that a great number of things. I'm taking you at your word that you're honest, that you would share your true and forthright beliefs. And so I don't have a problem with agreeing with you in principle, except to the extent that I genuinely disagree with you. And my intent here isn't to tar you with the Chinese exclusion laws. If you would like me to explain why I brought it up, basically, what I'm trying to get at is, it seems like in the past, when these arguments were brought up by natives, the fears were overblown. The Chinese did not overcome, the white race in the United States. The Irish did not have a problem with assimilation after a couple generations. There's a vibrant community of Asians in the West now. There's vibrant communities of Hispanics all over the country. And so
Jesus, I hate my life. Okay.
Maybe saying that the policies didn't pass, but when they finally passed and more people came in, then it wasn't a problem.
Well, he could maybe make that argument with the Irish. And you can make it with, like, I guess, Asians now, sort of. I mean, you can't make it historically with Asians because they were literally excluded from immigrating to the country.
Yeah.
But still, I don't know, to me, this is all irrelevant because the conversation, at least from Lauren's position, and the conversation generally from the non-racist side of the position is that you don't want to have mass immigration, whatever that number is, people will argue about, because the number is too great for people to assimilate, essentially. And all Pisco, Pisco's points would only be saying, well, obviously we didn't, that these were not times of mass immigration because people were worried about that and immigration was limited. So you could actually twist it around and say, well, you're just making my argument, Pisco, that as long as this is limited, then it's fine.
Yeah. That's the argument I don't think Pisco realizes he's making. Yeah.
Well, because he's just because his argument is weak. He's just saying, oh, people who were against immigration in the past use the same cultural assimilation argument that you're using now. Therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo ad procto ad ham, ad mosheman, that means that you're wrong, essentially. Which is a really stupid argument to make.
Right. Because
the circumstances are different. The situation is different.
Right. Pisco, assimilation, yes or no?
There might be a slight difference.
Well, and as I said, and the most important thing is that the attitude around assimilation is very different. Because I know, I grew up in a very
huge problem.
Right. I mean, I grew up in a very ethnically diverse area. And I know that like in my lived experience, okay? In my lived experience, which is very important from my standpoint, epistemology. The people that would get the most upset at people who couldn't speak English were not white people. It was people of Latin descent. It was Hispanic people who would get very fucking mad, like, what the fuck? You know, either you're giving us a bad name or I had to go through the effort to assimilate to the culture and speak this language. So stop being a lazy fuck. And that was always my experience. I didn't really see white people complain about it. It was always, or when I should say, white non-Hispanic people complain about it. It was always people that were Hispanic that were complaining about other Hispanic speakers that didn't speak English, essentially.
Right.
And so that's another, right. And because there were varying attitudes about assimilation. And even then, that further breaks down along class lines. It's not, this is why it's not just a racial thing. It's not just a country, national origin thing. It also, class plays a huge part into these attitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My mom was born in Cuba. I think she came over when she was 4 or
Lauren's
5.
in the chat
okay.
now, so you got to be cool.
Oh, hey, Lauren.
No more talking
We
shit.
can't, we'll stop calling her a Nazi. I'm just kidding.
No, we're going to continue to call her a Nazi. Is that what you're saying?
Very proud American, right? When my mom came over, if you would ask my mom, like, Stephen, or Mary, sorry, like, how do we integrate, immigrants? What my mom would say, and she would say this today, if she still remembers, is she would say, you throw them in English schools. You don't speak a lick of their native language to them in public, and you expect them to assimilate and learn everything about the United States. And I think she learned English in like 1 year. She said that like any Spanish kid, anybody that came over from Cuba, I think it was the same with one of her siblings, because I don't know if Robbie was born yet, learned
this. Steve's literally making the argument that you just made.
I know. Well, that's probably why I thought to bring it up now. It's because, but that's been my experience with most people from Central or South America,
right?
From in Florida, it's been that like, you should assimilate to, being a good American. Essentially, you should speak English.
I feel like if you're immigrating to another country, I feel like a lot of people who do that are in some way going to be feeling that they're escaping a culture that they don't like or they feel is corrupt or has something wrong with it. I mean, wouldn't
I don't
you
know if they
immigrate because you feel like you're getting a better culture?
I don't know if they conceptualize it like my culture sucks, because it's a very difficult thing for someone to think. Because people generally tie their culture into their identity.
I mean, a lot of people do think that, though.
Maybe. I mean, I think they're definitely thinking like my situation sucks, my government sucks. Maybe even their country has problems or something.
Right.
And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying that like...
Well, we're not immigrating. America's the best. Why would we leave?
Right. But and to be clear, I'm not saying that like people have to completely, give up any cultural identity, but there has to be some blending. There has to be this mixture here. That's what the melting pot is supposed to be about.
Of course. Yeah. But I'm saying in the context of immigrants coming over and policing the behavior of other immigrants who aren't assimilating. Right. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
They're probably doing it saying, listen, we left that shit home for a reason.
Yeah, no, and I've literally heard a lot of people who are first or second generation immigrants say that exact thing. That you just
totally.
Right.
Yeah. You want this place to fall apart like the place we left? Come on.
But I really, to me, it seems like a lot of those attitudes break down strongly along class.
Okay, that's an interesting observation.
Because it's like a lot of like the middle, and I don't want to like throw all poor people in some category. Right?
No, but there is definitely there's a class divide in immigration. There are the people we're coming with nothing, and people generally aren't middle class who are immigrating.
Well, I mean that's not necessarily true at all. And I was gonna say it's like people who either come with money or end up getting money through hard work or for whatever situation, who are in the middle class or up, tend to have far more pro social pro-assimilation attitudes,
Right.
than people in lower income situations, which only makes sense logically that would end up being the way it is.
Right. Maybe, I guess there are, I've never immigrated, so I don't necessarily know the mindset of immigrants. So
Sure, me neither.
But you have to have a certain amount of money to be able to immigrate. I mean, even the people who are coming, from Mexico with nothing, I mean, they're still saving enough money to pay some coyote to take them across the border and stuff.
Right.
And they usually charge them, ridiculous amounts.
Well, in Florida, it's kind of unique because we had that weird policy with Cuba, which is essentially if you made it to the shore, it's like a game of capture the flag,
Right.
You made it to the safe zone.
You're
and then
American.
Suddenly you're American. Yeah. But if we catch you in the water, then no, like it's just so bizarre.
It's very American Gladiator. It kind of makes sense in a weird sort of way.
You're right. It does make sense in a really fucked up way. They're like, listen, we only want people that are successful here, whether it's hard work or luck. So if you can get here versus hard work or luck, then we'll let you in. Otherwise, fuck off.
Don't you really? Isn't that really how the economy breaks down? You really want hardworking or lucky people.
Yeah, exactly.
Either one works.
So you're saying, even though it seemed illogical, it's actually the most sensible immigration
It is.
policy.
It is. Definitely is. I'll take it.
In the same way, you bring them over, throw them in an English school, and they'll learn the language, and then they'll. My mom's brother, sorry. So that would be like my mom's approach. And I think back then, there was that expectation that like if you're Irish, Italian, whatever, when you come over, like even though they had ghettos and even though they had their own communities, like you were expected to kind of like integrate into the United States and perform whatever you needed to be like part of society. I think it feels a little different today when there's kind of like this cultural obsession with preservation and respect for other cultures. Like it felt very much like in the past when my very poor reading and understanding of US history, and I could be wrong, but it felt very much like we thrived on this concept of a melting pot, that there were lots of people that came over, we throw them all together, we smash them together in these cities, and we get like Americans at the end of it. But now it seems like we're far more culturally aware, and even making a statement like that seems like very controversial. Like
because of people like Pisco. That's exactly
I mean, listen,
right.
I don't like Pisco's positions mostly in this conversation. Right. I don't know if he's a CRT guy, but that is what people, when they talk about race consciousness and cultural consciousness, that is what they mean.
Yes, it's true.
That's literally what they mean. It's like they're anti-assimilation, anti-melting pot.
Yeah, CRT is anti-assimilation.
No, but in
even
the way
for Americans.
The sort of the analogy that Destiny used, I think, is a very apt one, is that we take a bunch of people, we smash them together in a city, and then Americans come out the other end. That's the American dream, baby.
It is.
At least it should be.
If I were to make the statement, I think if I were to make the statement in like the 50s or 60s that like everybody that comes to the United States should learn how to speak English, I don't know if that would be that controversial. I feel like if I said that today, I think people would call me racist or a fascist, almost certainly in the United States.
You think that's right?
What's right?
You think that having a mandatory language is racist?
I don't think.
Is Pisco one of those people?
Pisco is one of those people, I feel. Yes, definitely. Of course he would.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I think so. It's one of the few things I think that we should have. I think that absolutely. I think we should have a nationwide language. Yeah.
Pisco, do you think it's racist to have a language that people have to learn before they come to your country?
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. Thank you for jumping in and asking.
I think it's odd when people suggest things like banning certain languages in schools or
look, he doesn't want to answer.
I know.
He doesn't want to answer. Dodge.
Well, it's funny because Lauren actually gave him an out that I think he picks up on later, which is that do you think people should, because Destiny's question was, should there be an official language for the country?
Yeah.
And then the question that Lauren asked just now is different. It was, do you think people should have to learn the language or be competent in the language before they immigrate to the country?
Right.
So slight.
And he's like, I don't think you guys should be banning languages. It's like, okay. Nice framing.
Which would assume, and I disagree. I do think that signs in schools should all be. Now, I'm not saying, like, obviously, like in Florida, there are classes for there's classes for primary, Spanish speakers who just immigrated to the country. I don't have a problem with that because they're trying to teach some fucking English.
Yeah.
But that's the goal, is to try to get people speaking English. So I don't think official signs, street signs, should ever be in any language other than English, regardless of where it exists in the country.
Or taking issue with like Spanish translations being under signs and stuff like that, or get mad when other people are like speaking a different language in public. Those kinds of things are attitudes that I think are wrong. But
sure, but yeah, do you think there should be a national
universal language?
As far as, like, when people migrate?
I don't think that it's a problem at all to expect people to speak a common language where they're going to go. Should be mandated with like criminal penalties. I would be in disagreement with that.
No. But should we mandate it through like the migration process? Like you have to do a test, an English test.
Throw them all in the jail.
No, I disagree with that.
Dude, it's so easy, but he doesn't want to answer.
I know.
If someone's immigrating to the country, they're asking for citizenship. Okay,
right.
It's like a voluntary thing. We don't put guns to their head and say, listen, you have to become a citizen of the United States. So it's the easiest thing in the world. But he's saying we shouldn't look, when someone's asking you for a favor, that's the time to say, listen, okay, we'll let you immigrate, but we want you to speak English.
Right. But it's like, but as you say, it's not answering the question, because it's like, okay, I don't think anyone, well, I'm sure someone does, but I don't think most people are saying like, oh my God, if I hear someone speaking another language, English, the police should come and fucking throw their ass in jail. Okay. No one's making that argument. I don't know. Maybe Richard.
I mean, there are. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But most people, that's not the argument that like 99.9% of the population is having. And so they are.
I think they used to make that argument frequently on Fox News, which was kind of cringe. Yeah.
I don't think they ever make it. Listen,
I do think they did. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think
English.
So.
I think Fox News went through a speak English phase.
They might have, but I don't think
speak English or get out.
They might have, but I don't think the argument was throw people in jail for not speaking English.
Right.
To be clear, and I just want to be clear, not specific, because that's the example he used. Generally, people are talking about, generally what people are talking about is the attitude of the society should be pushing people that they need to speak and learn English or whatever the language of the country is, and that there should be a shared language so everyone can communicate. Because I'll tell you, there's nothing that's more annoying.
Okay.
Being in a situation where you have to interact with someone who you can't talk to.
Right.
It's like
it's bad. It's bad
it's
commerce
terrible.
too. It's bad for commerce. Yeah.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
And there are pockets in this country, in my state and in other states, where
nobody speaks English.
Yeah, you can go into like an area and you're like, oh, I guess I can't, go to a restaurant unless I can point to the menu or whatever.
Right.
And like, I don't have a problem. And to be clear.
No, shut it down.
Well, let me give myself the racist protection. Okay. I'm not saying that like. I'm just kidding. Right. I know you are. I'm not saying that like, there's a difference between, someone, is coming, just came to America, takes them some time span to learn to speak English efficiently or effectively. That's very different than having an attitude of like, well, I don't need to learn English.
Right.
These are two very different attitudes. And it's the latter attitude that I'm fixating on. And I think that's what most people are fixating on. It's just attitude of like, why should anyone have to learn English? We should all, bend over backwards for everyone because everyone's a unique, special snowflake.
There's a very unique program that's running in Pisco's mind, though. It's the game he's playing is don't ever tell brown and black people to do anything. and the question posed is, should we tell, immigrants to learn English, which is telling them to do something. It is.
Maybe. Maybe it's, I don't want
to very rudimentary logic is what?
I'm trying to be better at him. I'm trying to be better about not strawmanning people.
Really?
Okay. I'm trying.
Come on. That's the fun of the show.
It is, but I'm trying. Okay. So maybe, yeah, I mean, that seems
He's
to be
not answering. Why are you going to bat for this guy?
To be
This guy is ducking and dodging. This guy's like Neo in the Matrix. He's like, oh, I'm not going to answer that question. Why are you going to bat for this guy? I don't get it.
I'm trying to go to bat for everyone. Okay, listen, I'm a humanist first. Okay, I love everyone. Look, I don't see.
Lauren has asked the question 3 times already.
That's true.
Okay,
yes. That is fair.
He doesn't want to answer because he's scared. He's like, oh, people are going to tell me. How dare you tell brown people they have to learn English?
Well, and that's indicative of what Destiny was saying, which is that if people are afraid to literally answer the question, should everyone have to speak English?
The environment is completely changed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. If we don't have people that are willing to stand up and put some friendly social pressure onto people to assimilate, then people aren't going to assimilate.
Right.
They're going to laze out and not do it.
Right.
Yeah. It's got to happen. Okay. I don't want to do it. Okay. I lived in New York where just you'd go out and everyone, like, there was a million different languages everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like walking down the street and you hear someone speaking another language, you're like, I'm so upset.
I know.
It's like no, when you have to interact with someone and they can't effectively speak English, then you're like, okay, like now we're in problem territory.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the issue.
Policy.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think people should be able to move here with no ability to...
That's correct.
To communicate...
Oh shit, he finally answers.
Well, no, he's answering a different question.
Oh, yes. So we're backing up a little bit here.
With other people, have to do a test, an English test, before you
No, I disagree with that policy.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think people should be able to move here with no ability to...
That's correct.
To communicate with other people in the country?
He is answering the question. So there is an immigration test, and part of English is on the test. And people have been advocating for getting rid of that part because, No,
I know, but I'm saying there's a difference between saying you think someone should have prerequisite English speaking ability before coming to the country and thinking that the country should have an official English language that everyone, once they're here, is supposed to learn.
He's saying that the immigration department shouldn't test for English when the person
he's saying
becomes
he's
un-American.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Okay. I mean, it sounded like that's what he said. What do you think he's saying?
In English.
Where they're going to go. Should be mandated with like criminal penalties? I would be in disagreement with that.
No. But should we mandate it through like the migration process? Like you have to do a test, an English test before you.
No, I disagree with that policy.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think people should be able to move here with no ability to...
That's correct.
To communicate with other people in the country? Probably no...
Okay, I guess you're right. He wants to remove the English requirement entirely from...
That's why. Why are you going to bat for? That's
pretty fucking crazy.
Look, come here. Right. Oh, you want to, swear your allegiance to America in your native tongue? Go ahead.
I mean, I'm trying to think Well, if you, I don't know how it's done. I'm assuming it's like a point-based system. Because I wouldn't want to turn away some like brilliant scientist, billionaire Elon Musk guy because he doesn't speak English. So right. So I'm willing to make exceptions. So if it's like a point system, speaking English should be like huge, heavily weighted like points. But maybe if they're like A+ in all other areas, you can circumvent it or something.
Yeah.
But generally there should be a pretty basic English requirement. Sure.
Isn't Pisco?
I
keep calling him Pisco. Isn't Pisco an attorney student or something?
He just graduated, I think.
Okay. Because I mean, this is in the legal system. They're forced to provide interpreters if the person can't speak English and is being sued or something like that.
Right.
So, yeah.
I don't know if that has to do with anything, but.
Well, it adds a whole other level of complexity to our legal system.
Well, I mean, I guess, but there's also, there'd be a very big difference between having like basic English comprehension to get into the country versus if you have someone sit down for a deposition, it's gonna be far more complicated language.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
ability to get a fucking job, probably no ability to go to school, even if, you know.
A lot of assumptions there. So we're asking, as a condition of getting a visa in this country, whether that's permanent residency or some kind of non-immigrant visa, you're asking me whether I think that there should be a literacy requirement with respect to English. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
The answer is no. Our petition for
wait, hold on. Let me steal in that a little bit more. I don't think she's necessarily, or maybe she is, not a literacy requirement, but at least like a language comprehension requirement.
Comprehension, yeah.
So maybe you don't have to learn to write well, but okay, gotcha. Okay, move on.
The answer is no. And our immigration policy for the longest time has not recognized a unilateral need for quote unquote cultural competency or indeed ability to economically thrive. We have separate visa categories for different reasons. For those who are wanting to obtain gainful employment, we leave it to the employers to decide what are the
I'm talking about people permanently trying to get permanent residence.
Well, there are employer-based permanent visas for living here as well, as well as family-based petitions. And the family-based petitions aren't based on quote unquote cultural competency or quote unquote economic viability. They're based on blood familial relationships. That's been the purpose. Or it's, to the extent that an English requirement
doesn't matter. She's asking your opinion on the policy. None of that is relevant.
Well, and also it's a bad argument because it's generally people that are more on the anti-immigration side that they always attack that. They always attack the chain immigration familiar provision.
Yeah.
So like
wouldn't make sense in the category of asylum, where the United States has signed up to international agreements recognizing
asylum status is obviously very
wait okay, also I want to
nobody's talking about asylum here. You're just trying to weasel out of the fact that you don't think people who immigrate here should speak the language. Like he's trying to completely hide the ball here.
Sticks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's like, I know you don't like my position, but here, let me strawman your position a little bit before I stop talking.
Like break out, like I always argue with racist conservatives about this. We would recognize there's a distinction between like legal immigrants, illegal immigrants, and asylum seekers. These are going to be like three totally separate categories, and our treatment would be totally separate, right, Pisco?
What do you mean? I mean,
like if we're like asylum seekers are things that like we don't take on asylum seekers because we think that they're like beneficial to the country or they're going to help our economy. We do that as like a moral what we see as a moral obligation to the planet, right? So having them jump through hoops feels a lot weirder than like a legal immigrant, I would say, right?
It would definitely feel weirder for asylees, but what was provided with me was the question of general visas. If you want to exclude asylees, that's fine. I don't think there should be. It's not a.
I figured that was common sense, man. I figured it was common sense that when people are escaping, they don't need to do a language test.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. Obviously, he's just trying to hide the ball here. He's like, meanie, you would give a language test to some needy child who is escaping a war-torn country.
Listen, I think that Ukrainians that want to come to America should have to take an English comprehension test before. Otherwise, we send them back to Ukraine. That's what I think, right?
Did you see that? Did you see that article about the guy who took
Don't bring up that article.
Do you know the article I'm talking about?
Don't fucking bring up that.
Why?
Because it plays into that whole thing that I was talking about.
I know. I made that joke, and you totally jumped on me, and I felt terrible.
Yeah.
And then I saw that article, and I was like, "It's so fucked up."
I know.
You have to tell it now because we've talked enough about it. It will drive people crazy.
Fine. Tell people about the stupid article.
Okay, the guy let a Ukrainian refugee come stay with him and his wife. And I think she was like 22 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was almost 30 and his wife was almost 30. And he ended up running off with a 22-year-old Ukrainian refugee and leaving his wife. Yeah.
Right.
What a dick.
What a dick. Literally.
I know. Well, he said he fell in love, so... love.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
The heart wants what it wants.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's so bad.
It's pretty bad.
Anyway. Okay. Let's move on. Another single mother in the world now. Jeez.
I know. Did he have kids?
I don't know. Come on. I got to make the story interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, like if there's legitimately, like if we're talking like Syria, like the country's being destroyed. Lauren, stop laughing, you rude bitch. Okay. If we were talking, or rude person, sorry. If we were talking like a Syria is being destroyed and we're trying to resettle from Syria and their country's getting fucked, and we're like, okay, you can resettle in the U.S. Like we're gonna help you. Can you speak English fluently? Oh no, get the fuck out. That's like pretty shitty, right? So I think, but versus like somebody at the border is like, oh, I want to immigrate to the United States to work. It's like, okay, well, can you even speak the language? No.
I started my whole diatribe talking about employment-based visas, some of which are permanent visas.
Sure.
Then I got into family visas, and then only finally, as an afterthought, to show you why a total English requirement doesn't make sense. As a final afterthought, included asylees, and I'm sorry that it was so ridiculous to be comprehensive that I get laughed at. But deal with the other ones.
Okay, yeah.
We're laughing at you because you dodged the question so horrifically. Just because you don't want to say, listen, I don't care if they speak English or not.
Yeah, sure. So let's just talk about like people like moving here to like work or like.
We now our employers. They're the ones who are competent to make decisions about what is and what's not, for better or worse. We think the private actors are the ones who get to decide what is useful for their businesses. Maybe English requirements are not.
Oh, and now he's a full-blown capitalist.
I was gonna say, what is this? He's like, is he making the neoliberal argument? This is crazy. Wait,
yeah.
The business. Who gives a fuck? It's not just about the business. Okay, we're not talking about from an economic perspective.
I'm telling you, all this erupted from the simple premise: don't tell brown people what to do. Like
I think you might be right. That
that's
could be
the
really
origin of all of this.
Yes.
Yes.
Not a
first of
needed
all,
skill.
Well, hold on. Okay.
Adam,
What's up?
there's lots of people from South Central America that are not brown. Okay.
Okay. Well, you know what I mean.
You racist. You bigot.
Don't tell POC what to do.
Right.
That's
there
the
you go.
thing. Right.
There you go. Anyone who's not
you want to tell
white
Whitey
English
what
origin
to do
is magically a POC, basically.
You want to tell Whitey what to do to their
Right.
face in the
Right.
checker line at the grocery store, on Twitter, while you're driving down the street, hanging out your car window. You knock yourself out. Okay?
Well, there's this weird contradiction here because early in the conversation, he said, "Oh, no one is guaranteed static culture."
Right.
Right. No one's guaranteed to not have.
Oh,
the
he did
culture
say that. I remember
change
that.
or shift. So then it's like, well, wait a minute. Why does that not apply to people that are immigrating to our country or to a different country?
Right. Nobody
It's
promised
very-
them a static culture.
Right. And this is
That's
feels
right,
like,
bitch.
And it feels like, I mean, I don't think he frames it this way, but it feels like it falls into that trap of the, power, prejudiced, oppressed versus privileged position of basically, oh, if you're in a privileged position, you get told what to do and fuck off. And if you're oppressed, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up. That is completely correct. Yeah. If you're entitled to a static cultural position. If you're immigrating to the United States, so of course, we won't mix your. No, yes, we want to ensure stability and continuity to you. You
Right.
fragile thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me push back on this from like a legal-ish perspective, right? I don't think that you would appeal to the ultimate nature of an employer to make.
People are saying Pisco is in the chat, Sitch. So.
Oh,
You might have to invite him on for personal destruction.
We can invite him on to clarify his positions. It doesn't have to be personal.
Clarify his position.
Yes.
I'm world's best moderator. Okay, I don't want to get triggered. I already.
You're the one
you.
that's gonna get triggered.
I already promised you I was going to try to be nicer. I promised Sitch I was going to try to be nicer. Okay.
To be fair, I said there's a specific group of people I said to be nicer to. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you should be nicer to everyone.
Yeah.
But,
Fans of the show. I'm allowed to be complete. I'm allowed to go off on.
How about this? If you
harass
want,
us.
we can invite Pisco and Lauren on, and we could have debate round two.
No, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that?
I don't want to do that. I don't
Okay.
know. Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't know why he would want to come on, but if he wants to come on, sure. I mean,
Yeah,
we send
send
the link.
if he wants to come on, send him a link because
I don't know
we
how.
can drill to the bottom of these questions.
Everyone always does that, and I don't know Pisco. I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't know how I would get a message to him. So.
Well, listen, I'm sure my
I'll let
DMs are
Sitch-
open.
Okay, I'll let Sitch.
My
know.
DMs are
Good.
open if you're on Twitter. PSA_Sitch. if you want to come on.
You almost said
DM me.
Stitch. I can't believe it.
I did.
Hilarious.
I know. PSA_Sitch. If you want to come on, send me a DM, and I will send you. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
That goes.
Be prepared.
That goes to Lauren too.
Be
Lauren
prepared though,
or both. If you guys want to argue some more,
be prepared because we only want to have this conversation in English. Okay. Our show is.
Listen, I'll send out a link to Aiden, and we can have this conversation in Japanese.
Oh
right?
no!
How about we do that?
Oh don't! Oh don't! Oh, that's funny. Aiden does do like the sexy Japanese voice. I'm not gonna lie.
He does.
All right.
Make these decisions when it comes to matters of like protected classes, right? So for instance, let's say I choose to not hire somebody because they're black. We wouldn't say that, well, in this case, employers.
What I have a problem with is interfering with the most, I think you guys agree that the most competent actors to decide who is a valuable employees are the employers. Fair?
No. Well, so here's like the issue. Okay. Okay. I'll start with a very, very, very quick personal story. Okay. So when I was, I feel like people, given the opportunity to be around other people, can integrate in unbelievable ways. That if you stick like the most different motherfuckers on the planet next to each other, eventually they're going to learn to like each other and get along. There's only one exception to that, and that is if you cannot communicate. So like, I remember being in Auckland for, it must have been like Chinese New Year shit or whatever in New Zealand, and it was more, I don't want to misquote, or maybe I was in like the wrong section, but like I don't even remember it being like in Chinatowns in America being like this, but walking through the streets and that was going on was a very strange experience to me because like everything was in Chinese. The people were speaking Chinese and I didn't have any fucking idea what was going on. And personally, I don't give a fuck because I don't care about anything, but I could see somebody like living around here and be like, this is like a very alienating experience. And no amount of goodwill and no amount of like being like charitable or trying your hardest to talk is going to help, because there's a language gap and you can never bridge it. You're actually cut off from that completely. And when you talk about like, well, employers are able to make decisions that are good for the country, employers make decisions that are good economically. It might be the case, and again, I'm going to go back to the race thing. It might be the case that discriminating against black people in some areas is actually beneficial to business, and that might create like a feedback loop where black people are pushed out, more discrimination happens, and then it actually ends up being beneficial in that case for them to discriminate. It could be the same thing with language, right? Maybe in a certain area there's a lot of Hispanic people, so you start hiring only Spanish workers, makes it harder for non-Spanish speakers to go to these restaurants, and then eventually you kind of like build out, you carve out these spaces for only Spanish speaking people, and then it's like, well, fuck, we're fracturing society based on language, which no amount of goodwill can overcome. I can get along with anybody on this fucking planet. I truly believe that, but if they don't speak the same language as me, like, I'm just gonna nod and smile and we're gonna walk away.
Do you understand me to say
everything he said? Completely true. That's why I completely don't understand this conceptualization of leave it up to private businesses to determine how much English someone should speak when they enter the country.
Yeah.
I mean, and also beyond everything Destiny said, which is true, it also is very weird because it kind of frames the country as like a corporatocracy. Like, why should businesses being like having the ultimate say over the direction that the country goes? It's a very strange neoliberal argument sort of to rely on.
Yeah. We do it by voting, right? Democracy.
Right.
We're all wrong.
Say that we should defer to employers for all and regulations?
No, of course not.
Are you an ANCAP?
Of course not.
Okay, sorry.
Of course not. No. Government's role is to intervene when private actors, especially employers and other economic actors, where there's collective action problems and where they're doing naughty things that have negative social externalities. I should not be meant to be understood that I'm against regulation, but in this particular case, so many people learn the language, guess what? By living in a place, by working in a place. And
they don't do it if they can move to an enclave where everyone speaks the same language as them, though, because immigration is happening at a rate that assimilation cannot occur.
That's your assumption, and
it's not my assumption. We're witnessing it, and leaders of countries that aren't even remotely right-wing, like the leader of Sweden right now, I guess she's kind of centrist is what I'm being told. She's said that that's exactly what is happening there. That's what they're witnessing.
Once. I mean, it's a short...
Oh, I guess she's just lying?
Well, do you think that she is omniscient and that she can speak for...
No, they're witnessing it.
Oh, Pisco. Come on.
Yeah, it's getting weird.
Come on. Go on. That's a bad argument. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
All enclaves. I mean, you think that their observations are the word of God?
You know what? You're right. I guess you know more than.
Wait, hold on. Let's hold on. Just as somebody that's lived in California and has spent some time in Texas and has spent a decent amount of time in Florida and in neighborhoods in godforsaken Miami, Pisco, there are places in the United States where if you only spoke English, you might have a really hard time getting through like parts of the town. Like you probably couldn't go to restaurants, or maybe you could if you could like point to menus and pictures. You'd have a hard time communicating like with barbers. I'm thinking of like literally personal experiences where like a guy had to go and grab his like 6-year-old out of the car to like translate when I was trying to get a haircut. Like these are places that have.
There are places all over New York like that. You walk into the wrong store and like they can't help you because they don't speak English.
Right. And occasionally, I mean, and the thing too is it's not just, I mean, where I live, it's not, I mean, this isn't like common, but there has been situations where I'm like in an area that's like a pretty big area. It's not like some cordoned off, section where I have to interact with an employee or something who literally just doesn't speak English.
Yeah, totally. I've been to lots of places like that in New York where you're like pointing at what you want because they don't. That's the only way you can get an order. Yeah.
Right. And nobody wants. I mean, come on, let's be real. Nobody wants that experience. Okay.
I mean, it depends on how good the food looks. I mean, I'm willing to deal with it.
Well, no, it's a question of whether you're willing to deal with it.
I would rather. Yeah, obviously, I'd rather. What
do you mean? Nice. It adds to the authenticity of the restaurant, doesn't it? When you can't communicate with the waiter.
I mean, sometimes.
When I walk into a Chinese restaurant, by God, I want everyone there that looks Chinese. Okay, I don't care if they are. I want them to look Chinese. They'll make me feel like it's real food. Otherwise,
sometimes
you
don't know.
If I see a bunch of white people in the kitchen, I'm going to be very upset.
Sometimes you don't know something could look good. You're like in one of those delis in New York, and you're like pointing at the thing, and you're going, I hope that's not like tongue or something, or like brain. I hope I'm getting something.
Was it called sweetmeats or whatever?
Yeah, I don't want the brain pie. Thank you. Yeah.
Why not? You don't want some what is it? Frions? No, that's the car. What do you get from the brains? From eating brains, you get those weird shit.
I know. Mad cow disease. There you go.
Prions.
Prions.
Priuses. You get too many Priuses if you eat from brains. Okay.
Yeah.
This happens in. Like in the United States, right, where like the language barrier has actually like been a problem.
We don't make policies based on your interaction with the barber or on the growing pains in terms of like short-term.
But this is something that we could control with policy, though, right? Like if there was ever a case to make policy, why not here?
We make policy for the long run. And what are the long-term benefits in a country that's not just facing declining birth rates in whites, declining birth rates overall? In a country that wants to remain competitive.
Right, but you can still have, there are a lot of people that already speak your language that have probably put in applications to come to your country. There are a lot of people waiting on applications to go through.
Did he just make the argument that we need immigration so bad because our birth rates are so bad that we have to just take what we can get? Sounds like that's what he's saying.
I'm sorry, I was actually typing to Pisco in the DM. I didn't listen.
Oh, okay. So is he going to come on or what?
He wants us to watch the whole video first.
Seems iffy.
Which I'll say can take us a very long time.
Yeah, we'll see you.
It's whatever you want to do.
I don't know. Are you in California time? We'll see it 11 p.m. California.
Right. Well, I mean, honestly, this is one of the fastest videos we've gotten through, I think.
Really?
Well, we're already 50 minutes into the video, and we've only been streaming for 4 hours. This is like literally got to be a new record.
This is a record. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. So
we're channeling our inner destiny.
Well, because of the way this conversation is kind of breaking down, it's more like people saying full paragraph thoughts before we pause, as opposed to like stopping every word.
I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to do better at pausing less,
But let me go back a second.
We're on the.
Like in the United States, right, where like the language barrier has actually like been a problem.
We don't make policies based on your interaction with the barber.
Oh, come on, Pisco.
Yeah, that's horrible. We literally do make policies based on that.
What kind of argument is that? You know, he was just using. He wasn't say. He's just using an example. The fact that it is in people's lived experiences that there are pockets of neighborhoods and areas where people just don't speak English at all. Like that was what the question was whether that actually occurs or not, whether that's a reality or not.
Or on the growing pains in terms of like short-term.
Wait.
If I go into a barber shop,
yeah,
and they say,
you're like, give me a fade.
We don't serve your kind here. Isn't the policy? They can't discriminate against me based on race or any immutable characteristic, right? If I'm gay and I go into a barber shop and they say, "Listen, we don't like gay people. We're not gonna cut your hair." Mm-hmm. We literally make public policy on how you interact with the barber. Like I don't understand what he's saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there's all kinds of public.
You're not
policy,
equating. Right? Yeah, you're not equating that to not speaking
he just
English.
Said,
but you're saying
he just said that we don't do public policy by how you interact with other people.
Maybe
yes,
we
do
don't
all the time.
Well, we don't on Destiny's personal experience. Okay, so maybe that's the difference.
On Destiny's personal experience,
right?
Well, we don't on language.
Sure.
And I think probably because we don't, like in the business realm, people are incentivized to speak English to cater to the widest variety of customers. But if you have these enclaves where nobody speaks English, it's kind of a waste to speak English. Yeah, that's the problem. Yes. It really is.
That is the issue. Is that and this is true of all people. People generally only do what they have to do.
Of course.
So that's the issue with quote unquote these enclaves, if you want to call them that, where I would be the same way if I moved to some other country. I took English. I took English. I took Japanese for some years. I took Spanish for some years. I've basically forgotten all of it. I'm terrible at languages. If I move to another country, it's going to be a real big fucking hassle for me to learn a language. And if I didn't have to do it, I fucking wouldn't. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be real. I'll be real with everyone. I would be one of these fucking assholes if I was in another person's country. Completely.
I would be like, hey, where are the American expats?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would have to be in a situation where I'm basically forced to do it.
Yeah.
Because it's annoying and it's difficult.
Of course.
I understand all that.
But
this is under control with policy.
Right.
Though, right. Like if there was ever
I wouldn't be sitting around saying, how dare you not come speak English to me?
I mean, I would be, because America is the greatest country in the world, and every other country is just living on borrowed time till they become subsumed by the American empire.
I wouldn't feel right about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's because you're not true. You're not true American.
Not a true American elitist. Piece of shit.
Case to make policy.
Whoa.
We make policy for the long run. And what are the long-term benefits in a country that's not just facing declining birth rates in whites, declining birth rates overall, in a country that wants...
He did. He totally did it.
He
said, he's like, we can't force them to speak English. Think of the birth rates, guys. This is like, have you heard the term confabulation? When you just like try to make up as many arguments as you can.
Wants to remain competitive.
Right, but you can still have, there are a lot of people that already speak your language that have probably put in applications to come to your country. There are a lot of people waiting on applications to go through it. In Canada, I'd say we're probably taking too many people in right now. I know we're building less homes in Canada than immigrants we're taking in annually, so we're having problems there. But I think that you can accept immigration to combat birth rate issues while still having some standards. I don't think that's crazy.
Well, here your assumption is that I assume that there are birth rate issues and that these are something that need to be solved. That's the
you agreed to, you just said that though.
What do you mean? What do you think?
Wait, hold on. We have to. When we say birth rate issues, are we acknowledging that there's a disproportionate birth rate among race, or that it's a bad thing? Right. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, you just said.
Sorry, birth rate with respect to overall economic actors and having a backbone for our obligations with respect to like pensions and stuff. Yeah, that's what.
Yes.
Totally agreed. I mean, that there's economic angst with respect to especially fiscal problems potentially down the line. If we don't have a sufficient worker base, all the more reason to increase the number of immigrants in this country and increase.
Okay, fine, but should we have standards? Any?
Of course, there should be some standards.
Okay, do you think it's reasonable to say language is probably a good one?
That's in a world in which we have.
Do you agree that there can be enclaves created of people that don't speak the native language of a? Okay, so you agree with that. Do you think that's a problem?
In the short term, it can cause some uncomfort, but not in the long term. No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
So in the long term, if areas that two different areas in a country that spep different languages never cause problems, say.
I think it's fear-mongering. I think that English
You think that we didn't have an entire province try to secede from our country in Canada because they speak a different language?
Okay.
And because
so the issue...
Yeah, it didn't go well in the Donbass, did it?
Well, okay.
I'm being real here.
I didn't even think about that, but that's funny. Well, it's not funny, but the issue was sort of making this distinction between like what's better for the country in the short term or the long term, regarding non-English or non-native to the country speaking enclaves. I don't think the concern is that, if you allow enclaves like this to exist outside of like kitschy areas that are like tourist attractions in New York or California or something.
Yeah, Chinatown, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that in the long term, those areas will only expand. They're not going to contract, not going to decrease.
Yeah.
You'll only be creating a situation where people who are actually born in America, as opposed to just immigrating to America, don't have to speak English going forward. So I don't know if you can make this like very clear distinction line between like, well, maybe it's a problem for the short term, but it'll end up being good for the long term. It's like, well, that would only be true if we currently existed in a situation where the culture overall was pro-assimilation, was pro trying to get people to assimilate to the American culture and speak English and all these other aspects of things that we like.
Yeah, this anti-assimilation culture is just going to make it worse. Yeah.
Now, I'm sure a lot of people, even if we had the pro-assimilation culture, lots of people still be anti-immigration, because I think that's where their natural moral foundations lead them to that direction. But then I would say they don't really have a strong argument. But that isn't the case currently right now. They do have a much stronger argument right now.
We have so many different cultural disputes.
I'm pretty sure there's their history with Quebec that isn't present for the several states. I'm speaking about America.
Sure, but the biggest difference between us is that we speak different.
Yeah, no one cares about Canada. Fuck. It's a fake country anyway. Living on borrowed time until it becomes America Junior.
Okay. Isn't Lauren trying to become an American? I think she is.
I hope so. She should be.
Yeah.
That's what all Canadians should do. Get rid of that ridiculous joke country.
Yeah. I learned Captain Kirk was Canadian and I cried for a week.
Oh, is that true? Oh my God.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that. That's so sad.
I know. It's fucking.
It's so sad.
That's like telling me, that's like taking your birthday away.
Next you'll be saying Captain Jean-Luc Picard is an American.
I mean, he's like English, isn't he?
Oh, okay. I thought he was French, but okay.
Oh, whatever.
Which is.
There wasn't a different government in charge of Quebec and in that province for a significant amount of time. I'm not sure. I don't know the history of Quebec. I thought
the biggest difference between us is that we speak different languages, and it's
I suck at history. My understanding is that like one of the reasons why Canada like was able to work is that like one of the big things that they literally have two state mandated languages for like French and English.
And it sucks every time I listen to anything on Canadian politics, and I'm like waiting for them to get through the French part of saying it. I'm going, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Flip a fucking coin, okay, and pick one.
How often are you listening to like
so much time?
Wait a minute. How often are you listening to Canadian parliamentary hearings on
as little as possible?
Okay.
But there are obviously there was like the trucker revolt thing, and Trudeau would
Right.
come out and give those statements or whatever, and he does them in English and in French.
That's hilarious.
And you're going, this is real? This is happening? Like, you can't have a person in a little box and they do the French, and they do it at the same time.
Like you have the sign language person, only it's a little person doing French in the box.
He'd literally do the entire like paragraph.
Yes.
And then do it in French.
But I'm assuming, okay.
It's such a waste of time.
I don't know. I would hope that he was just doing that for some weirdo virtue signaling thing, and that's not the normal Canadian practice.
I think it is. Look, Canadians are weird. Okay.
Well, okay. Listen,
I'm certain.
Listen, let's ask our chat Canadians. Chat Canadians. I know you're listening. Is that normal? Is it normal when you listen to the government speaking or something in Canada, they like interrupt every sentence to give French? Is that what's going on here?
The politician does it. Yeah. He wasn't pulling a Beto O'Rourke. This is like SOP.
Majin says it's forced by law.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would make sense if, like, I would see. This is amazing. This is Lucifer Doman saying it's not forced by law. So I don't know, because this is the way that would make sense to me that this would be done is like whenever a government like official is speaking, there would be the channel that has Canadian language, because it's not fucking English, and then there would be the channel.
It's
the
French
channel
Canadian.
Then there's the channel that has the French version that you could switch to. Not that you'd have the actual person switch back and forth. That's what I would assume most of the time it would work out that way. But CT says he's from Quebec. Another reason we hate him, but it's normal. There you go. Interesting.
See, it is normal.
Well, so that's what I'm wondering. Is he just doing it because he's Quebecois or not? But
nah, this is how they do it.
In Quebec, it's enforced by law. Interesting. No, Sitch, they interrupt to speak English.
What would you think if in the next election Joe Biden comes out and he does his speech in English and then Ebonics? Yeah. How do you think that would go over?
First of all, Joe Biden has his own special language that he already speaks.
He does kind of speak. He does have the Bidenonics.
Yeah, he has Bidenonics, okay, or whatever you want to call it, that he already speaks. So that already goes on. Yeah.
If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. And he's gonna start. Okay, Pisco's never coming on now after that.
No, he
joke.
said he'll come on when we're done with the video. So whenever we're done with it, he'll come
Pisco, on. We would like to have this conversation in Ebonics. I hope that you can participate.
No. In French Ebonics.
Okay. French Ebonics. Oh,
yes.
Great. Oh, great. Is that even a thing?
I don't know.
Like, they don't call it Ebonics anymore. I think it's called,
like most nerdy Americans. My only long-term experience with French Canadians is by being in a WoW guild of them, run by French Canadians. Okay, that's my only experience.
We might have committed.
They're wonderful people.
We might have committed a heinous act. I think saying Ebonics now is like against the cultural norm.
I don't know. Whatever fucking political one. PC.
It's called AAVE now. African American Vernacular English. Did you know that?
Okay. I didn't know that.
The more formal name for so we might have not committed a microaggression. The more formal name for Ebonics is African American Vernacular English. AAVE. Yeah. Did you know that?
I remember we talked about it. We had some stream where we talked about this more in depth, but Cap Ball for $20. Thank you so much. Says sundials and water clocks have existed for thousands of years, not to mention the sun and stars. The ideas of punctuality existed well before the invention of the analog clock. That's right, Adam. There you go.
I just think you're wrong.
Okay. There you go. Charlie Heathcott for 30 Canadian. Thank you so much, Charlie. Says Adam, in antiquity and to present, fishermen judge the time based off the turn of the tide. Canadian fishermen only stopped doing this in the 70s because of the death of the fishing industry. Well, there you go.
In the book, he talks about how the quantification of time was a huge boon to markets because it allowed people to sell their labor. Yeah.
Okay, but he's saying that humans had always this quantification of time. They just
but you can't sell your labor in
based off the turn of the tide. Of course, exactly. You can.
How many turns of the tide per? How much? My wages are paid in turns of the tide per. I mean, or per turns of the tide. How many dollars per turns of the tide am I going to make?
Well, okay,
that's what I'm looking for.
Via that, but that's fine. Majin for $20 says, "So I dislike Pisco. I will not give him the idea he's in good faith. He sees the immigration process as an inappropriate barrier. Look how he's addressing Lauren about Mexicans. Us wanting people to do the process is wrong." There you go. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, "There's a strong correlation between literacy rates in the 1800s and GDP per capita in 2000. This correlation explains 86% of data in Egypt, Africa, India, Indonesia, Russia, Brazil, China, Israel, Italy, Japan, France, Mexico." I don't know what DE is. United Kingdom and the USA. So you're saying that there's a strong correlation between how literate countries were in the 1800s to how rich they are now, essentially, which, I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't really surprise me.
Literacy's good for making money.
That's true. Kazi Never Win for $20 says, "America's a stew pot, each culture simmering and tenderizing in a broth of liberal ideas. The longer it sits, the better everything tastes. Down with the Federation. Cardassians will rule the galaxy." Well, the first part of what you said, I agree with. The second part, with your heinous, disgusting Cardassian elitism.
Right, of course.
Completely against that. Listen, the first part that's what the Federation is all about. Okay, it's all about the simmering and tenderizing in the broth of Federation of liberal ideas. The Cardassians are the ethno-cultural nationalists. Okay, they're the slavers.
Is are the Federation globalists because they're going from globe to globe?
Depends what you mean by globalist.
They want all the globes to unite in the Federation.
I mean, usually it's funny because it's kind of like NATO or the EU. People ask to join the Federation. They don't go around demanding anyone joins the Federation. People want to join the Federation. The Federation says, "Hey, if you clean up your act, you can join."
But that's
us.
how globalism works too. But
that's what I mean. It's funny because in Star Trek, if we're gonna get super nerdy, the Cardassians and the Ferengi and all these other lesser races of lesser species, I guess I should say. They often complain. It's very funny. They make the same complaint against the Federation as we hear against people complain against liberalism.
They call them the globalists? Really?
Well, no, they're like, "Oh, the Federation,
the hegemonic Federation."
Yeah, exactly. They're like, "You hegemonic Federation with your replicators and all your nice peaceful ideas, sucking away all these other, alien planets and cultures into sort of buying into Federation policy. It's disgusting. We need to keep to our own strict, culture and our own strict beliefs and blah, 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 blah." It's a very similar attitude, which is kind of funny. But,
yeah.
Anyways.
I think Canadian kids like fucking 20 years of French, and they have it like on all their government shit. I think is all printed in both French and English.
Anyway,
but yeah,
this is all.
That's actually a very mild example of language issue.
We can disagree. We can totally disagree on policy, on substantive policy and immigration policy. You might think that language requirement is something that makes sense. I wouldn't say that that's inherently a racial position, that you think that English should be spoken, because I think that it's okay for states to encourage English to be the main language. The point of this discussion was whether or not your positions on race and its effects on society, and whether or not it should be promoted as a source of legitimate concern, whether you've taken any step back from that. And
you want me to take steps back from things that you can't even necessarily define? Like what about race do you want me to step back from, or do you think I should or have?
I'm asking you from your own perspective whether or not there's anything with respect to race that you've noticed that you've changed on.
Oh shit, how loaded a question is that? I'm asking you, how have you changed your racist ways, Lord?
That's it's a bad question because first of all, before you start castigating her for not changing her opinion, as Lauren said, well, you have to figure out what the fuck her opinion is.
Right.
And nail that down. Yeah. You don't get to offload that. Well, if you just offload that on her, she'll just say, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I say. Look at.
Yeah. I mean, people always mischaracterize people's opinions as racist because it's politically advantageous for them to do so. So they do that in many different contexts.
But if you think that someone is racist, you got to nail that down first before. Well, I mean, if you want to be like fair about it, I guess you have to nail that down first, and what exactly the belief is and what the problem is with it, before you fixate on whether they changed from being problematic or not.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. All this is just kind of seat of your pants, though. Well, that too, yeah. But this is all just the homework, the legwork wasn't done for any of these
accusations. No, the legwork was not done for this conversation.
And unfortunately, I'm not sure the legwork was really done on any of the accusations against Lauren because every time someone says, "Oh, there is the there," I look and I'm like, "Well, that's not it." Come on, remember when Richard Spencer stood on the street and yelled nasty things about Jews for 45 minutes? Okay, I think you need that level of evidence before you can really start.
Well, hold on. Stop. You don't need that level of evidence. Okay. I think there's a middle. Yeah, I think
that is good evidence, though, right?
It is. I think we can have a middle ground between Richard Spencer caught accidentally, raging about Jews and blacks or whatever the fuck he said in his hidden camera. I think we could find somewhere between that and like say a pretty sussy baka racist shit. They're like, okay, she's a little bit racist. I think there's a middle ground somewhere between the two positions we could get. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there are people. The thing is, I mean, there's two ways. I mean,
you've thrown the race accusation of people that have come on stream with far less evidence than the Richard Spencer tape.
This is a distinction that I want to make here.
Okay, make your distinction.
There is all of society. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. So I mean,
unless it's wrong.
Well, right, and I do think.
What if they think owls aren't birds? They're not entitled to that opinion.
Well, that's not an opinion. But I think whether or not a person
it is an opinion. It's a stupid
I think whether or not a person is a racist, there is some subjectivity there. There's no subjectivity in whether or not owls are birds. Owls are definitely birds.
What do you mean? Bird is just a social construct, Adam.
Don't change the subject. There are people that I can point to things that they've done, and I think that those things, I mean, they make me believe that they are racist. So I'm entitled to my own opinion. I can say I think that this person, my opinion is that they're racist, but I can also at the same time say I can see where other people might have a different opinion. They might disagree. They might say, no, that's not really racist. You're misinterpreting Adam, right? But there are certain acts, and I mean, I pointed to the Richard Spencer thing just because it's obvious. You're like, nobody listens to that tape and goes, well, that's not racist. It's like, no, it pretty much is racist, right? But I don't, there's, when we're talking about Lauren Southern, I look at the stuff and I think, I mean, this can be seen in multiple different ways. And I think, like, sure, I can understand how some people might look at her, the Great Replacement video, and say that it's racist. I can understand that, but I don't necessarily think the views that she's espousing in that video are necessarily racist.
Sure, right.
Yeah. I mean, those views could definitely be espoused for racist reasons, but they can also be espoused for non-racist reasons. So you don't really know until the secret tape surfaces, and you're like, okay, well, obviously now we see the real motivation.
Lauren, here. Do you have the secret tape? We need the secret tape, Lauren.
Right.
We need it. We need to know. We can get the bottom of this.
Lauren doesn't have the secret tape.
Charlie Heathcott.
Maybe she does. I don't know.
Well, if anyone has it. Charlie Heathcott for 100 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says Adam the fisherman. Adam, comma.
Oh no.
Adam the fisherman. Use tides to judge time because it's when they can launch land and their boats, otherwise they would sink. Also, they paid by the pound for fish they caught.
Oh, that's good.
Also, the tide changes every day, and there are 2 major changes during the moon. Oh, due to the moon's rotation.
Also, probably people worked by the day. That was probably just the way they paid them.
Sure,
paying them by the hour was.
We said they paid them by the pound, really. So.
Yes, at least too. But I mean, in other jobs where there wasn't necessarily a catch.
Right.
I
did have Adam.
I did have a friend that worked on a boat up in Alaska, and he would get his fishing money, and he would get paid by the pound, obviously.
Right, obviously, sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the $100, Charlie.
Yes, thank you so much. Very generous of you. Just to correct me, I'm gonna make more mistakes.
I know. Adam needs to say more things wrong so we get more money. Anonymous Cow for $20 says Destiny once admitted in a debate with Hassan Sargon and Nick Fuentes. I vaguely remember that conversation. A country has no obligation to preserve its overarching culture or assimilation, even if it means subculture destroy the very thing that holds it together. That's interesting. Maybe we'll ask about that at some point in the future, because it seems like I don't know if his position's changed on that, or if he's just saying that he's acknowledging that that's a position that exists, because I don't think he's really said in this conversation one way or the other.
He might have changed. Destiny's changed a lot. He's on this centrist arc now. It's pretty cool.
That's right. Investigator One Quim for $20 says, Adam, in pre-industrial societies, people were not paid in wages, but in more informal payment methods. Also in ancient China, it was punishable by death for government administrators to be late.
Really?
Well, there you go, Adam. Get. You're wrong, okay?
That's odd. Look, there's like the Protestant work ethic.
Ancient China was like, look at these Protestants.
The Protestant work ethic was like, if you don't work hard, you're going to burn in hell. And the Chinese are like, oh, yeah, well, if you're late, we're going to kill you.
There you go.
If you're late tomorrow, you're going to burn in hell tomorrow.
Right. You see, Adam, it's like the eye. They evolved independently of each other. Okay.
Maybe so.
Unlike the alphabet, which everything is basically stolen from or influenced by other alphabets, but
right. Fascinating.
I can't speak for all your internal thoughts, but really put yourself to the test and think, is there any attitude that I had or any thought that I had in that period that now I've ultimately concluded is wrong? Before you say
this is literally the thought police. This is literally. Was there a thought that you had?
Do you remember your thoughts from 5 years ago? Let me think.
Oh man, I can't remember my thoughts from 5 weeks ago. Jeez, 5 years ago?
I barely remember them from 5 minutes after I say them.
I know. We're like, see you next week.
Said no with respect to your great replacement video, but think more broadly than that. Is there any attitude?
I did a video giving a speech at the European Union called "Changing My Mind on Immigration," and it's got all of my opinion changes that I've had on the issue. And the thing is, like, a lot of my solutions for these issues haven't changed, but my perception of them and the problem has. So I think that's like I don't want to say, ooh, I've changed to a bunch of people and then say, yeah, I still think we need to limit immigration, because that's probably all that matters to people. It probably doesn't matter so much to them that I have a lot of sympathy for the experiences that immigrants go through. It probably doesn't matter so much to them that I have a lot of sympathy for, you know, the crisis that a lot of refugees and illegals go through, and I truly do. I truly do, and I know for a fact that I've seen more of the journey and lives of illegal migrants, refugees, and the like than most of the people that I debate. I've been there on the ground with them. I've been in the caravans coming up to the U.S. I've been with migrants before they take off in boats to Europe, and I have a lot of sympathy. But especially because of that sympathy, a lot of my solutions haven't changed.
You don't think that that's an important thing to spell out for people? In terms of, if before what was motivating your concern was racial solidarity, and that's the reason
that was not what was motivating my concern, and I absolutely have spelled this out for people, just no one watches my fucking videos.
I said if.
Look at that. She got so super mad she threw an F-bomb in there because he said racial solidarity, which I mean, that's sort of a trigger for me. The whole racial solidarity thing. And if I saw that in Lauren's videos, I'd be like, not pretty.
Yeah, I agree.
Not pretty.
Oh, you're going to be upset.
Why?
I just saw in my YouTube subscription window, Jonathan Haidt had a conversation with David Pakman.
Oh, he's had more than one. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah. He's had those before, yeah.
To say.
Come on. Haidt and I are not dating. He's not he's not my boyfriend. Okay?
He's not. I thought he was like your I thought besides J-Mac, he was your surrogate father.
He's not my bestie. He can do whatever. He does. I mean, look, David Pakman knows how to fake like he's a nice person. So he gets interviews like this. That's one of the questions I put together some questions for when we talk to Lance. That's one of the things I want to talk to him about, the David Pakman interview with the trigonometry guys where he completely stabbed him in the back. I was like, I want to ask Lance. What does that have to do with the surfs though? Because that's his go-to move. I'm like, Lance, why? What do you think of this?
We have to know. What we have to ask him about is, did he? Because we forgot to ask.
I have it's on the list. The Lauren Southern thing.
We have to ask about the. You know, was the Lauren Southern speech pre-planned or not?
Oh, that you should write some because I just want to ask him what was.
I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah.
CT for $1 says in terms of unconsensual French while watching Canadian politics in my city, if you call a government agency, you have to listen to English, French, then Hindi before you get to pick an option, which should have been 15 minutes becomes 45.
That's crazy.
That's weird. Why is it?
We do have English and Spanish in California.
Yeah, but it's like for English press 1, for Espanol press 2. So it takes 10 seconds. It takes less. It takes like 5 seconds to get through. So
yeah, I agree.
Damn Canadians. Listen, join America. Okay, we do things more efficiently.
They could fix that too, because they could just know by yourself a number if you speak Spanish or English.
I mean, if the government's going to be Orwellian, Adam, and monitor your language.
I mean, yeah, I guess you're right.
So you don't think that racial solidarity is a major component in any of your work?
I would definitely say that one thing that motivated me to be right-wing when I was younger was being told by my teachers and professors all the time that I'm privileged because I'm white when I grew up in a poor working-class family. That absolutely motivated me, and I don't know if you would call that racial solidarity so much as being pissed off that my race is being demonized. But no, it was never an idea that white people are better and therefore we need to prevent these like filthy brown people from entering. And if it ever appeared that way, that's because I was an absolute moron with how I presented things, absolute idiot, and I would absolutely change the way that I presented things in a lot of videos that I made.
You think the races are equal, that there's no inherent superiority to any of the races, correct?
I don't think there's an inherent superiority between any race, no.
And that's not true, though. There is an inherent superiority to the American race, baby.
To the American ethnicity.
The American race. We're our own species, okay?
Really?
The freedom-loving red. We bleed red, white, and blue.
It's true. It is true.
I mean, that's great to hear.
I just had to cough.
Yeah.
And you've always thought that, right? You've always maintained that.
Pisco's he's bowled over here. He's like, what? I thought you were a racial supremacist.
Right.
That's all I've seen. Look, I just read your Wikipedia page.
Oh, what is her? Wait, let me look at see what is her Wikipedia page even say?
I have to
let's see. Lauren Southern is a Canadian alt-right.
Oh, it's back
YouTuber.
again? Damn.
Yes. Right there in the beginning. She's alt-right. She supported Defend Europe because she shot the flares. She's removed from Patreon.
That comes up later. Yeah.
I like this. Some academics. Some academics and journalists have described Southern as a white nationalist.
The old
for her promotion
academics.
of great replacement and white genocide conspiracy theories. There you go. Well, some academics said it's
Ouch.
Oh my God, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Be curious to go through those 7 sources to see. Oh, wait a minute though. It says though she has denied being a white nationalist. Well, look, there you go.
Making progress.
Make it so tiny. Is that progress? I don't know.
When she was on, I think I said 20 grand to fix her online reputation, and she laughed at me. Remember, you laughed at me too.
I did. Yeah, because you're wrong.
Little bitch. Supposed to be my friend. Yeah, you're laughing at me.
But you're wrong. What? You're wrong though. Listen.
Maybe I could be wrong.
Listen.
The races are the same in substance.
No, I was going to tell you in the book. So we've been publicly shamed. He goes into cleaning up people's online reputation, and there's a person that they get that they're going to clean up the online reputation of one of the people that's been publicly shamed, and the company says they're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of service to fix up her online reputation. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I could have been wrong.
I think you're wrong.
I talked to a real service though, but they could have actually, given me a low ball figure to just get me to buy.
Right, exactly.
So I don't know. Yeah.
But also, I'm sure it's very dependent too on the person, right?
Yeah.
It's probably easier to clean up some things than others.
They go into that in the book because of the people who want their reputation cleaned up are some pretty terrible people. And I mean, he says some of the people that come to him admit to being neo-Nazis at one time, but they're no longer neo-Nazis. But I wonder, if Lauren called up one of these people and said, listen, I never was a neo-Nazi. People are just trying to
listen,
paint.
We only cover past neo-Nazis. Okay.
Right. Imagine that the company's like, no, you have to admit you were a neo-Nazi before we have these ethical standards. I don't know though. Because of the situation. You saw her video on her lawsuit against Patreon and how the Patreon.
I forgot about that video.
What are the people that do the litigation outside of court called? I can't remember what they're called, but those people totally fucked her. They screwed her over. Because over politics. I mean, I think they even called her alt-right in one of the depositions or something like that. Which is just, people are just fucking lazy and stupid.
What do you mean by
that? There's no inherent that's always been your position, that there's no inherent superiority of white people.
No, I don't think there's an inherent superiority of white people.
That's always been your position, correct?
Yes, that's always.
Look at that. He's like, listen, got to get this clear here. People want to know.
Have you ever been?
Right.
Do you now?
Member of the Ethno-Nationalist Party.
Of the Ethno-Nationalist Party.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's been my position.
Okay. In which case, it sounds like you haven't changed any of your beliefs.
Sure, dude. I don't know why it matters to you, and I don't know why it matters to a lot of people. Like, if you don't like my beliefs now, I'm not sure why liking my beliefs 5 years ago would matter to you. Like, just hate me. It's fine. I don't care.
I don't want to hate, and I think that you shouldn't apologize for things if you're not sorry, or if you don't think that your beliefs are objectionable, you shouldn't apologize. But I think it's important for you to clear the air. So now everyone knows, that you haven't changed in terms of your substantive position. I mean, you may have changed in the way of how you marketed yourself and how you stated your position, but everything remains as it was. And I think that's important to get out.
Okay.
I think
Take a note. Take a note, Adam.
I think everybody has objectionable beliefs to somebody. I mean, even like some people object to people who believe in evolution. That's an objectable belief to a lot of people.
Take a note, Adam.
A note? Okay.
I'm going to take a note. Okay. This part triggered the fuck out of me.
This part?
Okay. Yeah, and we'll ask Pisco when it comes on.
Pisco. Got it.
Yes. Because the tone of voice here, to me, does not suggest that he's saying, oh, well, if your views now are not objectionable, and you're saying that your views back then, that they were the same now that they are back then, therefore that means your views are not objectionable back then. That's not what I'm reading from what he's saying. What I'm reading from what he's saying is, oh, you're admitting that your views haven't changed. So you still are some kind of weirdo bigot, and you were some kind of weirdo bigot. That's how I'm reading this sentence. And I don't know if that's intentional or not. Is that how do you interpret this?
Objectionable.
Fair.
I don't want to hate, and I think that you shouldn't apologize for things if you're not sorry, or if you don't think that your beliefs are objectionable.
See, that word think I don't like. I really don't like that word think. You shouldn't apologize if you don't think kind of implies that you're wrong, that you are like a terrible person.
Yes, right.
Even though you don't think you're a terrible person. We've all measured you, sized you up, and we've all condemned you to your lot in life. It's just, you shouldn't have, the easiest way to put it, Pisco, is to say, you shouldn't apologize if you did nothing wrong. Okay?
Right.
It's that simple. It's that simple.
It's a little bit of a quibble. But...
What's your quibble?
No, I'm saying...
You're saying people should apologize if they've done nothing wrong?
Obviously, no. I'm saying there's no, from a person's perspective, there's no difference between whether they think they did something wrong and whether they did something wrong. Because obviously that's the same thing to a person, right?
Right, but somebody can think that they did nothing wrong when it's obvious what they did was wrong. Like,
sure, right. But they're not going to apologize because they don't think they did anything wrong.
Right.
I don't know. Whatever.
Well, he only used the word think in there because he's saying you don't think you did anything objectionable. Yes,
he's
but
trying to
believe I want,
from,
I'm speaking for the audience here. We all believe you did something wrong.
Right. I understand.
We think that you're incorrect in your assessment of your old self. Which, I mean, doing my best to steel man Lauren's position. Lauren has said, look, I don't believe any of these heinous things I've been accused of. And I'm older and wiser now and can see how my videos might have given people the impression that I believed those heinous things.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could do it all over again, would make the same points in the videos without using the kind of imagery that gave people the impression that I was a white supremacist or a ethno-supremacist or something, that I had those beliefs that I don't have and never have had. Does that seem like a fair assessment of the situation?
Well, that's what she's saying, yeah.
Now, but everyone on the left is going to say, that's not true. She knew what she was doing.
Right.
She used those images because, and now that she's experienced the blowback from, a world that has outed her as this racist person who believes these horrible things, she wants to pretend that she doesn't believe. She doesn't believe those things.
Right.
But Piso, I think, believes that second position. I don't think Pisco is willing to believe that. I don't think
I
Pisco
assume.
believes her.
I assume. Right.
Yeah. So.
Right. Right.
But you can understand. This is exactly what I was saying about the racism thing. Both of those worlds can coexist and do coexist. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you have to give a person the benefit of the doubt. And this is the thing. This is the difference kind of that Sitch held me
I don't
to.
agree with you. I don't think you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. I think you only have to give them the benefit of the doubt if you're not drawing upon specifics. If you're sort of acting in a kind of fog of information, then yeah, you should give people the benefit of the doubt. But if you have something specific, then fuck
you're
them.
Never gonna. How do you deal with this problem then? Because you're never gonna overcome the fact that you're gonna point to heinous imagery in the video, and you're gonna say, "Listen, this obviously."
She agreed that the imagery is bad.
Right. Okay. But the person is going to say, listen, she's just lying because she doesn't want to face the ramifications, and deep down in her secret heart, she knows it's bad and intended it.
Yeah, but then you need to give some kind of evidence that you think shows that her views are either more extreme now or more extreme then.
Incontrovertible. You're saying you need some sort of incontrovertible.
I'm not saying it has to be incontrovertible. Okay. You're not going to get. It's very rare you're going to get the Richard Spencer tape. Okay.
Yeah.
Who, first of all, everyone knew he was fucking racist before the tape came out anyway, so it's kind of ridiculous. But you're not going to get that tape. You're not going to get the Paul Joseph Watson tape. You're not going to get these tapes from like 99% of people in these situations. So that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not saying when you use this language, like, it has to be incontrovertible. I don't know. It's like, okay, but you just have to make an argument. And so far, we don't have an argument, or we have an argument being made, but we don't have any evidence, really. You need something specific.
But
to be like, I don't know, Lauren, you said X, you said Y. This is a little sussy. You know, explain this. Explain this. Explain this. Explain this. Oh, you have a pattern of saying, these things. You need to build a case. Okay, you need to build an argument.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying if you're gonna condemn somebody, you should have overwhelming evidence.
Yes, you should have strong evidence.
Overwhelming.
Okay.
You can say it.
Okay. Well, I know you've condemned people for much less, so you're being
but
a
that's
hypocrite, I guess,
listen,
if you take that position.
This is a difference that I'm trying to articulate that you seem to be. I don't know. You don't want to believe it.
I think you're being somewhat hypocritical here, judging by your own past actions.
No, I'm not. I think it's safe to say. I think you can safely say, hey, my personal opinion is this person is a racist. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong. Like I don't want to throw him in the gas chamber because I'm not like, I could be wrong.
No one's talking about throwing anyone into a gas chamber.
They talk about, look, I'm not sure if you've heard of this guy Vosh who's talking about killing people.
I understand that. Right. But we're not
flimsy, uncontrovertible evidence.
Okay, obviously, but we're not talking. I mean, I don't think it's useful for us to talk about things adding the Vosh or whoever kill Republicans into the spectrum because we're so far removed from that insanity, right?
Yeah, but
we don't have to acknowledge that.
Right. Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay.
My standard seems to be much higher than yours, but that's okay.
Well, no, but okay, I still think you're not living up according to your standard.
Why?
Because you've made accusations against people for being racist on like fucking far less than overwhelming evidence.
Nah.
Have you not? Have you not, sir?
I had no. What are you talking about? There's only two people and the evidence is overwhelming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Anyway.
I think you're weakening your what I was asking you is I want you to listen to this sentence. This sentence to me sounds incredibly, I don't know if passive aggressive is the right word. Maybe like it's like backhanded. So Listen.
Yeah, no,
you shouldn't
apologize.
Right. But I think it's important for you to clear the air. So now everyone knows, that you haven't changed in terms.
So now everyone knows you haven't changed. Now, this is what I'll ask Pisco when it comes on. That, to me, sounds like what you're saying is everyone now knows you haven't changed from being a bigot, from being a racist. That's how I'm interpreting this whole speech.
Yeah, no.
In terms of your substantive position. I mean, you may have changed in the way of how you marketed yourself and how you stated your position, but everything remains as it was. I think that's
He's doing the. I'm telling you, I got the two narratives down, man. I know my shit.
It just sounds.
He's catering
so bad.
to that second narrative. He's totally catering to the second narrative. Right. She's lying, hiding her power level. She just wants to, she realizes she's toxic and she needs to rebrand. But we're not going to let her get away with it because we are evil people who are on Twitter all the time and have nothing better to do.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that true? Like who?
It is true.
Who spends their life trying to harass people online? That's such
lots of people. What do you mean?
That's such an empty existence.
I know.
It's so sad.
Important to get out.
And everything does not remain as it was at all. At all. I'm very, very, very different than I was before, but in ways that is probably not going to matter so much to the lefty people purity testing me. In ways that really matters to me, and in ways that probably really matters to the people that listen to me, and I truly believe is doing better for the world, but the people purity testing me don't give a shit about that.
You don't think...
Based!
Mm-hmm.
Get him, Lauren. Totally get him. Yeah. Why would you prostrate yourself to a mob who they're like mean people who don't give a shit? Mean, selfish people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hell no.
Think it would matter to me or to Destiny?
Maybe Destiny, but no one else, no. I don't think they give a fuck.
Lauren, I'm crying on stream right now waiting for your disavowal video. It hasn't happened yet.
I care about, even if your policies haven't changed, the rationale behind those policies makes all the difference. If I kill someone in self-defense, versus me killing someone in malice, the result is the same. You shoot the person. But it makes all the difference in the world, your intentions and what's motivating them. And so if you've had any substantive change that you think that has affected your supporters and would affect Destiny if you knew about it, I think there are people out there who will have an open mind. Not on Twitter, but why not give them a chance?
Pisco is so wrong. Yeah, Pisco is so wrong. Pisco is so wrong. He is so incorrect here.
Yes. Okay. Explain.
No one, look, the people who care, they're not trying to get an apology out of you.
Right.
The only people who are trying to get an apology out of you are the people who want to see you fucking burn.
I'm assuming he says he cares, not that. Like, obviously, the cancel culture mob doesn't.
He doesn't fucking care. Okay. Bullshit.
Okay.
I call bullshit, Pisco. Bull fucking shit.
Okay. Right.
You're not sitting down to dinner and thinking, oh, I hope Lauren apologizes. Nobody cares. Such bullshit. Oh, I hope she doesn't hurt more of the community by not apologizing. This community, listen, they're tearing each other apart. They don't give a fuck. All day long, their foot's up a dog's ass. They're just fucking kick. That's how they are. They want to kick some ass.
I hate when my foot gets stuck up a dog's ass.
They want to kick some Nazi ass. That's all they care about. I'm telling you, it's so true.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They don't care.
People want an outlet for their anxiety and hatred and aggression.
Yeah.
Yes. They want to tear
faceless, anonymous people that hate Lauren's guts.
Listen,
no.
Adam, I saw something beautiful and I want to destroy it.
Yes. Yeah. It made me feel inadequate about myself. So, yeah, I don't like that inadequate feeling I felt.
I saw Jared Leto and I just wanted to beat his face in. Okay.
Really?
Before he went Mormon time.
Oh.
He was the guy who gets his ass kicked in Fight Club when he says that.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had it coming.
Because they aren't mad about my motivations. They're mad that I dislike illegal immigration. They're mad that I dislike mass migration. They're mad that I'm generally conservative, and they'll never forgive me for any of those things. So even if I apologize for things that they may think are marginally worse, they'll still hate me. It doesn't matter.
But if you truly, you wouldn't apologize for something you didn't feel, correct? We both agree on that because you're not going to lie. But there's no.
I hate that feeling thing. It's like something you've done. It's not something you feel. Okay, it's not a feeling thing.
Nothing at all you would apologize for, honestly?
Well, like, there's no. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry.
But are you sorry?
Fuck, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, one argument is.
Pisco's like, I don't know how you can't be sorry. You're so mean. So many people have been hurt by you.
You don't understand. Lauren's being dishonest. She's not saying she's not sorry. She's saying she's not sorry.
So okay. I know she said
it's very different. She's hiding behind the language differences. Okay, that's why everyone needs to speak English.
This is Canadian speak. She said important too. Like she has a weird way of saying important. It's not important. What? That's how you say important? Okay. Anyway. Is this in bad taste? I feel like maybe.
I think it's a great taste.
Our Canadian audience has to love us.
Our Canadian audience does love us, okay?
We have like at least 100 Canada jokes every stream.
I know.
It's not. Okay. Sorry.
It's all in good fun.
Let's get back to this important video.
I won't apologize because they're not going to accept it. Another one is I'm not going to apologize because I'm not sorry, which is what you just said.
You don't even know what you want me.
This is such bullshit. Nobody apologizes when they've done nothing wrong. Why are they talking about it this way,
some people
Sitch?
do, but they're soy.
I know. And listen, apologizing for something you didn't do is a mistake. Okay, don't do it. You're basically admitting that you did something that you didn't do.
Right.
Don't do that.
Me to apologize.
I mean, one argument is I won't apologize because they're not going to accept it. Another one is I'm not going to apologize because I'm not sorry, which is what you just said.
You don't even know what you want me to apologize for. You're literally just fishing because you're hoping you can get a Lauren Southern apology out. Like, it's the weirdest thing. You're like, is there anything
Pisco
you can think of to apologize for?
Hold on. Pisco is my resident good faith actor, except when he's talking about terrorism. Okay, so he would not do that. Okay, just being clear.
Yeah, okay. Well, like, I don't even know what he wants.
Lauren, Destiny's completely wrong here. Lauren totally nailed it. That's exactly what he wants.
That's what it feels like, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. He's at the apology pond. Oh, maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll get lucky.
The apology pond. Yeah, there you go.
I'll get a Lauren Southern apology out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Too bad they're not biting today, Pisco.
She's me to apologize for. It's just really think, Lauren. Really think.
Sitch, we should get Lauren on and see if we can get an apology out of her. I wonder if that would work for us. Yeah.
For what though? We have to nail this out.
Let me think.
For saying important.
Yeah, that would be a good one. For making people feel bad about how inadequate their lives are. I'll take an apology for that. I mean, she's done a great job at doing that.
Listen, Lauren, you've talked about how important it is.
Important.
That
please,
a country
speak the Queen's English.
That a country speaks unified English, okay? You hypocrite. I want an apology. I want an apology for saying important and so sorry. I can't even say it.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I want you and Jordan Peterson on here right now.
I'm sorry.
Does she say it's absurd?
Okay.
It's absurd, really.
Absurd.
I want apologies. Okay. Everyone's got to speak metropolitan English, damn it.
Well, this is very...
Then we're going to go after the poppers.
I think we're getting close. Poppers. I think Pisco's about to get his apology here. Let's roll.
What I'm really not I'm trying to get to Destiny, really, which is Destiny has for months.
Hold on. Whoa, you don't even know what my position is on this, bro. Fuck you. What are you trying to get to me?
Bro, you know what? Fuck it. I'd shoot all those flares again. I'd sink all those ships. I'd do it all again. I'd make all my videos. Absolutely. And I'd take you with me, Destiny. You're going to come shoot the flares with me. It's going to be great. Pisco, you can come too. I've got extra flare guns for you all.
Okay, hold on. Let me sharpen. No.
Fucking ships together.
I'm going to sharpen Pisco's blade here, okay?
Wait.
Oh, no, hold on. What?
You can go. But I have something to say to you.
Say it. Just say it.
For months, the story has been from you that the reason why we haven't had a movement from Lauren that's visible, or that she hasn't articulated a change in position, is because screw those lefties for demanding it. They're not going to accept her.
No. Hold on. To be clear,
to you.
No, hold on. I've given a ton of hypotheticals. I don't know her one reason. There might be a variety of things. However, one of those things that I did say to you, I believe earlier today, one of those things I did say to you is, remember when I said there's a broad list of accusations, but a pretty narrow set of things that she might change, and giving any sort of apology seems like an admission to guilt for the broad range of charges? That seems to be like fairly close in line with her saying like, well, I believe everything I
do, right? If there's something that you did wrong that
He made a great point. Destiny made a great point. At this point, she can't apologize for anything because it's going to be conflated with all those other charges. That's a great catch by Destiny. Yeah, apologize for nothing. I wouldn't apologize for like, anything.
Right. But what Pisco is trying to parse here is say that, well, there's a difference between saying you're not going to apologize for that, and the difference between saying you're not going to apologize because you don't think you've done anything wrong.
Well, listen,
and the realistic, which is true, those are different. But I would say, I think you can talk about, I think more than one thing can be true at the same time as well. Right.
In Pisco's world, being conservative is a crime. So I just,
there you go.
In that world,
Pisco, is being conservative a crime? You can't
have intelligent conversations with people who are so ideologically possessed.
Being conservative a crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would do again the right thing to do, even if it's tangential or minor. Not if it's de minimis. You don't have to apologize for farting on stream if you farted on stream or something like that. But if there's something that significant enough for someone to say, there are substantial changes that my audience would understand, and maybe Destiny would understand. That sounds like there are actually some things that Lauren would change about what she did in the past. If those things exist, isn't it the right thing to do to say what those things are?
Yeah, but the issue is that there's a lot going on. When you say, for instance, so this is, I don't know if you know where the public conversation, I don't know if you read Reddit threads or whatever the fuck. When you say something like, oh, so your position hasn't changed at all, what do you think most people in my community hear when you say that? And then she says that.
That
you're still a big fat bigot. That's exactly what they hear.
What does she still believe?
The rationale and the substance behind the ultimate underlying so what, whether that's a political position or an outlook or an attitude, that those things are largely stable. And
no, I think that, but the beliefs that they're hearing reaffirmed are that she believes that white people are superior to black people, that there is a concocted effort by Jewish.
She denies she ever believed that. She denies she ever believed that.
Yeah, but most people think will say that she did, or that she's lying now about that.
Do you think she ever did?
Puts Destiny on the spot. Look at that. Holy shit. Destiny's like, why'd you ask me that? Holy shit. Now Destiny, right, in his mind, he's doing like the Terminator thing where it says, sell out my friend or keep my audience. He's like picking between the two. He's like, two unthinkable options. Which way will Destiny go? Will he sell out his friend and keep his audience, or will he stand by his friend who did nothing wrong?
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think? Which one do you think he does?
In terms of like some weird anti-Semitic shit, I think it would be hard to believe that she was around all those people and didn't pick up a little bit of that. I don't know if she...
See? Sells out his friend. What a fucking.
I think you're being too harsh.
What a dick.
I think you're being too harsh.
Look, he's like hard for Destiny's basically saying it's hard for me to imagine that she hung out with Stefan Molyneux and they didn't secretly talk about Jews.
I mean, listen, I find it hard to believe that she didn't hang out with Stefan Molyneux and he didn't ask to count her eggs. Okay.
Oh my God. Well, that's true. That's definitely true.
Ever put that expressly in a video, but like my assumption would be that she probably thought that there was some weird Jewish shit going on. That would be my assumption. I don't know if she would admit that now or not, but
I mean that's a conflict right now. I mean, both of you guys, are friends. And I'm not.
Is Lauren still in the call, or did Lauren talk? Did he just
trying like to cause a rift? But like, how don't you want to know? I mean, what you're just saying is that you think that Lauren has just lied.
In terms of what, I don't know. So one, I don't know how much honesty I would expect on a live stream, just as on that, number one. Number two, would I want to know what somebody believed a long time ago? Well, I'll say a long time ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
But no, you just said that Lauren just lied.
Wait, hold on. Okay, let's be.
Where did Lauren go? What happened to Lauren?
She's just letting it. She wants to hear Destiny squirm. Okay.
Okay. Well, she's
let him dig the hole. Yeah.
She's better than me because I'd be jumping. I'd be jumping the fuck in
motherfucker.
There. Yeah, exactly. Like you sell out, fucking sell out.
Let's be clear, Lauren. Did you ever? Now earlier,
how can you do this?
We were talking about the content of her video.
Look at that. Did you hear that? You hear what she just said?
How can you do this to me? She's joking.
How can you do this to me?
She said in a joking voice.
Sure, it was joking. Sure, it was. I'm not sure. Destiny doesn't know it was joking.
Okay.
Lauren, did you ever believe in some weird Jewish shit? Maybe it might have been some Jewish people running shit. Maybe at some point that you didn't put in a video.
No.
Really? Never? Not a single time?
I read about it, of course, but I.
Hold on. Was there any part of you that wondered, like, man, there really are a lot of Jews?
Did she say she read about it?
Yeah.
She's like, I did read Ebola once, and I thought he was fucking crazy. That's so weird because.
Well, basically, the argument Destiny is saying is that she was in circles with people who did openly espouse this stuff.
Yeah.
And so he's saying, well, he's skeptical that some of it didn't rub off on her.
Right.
Right. And then she's like, well, I did read stuff because she was in those spheres. So.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about this before, that uncomfortable, somebody in your friend group, some new person in the friend group says something that you're like, wow, that's kind of racist as shit. But you're like, I'm not going to hang out with this guy anymore. So I just,
right.
Maybe I'm better off just letting it go. So
I'm
sure there's plenty of that kind of shit that goes on. But I'm sure, I mean, that kind of shit probably goes on in leftist circles just with like pedo shit. Like, why is this guy bringing up the fucking Mr.
Age of
Girl,
consent?
Shut up already, okay? We don't want to hear about it.
Listen, first time meeting a friend group, don't bring up the age of consent conversation. Okay?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
It's right.
Exactly.
Obviously, what you should do the first time you meet someone in a friend group is you bring up the POV question. That's a much better jumping point.
We don't want to hear about how you have cuties on Blu-ray. Okay,
no, right.
Please stop. Yeah.
So, temper your degeneracy.
Yeah.
Jewish bankers, a lot of Jewish dudes in U.S. media. You talk to a lot of these people that believe this stuff. Like, you'd never in any part of your life, like, maybe there's a little thing to like this. The Jewish.
There's the only thing I.
Okay, there you go. Okay, that's all I need. Okay.
Shit. No, like the only thing I would say to that is probably like what leftists would agree with anyways, is that there's a lot of power in like the Zionist lobby. Sure, for sure.
Well, okay, there you go. Yeah, that's all I need to hear. I mean, that's close enough for me.
People, Jews controlling the world now. Okay.
Sure. But
Lauren Southern, do you believe in Jewish sectional interests?
Oh shit. What is that? I don't even know what that is.
I couldn't get it. Well, he Quackademic is too scared to. I mean, he gave me some answer.
But did you look it
pretty
up?
Generic,
I mean, is it in the Urban Dictionary? Can I look it up?
I did Google it and I didn't get anything. And then, but I didn't Google sectional interest, which apparently was the key here.
Right.
Basically, it's a nice way of saying, do you think that the Jews have some kind of monolithic political policy that they advocate for.
How much money do you give to the
outside
Jewish
of Israel,
lobby every year?
Sitch, let me think.
Like 50%
well, they take 10%
income.
automatically during our Secret Jew Wednesday meetings.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Secret Jew Thursday meetings. White Guy Wednesdays or Wednesday. On our Secret Jew Thursday meetings, they take 20%.
Damn it.
Automatically. So.
Damn it. I think I missed White Guy Wednesday.
Yeah, you did. Where were you last Wednesday?
I've been working a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I was like, listen. They're like, where's Adam? We got to make sure he's a good white guy. And I'm like, listen, he's working on the comic. Okay. And they're like, that's unacceptable. They were very upset they're very upset. They're like, I can't believe you guys are fighting Hitler in the comic. As a white guy, this is very problematic.
Really? That was your idea. Oh wait, I think it was my idea, but you came up with the offensive quotes. I think was your contribution to that nightmare.
It was your idea, I think, originally that we'd fight Hitler, and then I made it so much worse, and you wanted to back out, and I was like, listen.
We got to go full bore.
We're fighting Hitler.
Sitch was like, we got to go pedal to the metal here.
I was like, listen, they're going to have a hilarious page where we're wearing KKK outfits fighting Hitler with burning crosses in the background. It'll be great.
Yeah. And then when I drew it, I was like, I'll make them crosses fucking burn.
You're like, Sage, we can't do this. We're going to get canceled.
I know. Oh, God. Pisco's not going to come on after this. Why?
We're fighting Hitler. What do you mean?
I know. Yeah. It's amazing.
Hitler but now my guess would be, I'm not trying to walk you this because Pisco is a simp in this conversation, okay? My guess would be is that you would probably see those financial structures a little bit less tied to Jewish people today and more just like a lot of people have, or a few people have a lot of money that are in like, invested in like guiding the political conversation in some way. And these people a lot of them happen to be Jewish, but it's not like.
Sure, dude. I'm going to grab some more wine.
Fuck you. Okay, well, there, I tried.
Well, I think she's saying, fuck you, I never believe that garbage. But,
yes,
I mean, obviously.
Right.
If someone was interrogating me in this fashion, I would not have any patience for it. Like, I would just be like, fuck you, too.
Well, hold on a second. It depends who you are and what you've said, right? Now, I understand that Lauren's had this conversation like a million times. So she's probably tired. But it's not like you don't have... Adam Friendon does not have a history of saying sussy baka anti-Jew comments, right?
No.
So it'd be very weird if someone was like...
I don't... Listen. I used to watch Lauren Southern's videos, and I don't... Nothing jumped out as like really... like the Jews are the problem.
No,
like,
right. I'm not saying for her. I'm just saying you can't universally say you can't ask someone these questions.
You can't ask them if they make some sus video, but I mean, even the Great Replacement video that they're talking about.
Yeah, I didn't think.
I mean, she's not mentioning the fucking Jews are responsible for this.
Right.
Like, what is inspiring this line of questioning?
Yeah,
they are literally fishing. They're literally just fishing.
Right.
And that's why she's getting upset about it and she said in the very beginning of the conversation, you know, there's this completely crazy narrative out there about me that's completely untrue. That's not based in any kind of factual analysis of my work. She said nobody ever watches her videos and points to specific things.
There's a way to have this conversation in a more intelligent manner.
Right.
Which would be, you know, when you were hanging out with X, I don't know, whoever the fucking specific person is that Destiny.
Stefan Molyneux, yeah. Stefan Molyneux has definitely, I've heard Stefan Molyneux say shit that I'm like,
right.
Okay.
Or other people, you know, whatever, say, you know, when you hung out with those people and they made these comments or these views, like, did you think they were serious? Did you think they were joking? Did you, you know, or did you just think, oh, I don't believe that? Like, I mean, I'd be just curious from a personal perspective, you know, someone who interacts with a bunch of racists, you know, what their experience is with that. Right. So I think you can have a conversation in that way without doing it in this kind of fishing expedition,
maybe
which
we'll
is
get
you said, I think it is fishing for something.
Maybe because she says, and Destiny makes some very funny jokes about writing a manifesto. Like maybe manifesto is not the best term for what she's writing, but maybe she'll out some of these people because I'm certain they're.
Well, the question isn't. You don't need to out anyone because that's name taking. I'm not saying someone needs to be name taken. You know, and you don't even have to name anyone. I guess actually, just get rid of the names and just be like, okay, when you were in these communities, you know. Were you ever in a situation where like someone would drop the JQ and you'd be like, oh, that's fucking weird. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting conversation as opposed to doing it this way.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure you've had friends that have fallen into these various fucking.
I've never had a friend that's fallen into the JQ. No, that's actually
really?
not happened. That's not been my experience. No.
I'm in all honesty, I mean, the JQ is kind of a meme for me, but I really don't even know what the JQ is. Like, what is the question? I don't know.
That Jews control everything or run everything in some nefarious manner. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah.
They say, oh, look at the, Jews, despite being 2% of the population, Jews run, whatever percentage of the media companies or whatever
there's the Holocaust denial rabbit hole that I think some people fall into. That's like, there's the numbers are not correct, whatever they say.
Right.
But that sounds like that's different than the Jewish question, obviously.
No, I mean they very often.
Or is that combined?
Well, they're not the same thing, but very often people who believe one will believe the other.
Okay, so Holocaust denial is wrapped into the.
Yeah, not always, but often. Yeah.
Okay. They should just ask her, Lauren, do you believe the Holocaust happened?
It's so funny when we were talking about the slavery video, because it reminded me of like there were some videos. I don't remember who did it. Right. There was some videos like in like 2016, some YouTuber. I don't know who it was, and I don't want to give names because I don't want to attribute this to anyone incorrectly. There's some YouTuber who made one of these like, the Holocaust was overblown. Here's pictures of Jews playing volleyball at a concentration camp. Like there's one of these crazy videos. I kind of felt like, I just feel like the slavery thing's kind of in the same thing.
Right. Oh yeah.
Slavery wasn't so bad. Families were very rarely torn apart and women very rarely raped. It barely ever happened. Right. You're like, I don't know about all that, Chief.
Why would you make a video on slave apology? There's all the different things you can talk about. You could talk about MMT.
Oh my God.
I know.
David for 50 Canadian. Thank you so much, David. Says there's S class and there's A team. I petition for the Lauren League.
Oh, that's pretty good.
The Lauren League.
The Lauren League. Yeah.
Should we call it? Well, how about maybe we should call her team the Confederates because Lauren's Southern.
Oh, yeah.
And she's not even American, and she's accused of being racist, so it's kind of extra funny.
It is good. I like that.
Lauren League's okay. It's a nice alliteration.
Yeah.
We'll ask her.
Confederates is not.
It's incendiary.
You could say the Southern Confederacy.
The Southerners. It's a little too on the little, not enough. I feel like everyone's name except for ours are always bad. I feel like we have to continue that trend.
Well, that's what we do it for. Yeah.
Yes.
Of course. The D-bags, the Sarganinos.
The Artards. The Mongos.
I think Mahler actually picked that though.
He did. He came up with that one.
Ooh.
What did we call Doomers? I already forgot.
Doom Patrol.
No.
That's too cool, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, it's got to be something insulting.
Yeah.
The Simps. The wrong about movies. The Plebes. The Weasels.
Ooh. Ouch.
Gabriel Archange for 20 Canadian. Says, as a true honorary member of A-Team, I just got a dumb job working in a factory because I need money to afford stuff and drugs, starting with the essential kind of stuff. Free will. I found my boy Adam through that PSA Sitch guy. Wow, look at that.
Really? Wow.
An actual A-teamer through me. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's great. No, I love it.
It's terrible. I'm offended. But thank you, Gabriel. You get 20 free units. I don't know what the conversion is for Canadian, but 20 free units of American free-range organic free will.
I worked in a factory for a short stint, and I got to tell you, working in the factory experience is, I mean, it's got to be much easier now that you can listen to stuff while you're working. I just could listen to like audio cassettes. All I had was a Walkman. It was just, it got super repetitive. So a lot of people listen to us at work. That's why they like the long streams. They're like, oh, this is going to get me through my Monday. Yeah.
Contrast. Thank you so much for being a 3-month free will seeker. Says, in my friend group, someone says a racism, so I proceed to out-racist them. It's the only way to assert dominance in a multiracial friend group. Well, there you go.
Well, it's nice when you're in a friend group that you can do that and everyone knows that you're joking. And then,
yes.
But sometimes someone new, you're like, wait a second, he's serious.
Right. Dr. Diddler, who academic agent didn't want to talk to because his name was too sus.
Really? I guess it is. That name is super sus.
It is very sus for being a free will seeker. Says, no, Sitch, thank you for creating another outlet I can use to launder money to you. Adam, stop sending me unsolicited dictionary pics. Ooh, Adam, what are you doing?
What?
Here?
That didn't happen.
I believe Diddler over you. I mean, he is a doctor.
Diddler was making fun of academic agent. I saw in the comments. Doing a great job. Yeah.
He's S-class general.
Representing.
Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Troll supervillain. Thank you so much for being 3 months of discipline equals freedom. Caw-caw.
Yeah.
Says,
did you just do a caw? Caw.
That's the American Eagle. Says Pisco, and he said Pisco. Okay. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. He wrote it out. I just got to read what it says. Was such a cringy weasel this entire debate, bad faith train all the way through. The gotcha was all he was looking for. There you go. Crack Rock Steady. Not happy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Back to the video.
No, I'm serious. I'm happy.
Yeah, go. Get wine. Drink. Yeah, keep drinking. Good job.
Speaking of drinking, I need to get a drink. I'll be right back.
Thoughts, Destiny?
No.
Okay, here's the important question, okay? Because on one hand, I think that you're...
Wait, I'm back. The answer is no. You're not going to find any Paul Joseph Watson style videos of me or recordings.
We'll
like
see.
that.
Okay,
No.
hey, you don't know what I've got, what people sent to me, okay? Okay,
Oh, yeah?
Here's the important question, okay? So you said that you might change some of the approach, but you wouldn't change any of the, like...
Content.
Actual ideas or whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, I did a point-by-point analysis of this with counterpoints before. All these people are like, Lauren, if you just did a point-by-point analysis of your Great Replacement video, then people would be okay with you. And it's like, well, I did that, and then, no one cared.
I didn't watch that, but I did see that she had done that. And I thought, okay, I guess. I don't know. I don't think people are gonna accept any kind of trying to recast that video. So
okay, ready? That's gonna be a hard.
No,
this is the hard question. Okay, I need you to hold on. Okay, I need you to grab a towel. Okay, because you might be feeling pretty slippery after this question. Okay.
Okay.
Do you think that you probably? This is such a mean question. I'm sorry. Do you think you probably have some level of responsibility for Christchurch? That guy, you don't think that any of the stuff you said could have bled down into any other people that reverberated or resonated that with like the same types of messaging? That's like totally...
Nope, not even a little bit. Not even a tiny bit. I have these people tweet me shit all the time that's like, oh, I bet you can barely sleep seeing dead bodies in your dreams. And I'm like, dude, I sleep just fine. Like, I know I'm not responsible for that at fucking all. The guy had decided to commit the massacre 4 months before I even came out with the video. There's zero responsibility I have for that attack. None. Zero.
So Christchurch was 4 months before she even made this great replacement video. That's a pretty powerful argument that the two were completely unrelated.
Is that true, Pisco? Bring up the logs.
Well, I honestly don't know. You know, I didn't
get ready.
Look, nobody knows, nobody cares, because they've all bought into the fake narrative that Lauren Southern's video was responsible for Christchurch, which is just a fucking lie. People are so gullible. People are so gullible. So much of the internet is just people putting out content because people want to believe something, and they're like, I'll fill that niche. People want to believe this person's a Nazi. Here, let me fill that niche for them. I can blow up on social media if I just fill this niche of the thing people want to believe.
Reddit threads on your Pisco. You better bring them up.
The reason I talked to you, to Destiny, was about the abstract of why, if someone were to feel apologetic, or if someone did feel guilty for anything, that it would make sense, notwithstanding the short-term pain, to express.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's not really our conversation. The real conversation that we were kind of like dancing around, that we were earlier, is like, would I hold other people to the same set of standards that I hold myself to? And I think the answer to that is largely no. But so I think that's kind of where some of our like weird like dancing was, right?
But it sounds, Destiny, like Lauren's saying it, right? And you've known her longer than I have. This is the first time meeting you, Lauren. You know, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
But everything you're saying, Destiny, sounds like you're doubting her. It sounds
doubting.
Like
wait, hold on, wait. Doubting which part?
Skeptical. And
wait. Doubting which part?
Doubting her refutation of any link to Christchurch, which I can't speak to.
Okay, I can't speak to that because now I don't know the fact of the matter. If you really did start planning it 4 months beforehand, or she's lying about that, I don't actually know that fact of the matter. If it was the case that the guy had written up all of those plans before her video even released, well, then I would be an idiot to try to accuse her of being like wildly influential there, because then obviously the plans were already written up. But I don't know factually.
So according to the Christchurch guy's manifesto, he said, I believe he said he started coming up with his plan to enact violence in February of 2017.
Okay.
And I think her video came out in like April or May. So.
Yeah. Listen, Lauren, were you inspired by the Christchurch shooter? Tell us. Did you make your video because of the Christchurch?
No. This, because the shooting took place in 2019.
Oh,
but he's saying that the guy in his manifesto said he started planning it in like February of 2017.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
So, or I don't know if like he probably didn't plan what specifics, but he claims this is when he got the idea to commit some kind of fucking horrible thing.
He started planning it 4 months. Oh, so he was planning it 4 months before she came out with the video.
With her video,
and then she comes out with the video after it's already planned, and then it happens after.
Well, no. It's not like he didn't plan to do his shooting and then sat on it for 2 years. Okay. But he's saying that he planned.
I can take it.
Okay, so the timeline is he's in his manifesto. He talks about he started to get radicalized. In 2016, 2017.
Right.
But the shooting doesn't occur until 2019.
Right.
But in his manifesto, right. So 2 years later. But in the manifesto, he says, I think it was either February or January of 2017 is when he started to get the idea formulated in his mind to commit some kind of mass shooting,
right?
Terrorist act.
Okay.
And then her video came out, in April or May. So she's saying, obviously, her video did not put the idea in his mind. He was already formulating this idea himself.
Right.
So.
Gotcha. But was there any causal connection between what he wrote in the manifesto and Lauren Southern?
Only because he was doing it based on the idea of the Great Replacement. Okay. And birth rates. And it seems like, and I don't know this, I don't know if anyone's done some in-depth analysis. He uses very similar language that guy uses, the French guy, Camus, however you say his name.
Camus.
So he probably read that guy, and he probably read that guy way before he knew anything about. We don't even know if he saw Lawrence on his video. It's just assumed that it has some connection.
So they could have had the same source for the video and for the inspiration.
The thing is that, on Poll and then on, the other Chan sites and any of these sites, people were tossing all the same shit around anyway.
Right.
I mean, that's where they're getting it from. So.
Right. That's where Lauren got the idea for her video, right? 4chan.
Maybe. I don't know where she got the idea for her video. I think so. I don't know what inspired her to go look up that Camus guy in the first place, but
yeah.
But I don't think it's fair to throw, even though I really don't like Tucker Carlson, I don't think it's fair to throw Lauren or Tucker, any of these people that they're responsible for any of this stuff, because it seems like when you read these people's manifesto, they really got radicalized not through watching videos, but through being in some internet community or some website that's based around things like this.
Right. Yeah.
Where they read all this crap.
Yeah.
That really seems to be the primary vehicle driving some of this shit.
They're in some crazy online community.
Right.
Yeah. Learning about Austrian economics and shit. What? What?
My God.
Actually, if that's the case or not, so I can't say anything.
Okay. In which case, that Lauren might feel totally satisfied with her public position now. And I think that it would be good for her, frankly, in the long run. I can't speak for you, Lauren. I don't know your life. And so I guess I shouldn't say this, but I think that there are open-minded people out there. And if you ever want to reveal the substantial changes that you sort of offhandedly referenced in your life that your viewers would understand, that maybe Destiny would understand, I think it would be worth sharing what those things are at some point.
Yeah, dude, I actually really agree with you on this one. I've already filmed a few videos on this, and I'm redoing them because I'm flying out a friend to assist. But I'm doing a big series on a lot of the more substantial changes that have happened in my political journey. A lot of criticisms I have of the right wing as well, and I've never really talked about it. It's hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about the negative experiences you had with a political group that you put so much faith in and genuinely believed in and genuinely thought was, fighting the good fight or whatever. So this is going to be my little manifesto on the right wing. Yeah, but I'm working on that, man.
Okay, Pisco, so I'm curious for you, okay? I'm not holding water or running defense for anybody. Everybody kill yourselves. Okay. So if she said that she's done a video with counterpoints going point by point and whatever, if nobody has any, but you haven't seen that video, so I guess we don't know if you would think that it's satisfactory or not.
I'm not sure. What I'm taking on good faith that Lauren says she doesn't have any racial animus, that her concern is merely with assimilation, that she has no animus towards Jews. She says it, and right now, I can't provide logs to dispute her because I didn't come to talk to you, Destiny, about the particulars of Lauren Southern. I did. The only thing I've done substantial on Lauren Southern is disagreeing on January 6th when she talked to you, and I didn't like the way she characterized it. But basically, I think that if there's any change that you see, like substantial change that you would have from a time in your life where at least many people characterize you as an extremist, you would agree with that at least. Maybe not that you were an extremist, but that many people characterized you that way. I think the right thing to do, both personally so that you don't have any hangups and so that people know the real story, is to reveal that.
Plan on it. Yeah, I've got big plans, man, big plans. And don't worry, FBI, not those kind of plans, the good kind. The okay kind, the not dangerous kind.
But yeah, and I guess on the substance of the related issues, I couldn't disagree.
See, there's no admission though that the people who target these people. I mean, they make shit up all the time. That's my huge beef with this, is so much of this shit is just manufactured outrage over nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got to admit that. Like, it's not some big thing to be mischaracterized by a bunch of people online. Like, that's a pretty common occurrence. And to say that you need, like, that you need to adjust your behavior so to accommodate these people who are lying about you, just it's fucking bullshit to me. Like Joe Rogan is a perfect example. Like, they've gone after Joe Rogan, explicitly cut stuff out of context. I don't think Joe Rogan's ever done anything wrong. So, I mean, I can't in good conscience say Joe Rogan needs to change because a bunch of people mischaracterized him.
Sure.
So, but I don't necessarily, I mean, I feel that same way about Jordan Peterson. I feel that same way about, like, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro hasn't done anything wrong. I don't know that Lauren Southern's done anything wrong. So it's all bullshit. Big fucking bullshit.
Disagree more with Lauren's perspective, but do I think that that by virtue of wanting an English requirement in immigration policy, you automatically become a racist? No, I don't. Do I think that by wanting to restrict immigration more that you're necessarily a racist? No, I don't. I think the majority of people who were angry at Lauren were seeing racism, and maybe it wasn't there. But Destiny seems skeptical about that.
Wait, no, wait. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ, okay? I don't think she's racist now. But 5 years ago, I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to say. I don't exist in her mind, and I couldn't, but that would be the assumption that I would make. If I go back and I look at, like, the totality of, like, who she was hanging around and the videos that she made, I would assume she was, or at least a little bit. Like, that, like, anytime people wave around, like, the Western values, civic nationalism, like, any of this type of shit, I just assume, like, okay, this person's probably a little bit racist. That, like, culture is intrinsically tied to a people's skin color and shit like that. And then based on the videos that she made, the French braids, like, yeah, I mean, I would assume that there's, like, at least a tinge of racism here, of course. But, like, today,
you can't do a video with French braids without being called a racist. I don't get it. What?
I don't know.
What's wrong with French braids?
No, I don't think so. Or if it is, she hides it really well, right?
Would you call her videos racist?
I might make the distinction, because you have to be so fine about it, if not racist themselves, like empowering racists.
Lauren, do you think Destiny's a reasonable person?
Always.
Yeah, I do think he's a reasonable person.
So do you think a reasonable person thought that your videos were promoting racism?
Yeah, and that's been something I've thought about a lot. I think a lot of people, it doesn't really matter for the far lefties. Like, if you're someone that's schizo posting about me, this doesn't really matter. But for anyone that's kind of more in the center, can consider that, you know, conservatives and right-wingers are actually human beings, even if you disagree with them, you might be interested in watching the last few videos I came out with before I took my break from politics, particularly my speech about changing my thoughts on immigration and my last documentary, Borderless. I think that would be worthwhile. Those movies would be worthwhile to watch.
And I think that people have an obligation to, you know, to see your body of work, but given that you just said a reasonable person like Destiny could have seen your videos as promoting racism, do you think it's that unfair that a large segment of the population thinks you were promoting racism? Surely if a reasonable person thinks that you are promoting racism, and most of the country is not reasonable, and even reasonable people could think you're promoting racism, why do you take issue with the general attitude that you are promoting racism, if reasonable people think that you were?
This is why I think we need to be really deliberate with how we approach things. This is why I think now, in my old age of 26, right? I've grown a bit from when I made videos at 19 and 20. I think the way that we present things matters, as I said at the beginning of this conversation. So even if we don't have the intention for someone to take something a certain way, we have to ensure that we're careful with our presentation.
That's fair. Yeah. Destiny, thoughts?
Oh, I mean, obviously I agree with that. That's my whole fucking thing, right?
So now, Destiny, why can you be mad at your audience if you are a reasonable person and you thought those videos were racist or promoting racism, sorry, how can you be butthurt at your audience for wanting a disavowal?
If they want a disavowal, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care if people hate her. I don't care if people think she's racist. Even if they currently think she's racist or not, or want to disavow, that's fine. What I don't like is people saying that I'm either being a hypocrite or that I would simp for a blonde, because I'm not like begging her to like do disavowals. That I'm not like on my knees to be like, please, Lord, if we're gonna be racist, you have to disavow, right? Because I've never ever.
But wait a minute. First of all, this all seems kind of like BS, because she's admitted in the beginning of the conversation that what she would do differently was how she framed and edited the video, because she felt like it gave people the wrong impression.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was talked about.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. That was talked about in the beginning of this conversation.
Yeah.
And so she's admitted and agreed that she can understand why someone would get the wrong impression, or what she's classifying the wrong impression about racism or white nationalism or whatever from the video.
Right.
And so she's already agreed to that and said that she would change that.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be, it seemed like the conversation that was already agreed upon. It seemed like the conversation was really about, did she change her opinion on something of substance, and trying to fish for that. And now that that's been sort of, the well has kind of tapped dry on that, we're kind of going back to what was already agreed upon. And I would say it seemed like she disavowed in the beginning of the conversation already. Unless, I mean, I don't know. Are we talking about, does she have to come out and like bow and prostrate before everyone and be like, I'm sorry for the imagery in this video? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, they're still fishing for the apology. They're saying, okay, can you just apologize for the fact that everybody misinterpreted your videos? It's like, okay, no.
Right. Well, it kind of reminds me of the video we watched on Tuesday with Peter Boghossian, where, you know, he has the sign that said there's only two genders.
Right.
And you have a bunch of woke college students, they like look at that sign from literally hundreds of feet away on a rooftop.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you're a bigot. And then they come down. He's like, oh, I'm asking people if they agree or disagree with the statement. And they're like, well, the fact that I looked at the words and took the wrong impression from them, you know, means you should apologize for that.
Exactly.
And it's like, well, no, I shouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, you were wrong.
Yeah. It's like, no, you were just wrong.
I got nothing to apologize for.
And with Lawrence,
the fact that people feel that they need an apology because they were wrong, that's so lame.
I know, that's crazy, right? But I think, and with Lauren, this kind of seems like irrelevant, because really the conversation surrounding Lauren in this video is that people are claiming that either A, she still is racist and is lying, or B, she really was a super duper racist and is now trying to pretend like she wasn't. It's not really about this
miscommunication
issue, which she's already agreed upon.
Yep.
Ever conduct that way with anybody. I am the ultimate person of like, I don't care what you did, like, let's move past it. Like, I said that Vosh could come back 90 days after his fucking weird, creepy sexual fucking ban. Like, I've never ever held anybody this ever. So my only irritation is,
well, that nice little
Vosh dig.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I didn't know Vosh was banned for some weird sex pesty shit.
Well, from his server, he means, from his Discord server.
I know. But there's probably new people in his audience that didn't know Vosh was a sex pest, so that's why he threw it in there.
Well, listen, he's gay now. I don't know. It's all
not only did he throw it in there.
Yeah.
He basically made himself sound good for letting him back in.
Right. There was a tweet. Yeah. That was weird.
Oh yeah.
Someone was complaining about, teaching gender identity stuff to children. And then Vosh's response was basically, well, when I was 5 years old, I had like a crush on a girl or something. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought he was gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Happening here.
And it's like totally caught him.
And then it's funny because when I looked at the replies, a lot of other people were like, "Wait a minute, I thought you were gay."
Really, a lot of people caught him.
A lot of people were like,
"The mask slipped."
Right.
He's
Someone
like,
said,
"I understand. I didn't back then. I wasn't gay."
Right. Yeah. Someone said, "There's no such thing as an LGBTQ kid. Kids don't have sexuality. They're kids." And then Vosh said, "This is
Vosh."
Vosh. No. She's saying the opposite. She's saying, so there's an article. Daily Wire said Disney launches LGBTQ Pride Collection clothing line for kids, promises to donate profits to LGBTQ organizations. So someone who had an issue with this article said there's no such thing as LGBTQ kids. Kids don't have sexuality. They're kids. So then Vosh responds by saying, "This is true. High school boys are famous for never being interested in girls," which is already a dishonest reply because obviously everyone knows that we're not talking about kids in high school.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or that the lady wasn't talking about kids in high school. So someone says, "One could assume she's referring to prepubescent children, not young adults actually experiencing puberty. You obtuse gob of flotsam."
Wow, good insult. I like
it's an interesting insult, yeah. To which he responded, "I had crushes on girls in my class when I was in kindergarten. LMAO, my dude, you probably did too. Quit being obtuse."
Girls, huh?
Which, first of all, I don't know about you. I didn't have any crushes on girls when I was 5. Okay.
Yeah, kindergarten is a bit early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little weird. And then someone responded to that by saying, "I thought you were gay."
Yeah. Yeah, that's my thought.
That was my thought. I was like, wait a minute, I thought you were gay, Vosh. Is Vosh saying that he wasn't born gay, that he became gay? Wouldn't that be the implication? If you had crushes on girls when you were 5, that's a little early for heteronormative culture to force you to being straight, right?
Yeah. So weird.
Very strange. Very strange to me.
Yeah.
Being inconsistent with or applying an inconsistent standard. That's what drives me crazy.
Now, before you said, and people in your chat said it too, you have to be able to sympathize with people who, if they were to martyr themselves, they would lose all their source of revenue. And, I can't ask people to make that sacrifice. Now I'm asking you to put your shoes in of someone else. Sorry, put your feet in other people's shoes. People who maybe are closer affected to the immigration issue, or maybe closely related to the racism issue. Maybe they felt racism in the past. Just like you're asking us to sympathize with creators who are going to lose their revenue stream, can't you sympathize with the individuals who's for these issues? It hits close to home.
Yeah, and so I don't understand why nobody.
I fucking hate that argument. I totally hate that argument.
I'm not sure I understand what the argument even is.
Because I've experienced real racism in the past. Lauren Southern has to behave differently. It's like,
oh, I see.
It's like, fuck, why? There's no causal link there. Just because you've experienced racism doesn't mean that you can go around pretending other people are racist when they're not.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, generally in our society, we weigh physical harm as more important than like psychological offense, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you got to get over the psychological offense.
Because it's more like people need to be responsible for controlling their emotions rather than you can't control how other people physically mess with you.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah, regulating your emotions is important. That actually is part of white culture. I mean, according to CRT, okay?
Okay. How dare you?
Nobody ever. Why don't everybody sympathize with me, Pisco? No, listen. Here's like this is all. These are. There are so many statements that you could make that I would be a-okay with. Okay, if you're in my subreddit and you're like, I think Lauren was basically a Nazi 5 years ago. Sure, that's fair. Or like, I think she's racist now. Okay,
you think that's fair?
Sure, fuck it. Yeah, I think that if people want to believe that, yeah, considering who she was associated with, who she did media for. What?
Do you think that Lauren is fairly characterizable as a Nazi 5 years ago?
I think that I could be very empathetic towards somebody that would believe it. When there was so much irony.
Did you believe it?
Did you believe it?
Would I believe it? Full on honesty, no. But like alt-righter, probably, sure. But like, but when I'm saying that there are other people that I could believe, or I would.
I mean, isn't alt-right? I've waved over the alt-right tag on Wikipedia. There's literally a guy holding a swastika flag.
Yeah, I'm not sure what difference he's making between alt-right and Nazi.
Alt-right and Nazi are synonymous.
Maybe he meant alt-light.
Maybe,
which has some slight difference.
Right.
But
Nazi,
that
Nazi adjacent.
Right. The alt-light one, to me, is mostly a disingenuous category because it's basically throwing at people that are like, we think you're a Nazi, but we don't have enough evidence for it.
This is Destiny trying to like appease his audience right here.
Well, I don't think that's fair. I mean, I didn't follow her work at all, so I can't comment on it. And it seems like he's mostly basing his opinion not on what she said, but rather who she hung out with. And you can take issue with that and have a discussion about that, whether that's valid. But that seems to be the base. And I don't even know who he's talking about beyond Stefan Molyneux. Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that, I mean, that to me, that would be more about if I'm going to pass judgment on Destiny's statement.
Probably the Proud Boys guy. Oh, I can't remember his name. The guy who found Gavin McGinnis.
The guy who peed in the bottle?
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis.
Well, and I think she actually had a bad experience with Gavin McGinnis. I think she
did. Yeah, she's talked about that. Yeah.
So, I mean, she probably fucking hates that guy.
Right. But is he Nazi or is he just like a chauvinist asshole?
Yeah, I don't think Gavin McGinnis is a Nazi, but
right.
He's like a Western chauvinist.
Right. And I think that was her complaint when she talked about the negative experience.
Because he was a Western chauvinist?
Yeah, he's basically being misogynist towards her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with being
at least he's on brand.
A sexist pig?
Empathize with them having those views of her being currently racist or of her being like mask on or whatever, and all of that. And there are other views that I accept too. If people are saying that like me being associating with her at all is like a negative thing, it's rebuilding her image, it's like making too light of her past. If people want to say that, that's fine. I'm okay with
Pro-Felicity right there. Destiny, why are you rehabilitating her image? Why are you lending the credibility of your profile to her credibility?
Well, that's all the argument against us for this is, stop rehabilitating Lauren's image. Now you're going to stop trying to rehabilitate Nick Fuentes' image, which I don't think is happening. But
I heard Ben Shapiro call Nick Fuentes a white supremacist.
Well, he is.
Yeah, I was like, wow, Ben Shapiro thinks so. Then fucking.
Well, that's not. I mean, the Republican National Party has been basically saying Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist for years now. I don't think that's
have they?
Yeah,
I've never heard anyone call him a white.
Well, that's why he started to do his own America First PAC thing. Is because I think originally he was trying to get into CPAC, and they kicked him out, or they kept kicking him out.
Right.
So, did you see the latest Nick Fuentes news?
That he likes tranny porn?
Yeah.
Yes. Fuck.
Yes, that was it. Yeah.
Bad.
So apparently he was, if you don't know the story, apparently Nick was streaming from his phone. And he, like on your phone when you click and there's like all the tabs come up.
Yeah.
Apparently someone saw like one of the next tabs was like the corner of a porn video, and the internet sleuths figured out which porn it came from. Or they realized it was some trans porn.
How do they? That's so. This is the stereotype that the left is constantly making.
Mm-hmm.
That people, conservatives who are anti-LGBT, are secretly gay. Like,
There's
how do you fall?
But the thing is, I don't know if, as someone who doesn't watch Nick,
right,
I don't know how much he spends on LGBT issues, how much he spends on like immigration and race issues,
right,
and that stuff. It is weird because it seems like there's a group of maybe self-hating, I don't know, of gay men who like are very far right, very far right, and it's kind of an interesting archetype.
Yeah,
I mean, now we even have Milo, who I didn't even think he was that far right, but now even he's going on the whole like he's not gay anymore train.
Right. Milo is a weird case because I feel like he's so needy for attention that he'll just
it's hard
say
to tell
or
what's
do
real.
anything.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
True. That's true.
So, but I'm sure there are obviously right-leaning people that are self-hating gay people, but the left is casting
like that's
that as the norm, like the archetype. Like that's all
true, which I don't think
all
I'm assuming
conservatives. Yeah, exactly.
I would assume it's not the norm, but it is hilarious if Nick falls into some kind of weird category like that.
They're denying
he appears to do so.
They're denying that account was his account and that the trans.
Of course they're denying.
Yeah,
of course they're denying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, this was an old claim. He had that date with that Catboy guy. That was real weird. That everyone.
I thought that was all a stunt. I never thought that was real, but I guess maybe we're moving in that.
He was acting strange in that interaction.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like.
And I don't know. Like, you pair it aside.
Nick Fuentes, but
there's that funny video of who's the woman with Elijah.
I'm not sure.
Who brought up the cuck question to Jack Murphy that he like flipped out about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because there's that clip of her.
Sydney Watson is her name.
Sydney Watson. I think it was her. She's like kind of like laying into Nick Fuentes about being a misogynist when he's like never been in a relationship with a girl.
Right.
And he just kind of looks sullen, like he's getting like nagged on by mom. Like, I don't know. He just has weird interactions with women sometimes. So it's just, I don't know. It kind of paints this picture that seems the point in this direction.
I think he's super young. I think he's like 23. So
he's pretty young. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's never been in a relationship with a woman.
He's supposedly a virgin. He said he was a virgin.
Right. Yes. So. And he said having sex with women is gay, and he's like really trying to pimp. He's really trying to like push to the incel crowd to try to like get them on his in a circle.
Having sex with women is like the opposite of gay.
I mean, if you think about it, Adam, having sex with a girl is like the gayest thing ever.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but now I think we're big enough that nothing happens that someone doesn't send you some clip. So we're pretty much, I think, in the know on everything that goes on.
What do you mean?
Like, of course I knew about the Nick Fuentes thing.
Oh, the trans porn. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone was mocking him, and like it blew up.
Happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're accidentally on your phone.
Listen, sometimes you accidentally eat your boogers on stream. Sometimes you look up trans porn, even though you say that's degenerate. Look, it happens. Okay.
I don't think I've ever eaten a booger.
You don't think you've ever accidentally eaten a booger on stream?
Well, I try not to eat boogers as a rule of thumb.
It is funny that like I don't know how Destiny has these relationships. Like, he had such incendiary relationships with Nick and with Nick Fuentes and Brittany Venti and some of these people where like he getting these like fucking really nasty insulting streams where they're just ripping on them, and they just rip on him, and it's funny to see them all like kind of being friendly with each other now. Right. It's a very interesting dynamic.
They're ultimately, I mean, we're all kind of content creators, so
sure. But is that all it is? Is it just like kayfabe, or is it
professional courtesy?
Something else? Yeah, I don't know.
I think there's some level of professional courtesy that's just you extend to other content creators.
Maybe. No, but I'm saying going from a level of like, Destiny calling Nick Booger Nick.
Mm-hmm. Like, did he eat a booger? Did Nick eat a booger on camera?
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
There's one of the last
What?
conversations Destiny had with Nick.
Hold on. This can't be true.
He's looking it up.
We're watching this immediately.
One of the last conversations that Destiny had with Nick before, like the kind of recent arc, like literally ended with him just saying Booger Nick, like again and again and again. And Nick was calling him like pedo Destiny or deadbeat. I don't know. There's some insult he was saying.
Eats booger. He can't be this. Oh shit! Holy cow! Holy cow! Oh my god. Okay, we're watching this next. This. Oh please. No. Don't eat
You're looking up the.
Yeah.
Oh,
White
Vic
Nationals
Berger.
Nick Fuentes eats booger live on air.
Vic Berger did a little video about it.
Blood spurts out nose.
There you go. Anyway.
No.
Let's continue.
With all of that. And I don't want to watch Destiny anymore because of the people he associates with. I'm fine with that. There's so many standards I'm fine with. The only thing that I'm not okay with is when people are saying that I'm applying an inconsistent standard to her versus anybody else. That is absolutely not true. And that is the majority of the criticism on my subreddit. Well, that's one problem. And then another issue I have is when people are trying to say, I think she's racist today because of this. And then they start naming like ultra standard conservative positions. I don't like that. That bothers me.
I understand that.
Sure. So those are like my two huge issues.
I do want to drive this point home.
Maybe Pisco's not that bad if he gets that. If he realizes people are just like, you can't even have a conversation about immigration without people calling you a racist. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, CT reminded me. CT
did an infographic of Nick Fuentes eating a booger.
No. So Quackademic said during our Twitter troll contest.
Your heated exchange.
It was really me trolling him. I don't know if it was a heated exchange. Okay. It was me getting him to be incredibly triggered and ass blasted.
Right.
He said that he got very mad at one point. He's like, I don't know why anyone watches Sitch and Adam anymore. Oh my god, you're fucking idiots. I know 100 better content creators. So CT, being a troll, being the ever-present troll, said name them.
Yes. Yeah.
And so she got Quack to waste his time, and he wrote it. It's so funny because he didn't just type it out. He like hand wrote 100 better content creators than Sitch and Adam.
Yeah.
And it's funny because his handwriting is so bad. It looks like some fucking like. It looks like the lettering you'd get from a you've been kidnapped like ransom note or something. And he wrote out like all these content creators that he thinks are better than us.
Right.
And one of them was
Nick Fuentes.
Booger eating Nick Fuentes. There you go.
He's number 8 on the list. I mean, he's way up
he's
there.
high up on the list. Okay, high up on the list. Nick, listen, totally not racist, totally not anti-Semitic academic agent. Right. Number 7 on the list of YouTubers you should watch, Nick Fuentes. Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I being so why are you so uncharitable? Gee, I don't know. I don't know. Why. Why do you think? Oh my god. Hit it up. Hit it up. Oh, number 2 on the list was John Doyle too. Well, there you go.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Wow.
Half our audience thinks John Doyle's better than us anyway. So I mean,
no, there's like 10% of the losers think that.
No,
John Doyle literally just schizo streams. That's all he does. You understand that, right?
People love.
He just goes on like it's impressive. I don't know how someone could talk that fast and for that long while saying nothing. It's really impressive. But it is literally a schizophrenic breakdown for an hour and a half.
Sure.
Just real quick, because we kind of glanced over it. Just as you're asking people to be sympathetic to creators like Lauren and their revenue streams,
No! Hold on. I'm sorry. I just have to be so clear. I'm not. I'm not asking anybody to be sympathetic towards anybody. I'm not here to like.
Well, you are, right? You are sympathetic to it.
I am. Yes, I am. But if you're like, oh fuck that, like.
But you're endorsing him by platforming her and having conversations with her. Don't you understand? You got to cut her off. Otherwise, you're endorsing this shit. That's basically the implication that he's making.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Majin is drawing pictures of us with degenerate monster girls.
I saw it. Yeah,
on Twitter.
It. It's pretty sweet.
I mean, I didn't say I didn't like it.
Isn't it like a big?
I didn't say I didn't like it.
It's like a tiggle bitty duck, I think.
Well, I don't like that. I like the snake girl.
Look at that. I don't know about Duck Girl. That's a little weird.
You don't like the bill?
Yeah, I don't like it when they do hot anime girls with like weird animal ears.
Was the ears like, bother you?
Nobody's into the bestiality.
I see. Okay. Adam doesn't like the ears.
Well, this duck looks like it has a giant bulge in its pants or something too. That's a little unattractive, but yeah. Anyway, we'll continue.
Like she's been involved in some crazy fucking shit. Like I don't ever want to like, yeah, sure, fucking dude. That's fine. There's a lot of like radical 19 and 20-year-olds that never went sailing on the fucking, coast of Italy looking for immigrants to fucking murder, right? I'm totally empathetic towards people like that's way too much for me. Like fuck that, I'm out of here. I'm sympathetic towards that. And if people are like, I don't want to watch your streams, like, yeah, sure, I can empathize with that. I understand it. That's fine.
Destiny completely trying to walk the line here. I gotta admit, it's the high wire act he's doing here is pretty impressive.
I think he's being too deferential to his audience on this regard.
Do you think so?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's why it's a high wire act.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wants to live to fight another day.
Just don't fuck him. Fuck you.
He's got a look, the mortgage defense. He's got a revenue stream he has to protect. He can't get kicked off of every platform. This is his job, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't have the luxury that we have.
That's okay. What I just don't like is non-factual statements
being not
like
popular,
I'm applying an inconsistent lens, or like somebody is racist.
I was thinking of being funny, but
just because of insert like standard, politically conservative statements here. Those are my two issues. That's it.
Okay.
Destiny actually is very funny, though.
Yes. How dare you?
A lot of times his jokes are pretty. That's part of the appeal, definitely. Lauren's a woman, so she can't be funny. It's impossible. I'm sorry, Lauren. You know it's true.
I think that's helpful. I think that's...
It's not helpful. I've said that a million fucking times. Nobody gives a fuck, though. Because all the threads... Because I was going to be... Thank God. I was going to sleep tonight worried that there weren't going to be another 20 Lauren threads on my thread. And now I know I can wake up to them. Because everybody's going to say, like, Lauren weaseled this argument. She's actually still racist. Here's why. Because she quoted the fucking Swedish PM. And then, like, she's crypto mask on ultra about all of her fucking views. She says her views haven't changed. And her views used to be, like, here's, like, a fucking quote. Like, that's what all the threads are going to be about. She used to be a Nazi. She's still a Nazi.
I'm really excited for them all to say that I'm super slippery when I sat here and said I regret nothing. I changed none of my views. Yes.
Lauren,
very fucking direct with you.
In fairness to both of you, I just want to be clear. I did not initiate this conversation, and I'm not trying to have an expose.
Wait,
to the extent that
you kind of initiated this conversation, but
no.
You said I want to ambush you, and then you talked to me about it.
Well, I wanted to ambush you about the because you have this
opinion
on apology where.
Oh sure.
That's what I wanted to get at.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Pisco is setting up that. Add that to the list of questions. What is this about ambushing people?
What is ambush? Explain yourself. Ambush. Right. I added that after the POV question.
Right. That's the reason he didn't want to come on for 5 hours. He's like, I need to set up the ambush.
He needs to think about the POV question. That's really why.
Oh yeah, we all need to think about it.
And that's why I was shying
Which is
away.
also, by the way, which I'm also empathetic towards. If you think that my opinion on like apologies is like dumb as fuck, I'm gonna empathize with that too. It's a very non-standard opinion. I totally empathize that. But just don't pretend I apply it inconsistently. That's it. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, but so you don't begrudge anyone who has, given that Lauren says that her substantive positions haven't changed in 5 years, and given that you think that 5 years ago people could reasonably see her as a pseudo-Nazi or at least racist. You don't take issue with anyone calling her a pseudo-Nazi and racist now, right?
Kind of. I mean, if they believe that, because, well, the thing is that if they believe that she said things in the past that she didn't actually say, then it's still based on faulty reasoning, right? Which would be a problem. But if they thought, for instance, that she was mask on before, or just that her views alone about immigration made her racist, and she still has the same views, and they think, well, she's still racist. Okay, yeah, that's fine, sure. Okay. If that's your standard for like being racist or whatever, I think that's fine. That you believe that. I mean, I disagree with the standards, but if you're applying the lens equally, then sure.
Okay, that's fair. Well, that's all I got. I mean, I'm happy.
Sure? You better think hard about this, okay? Because
what else is there, Dest? I mean, I think Lauren has said that there's some things that she would change. They're forthcoming on what those things particularly are. But in substance, her rationale and her views haven't changed, nor her actions. I didn't know if the boat thing, that was a meme. I think part of it was a meme, but I'm sure there's some truth in it.
Ask her. Grill her about the boats, Pisco.
Over 100.
Ask her if she would go on the boats again. Ask her for real. She memed about it earlier. Yeah, don't let her meme away it. Ask her if she would go on the boats again.
Well, would you?
My only regret is that I didn't have a higher kill count.
Don't let her meme away from it. She's being slipped.
Her kill count was 0. Jeez.
I know. Well, that's why she wanted a higher one.
Yeah. Wow.
Free
At
Pisco.
least double.
Dude.
Double? Sitch, I hate to tell you this, but double 0 would still be 0.
Oh, thank you. That was the joke.
Flare gun I picked was shit.
She's memeing. Pisco, have a fucking spine.
And I needed backup.
Have a fucking spine.
If you did, wouldn't it be important to communicate that was a mistake? Even if it was
dude, I would have fucking taken a much better weapon. Absolute fucking.
Don't let her meme it, Pisco.
Flare gun.
Lauren, answer the fucking question.
How
Lauren,
many boats can you take down with a flare gun?
You gotta answer the question. Lauren, you gotta answer the fucking question, okay? Go drink another glass of wine if you need to. But we're holding you to it. Do you think it was a mistake?
He said, do I admit that it was a mistake? Yeah, I told him the flare gun was a mistake. I would have taken a
going on the boats.
Going on the boats. You don't even know what happened with the boats, man. Like, I'm not having this conversation with you.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't even know what happened with the boats. Yeah. I'm completely in the dark about the boats.
I'm trying to remember. It was something like they would drive around and find boats that were legally trying to sneak into the country or something, and they would try to alert the Coast Guard to them.
They were doing a Minutemen type thing.
Right.
Okay.
They were snitching, basically.
And she used a flare gun to alert the Coast Guard to come round up the boat immigrants.
Right. Lauren Snitcher.
Right. Okay.
Hey, Pisco, here's what happened on the boats. They sailed out on a dinghy and they shot flares around, trying to either turn around another boat or send a message, okay? Was it a mistake?
You don't even know what happened on the boat, so
wait, what did I just say?
See? He doesn't even know. He doesn't know.
It was wrong. Wait, hold on. What did I just say that was wrong?
You don't even, you're like, I think they were trying to turn around a boat. I'm not sure.
I mean, like, if you guys did, you would have considered it, like, mission complete, right? Don't tell me that if a boat would have turned around.
Wasn't she trying to alert the Coast Guard? I thought it was.
I thought that's what she was trying to do.
Yeah. I mean,
I thought that's what the people out there were trying to do, like the organization or whatever it was.
You'd be like, oh no, that wasn't our intention at all. Soy. Oh no. You obviously would have felt a great sense of accomplishment if that actually happened.
If I turned around an illegal trafficking boat, for sure.
Okay, wait, then hold on. Well, then don't be like, oh, that wasn't our goal, blah, blah. Maybe that wasn't the goal, but if it would have happened, you would have been okay with it. So, yeah, also, I don't think the boat was operating illegally at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, also, are you, wait, the Aquarius or whatever? Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was an unregistered, illegally operating vessel that, wait, what do you mean?
They were not allowed to be doing what they were doing, but they were getting away with it.
Assume that I know nothing about it, and I say, Lauren, I've heard that there was a boat incident. I heard that, you've been maligned.
I heard there was a boat incident.
I heard that you've been maligned, that you didn't want to hurt anybody. You've said as much. But do you, not knowing anything about it, I just want to know your take. Do you regret going on the boat? Do you think that question is unreasonable?
Honestly, no, I don't think it would have changed anything. I think all the same people that called me a Nazi and all these names anyways would have kept calling me the same shit.
I'm not asking what the behavior of others. I'm saying
for you, for your own spirit, for your own soul.
The boat thing only had a PR effect. That's the only effect it had on anything in the world. It didn't do anything. Realistically, like, I know it would be very based and cool to say, oh, I personally stopped all of this illegal no, like nothing happened. It's just like a PR thing. And now the only effect on my life is that a bunch of people think I killed a bunch of immigrants. But when I think about it, I think those people would find a way to say I killed a bunch of immigrants anyways. So it's like
they totally Kyle Rittenhoused her. You know how people believe Kyle Rittenhouse shot a bunch of black people? This is exactly what they believe about Lauren Southern, that she killed a bunch of immigrants.
Well, I think the argument was that the people were claiming that the ship wasn't illegally ferrying people into whatever country she was at, but that it was looking to see if there was refugees or migrants who were drowning or something. And so there's an argument about what exactly the boat was doing. And I don't know if some conclusion was ever reached for any of this stuff.
Okay. The Coast Guard never investigated?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they did.
This was the
Well, it wasn't the Coast Guard because this wasn't in America.
This was the observably manifest behavior that cost her Patreon, right?
Yes, right.
And made Jack, what is that guy still around? I mean,
I assume he's still around.
I don't know. Patreon's still around, but
they might well
like positive or negative. I wouldn't
may well
change
do
it.
that, but unfortunately, I wasn't asking about the consequences. What I was asking was whether it was a mistake to participate.
Whether it was a mistake to participate?
For your own conscience, your own ideas, whether it in terms of your.
I'm against illegal migration.
I didn't ask if you were against illegal migration. I asked whether the method, the manifestation of your antipathy towards immigration was a mistake or not.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that more.
This is so fucking fishing. This is like so fishing. I mean, nothing happened. Nobody died. Nobody.
Well, her career, that definitely happened.
Yeah, because they painted her as a as being doing something dangerous. Was it dangerous? I don't know. She shot a flare gun in the air. Are they saying the flare gun landed on the? I mean, if the flare gun landed on the boat with the immigrants and it burned up and they all died, I think maybe okay.
There you go.
Probably that's a huge fuck up that we should I mean, she'd probably be in jail still. She shot a fucking flare in the air. I don't even know. I thought the Coast Guard went over and got her in trouble or something. I vaguely remember watching the video because of she lost her Patreon and that was a huge story. And
yes,
Jack, what's his name, went on Dave Rubin and
Jack Murphy,
that's right. The
CEO. Guy who runs Patreon, who also lets people fuck his wife.
He's not. It wasn't Jack Murphy. It was some other guy.
Are you sure? Okay.
Are this guy's all named Jack? What was his
why is
name?
everyone named Jack? What the fuck's going on?
I don't
here?
remember, but I do. I mean, I do remember it seeming to be unfair and obviously calculated to strip Lauren Southern of her Patreon. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
That's what it was, because everyone was like, it was, because before, if you remember, Patreon's thing was you would only get in trouble for things on platform.
Right.
And then after that incident, so many people called and wrote into Patreon and say, you have to cancel Lauren. That's when they kind of created their observable manifest behavior model or whatever.
She lit a full boat of immigrants on fire. They all drowned. You know, that's what they were saying.
Right.
I always cook up crazy shit. This is why Lauren is so indignant about this, because this is the emails she gets. You killed a whole boat full of immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, I didn't. Okay. God, go away. It's so annoying. How annoying is it?
Make her think now, Pisco. What's she doing?
Well, I think that, you've been confronted by this very question so often that I think it strains credulity to say that you haven't thought about it.
True. Good point.
I've thought about it a lot, and like I said, the whole thing was a net zero either way. It's not really. The only thing it did was
his real problem. I'm looking at this article about this boating incident. all these groups have these really fucking weird racist names.
Which ones?
Like that are all involved in this like anti-immigration stuff. Like Defend Europe.
Right.
It's like, what do you mean defend? Defended from what exactly?
From
like
the
that,
invaders, the invading hordes. Don't you know?
Right. It's like, I don't know. Pretty sus name there. Defend Europe. We have to defend Europe from the hordes of the immigrants coming in. It's like, okay, come on.
Do you have a position on immigration? I mean,
generation identity.
Oh,
these
yeah,
are,
that's
what I'm telling you. Like these are very sus names.
Yeah.
And it's framed in a very specific way, which is the problem too. But do I have a personal stance on immigration?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't really care. I mean, I'm anti-illegal immigration.
Well, no,
in terms of what should America have more or less immigration? I don't really care.
I was thinking about it just during this live stream. I mean, I never really thought about it before, but it really does seem like assimilation is the bottleneck.
Yeah, to me I have a very strong opinion on assimilation.
Right.
Which is that
so do I.
Incredibly pro-assimilation. In terms of actual immigration, I don't really have a strong opinion or the other.
But if there was some magical ability to just assimilate people just in mass.
Like when you pass the U.S. border, you
just automatically speak English.
The Dr. Seuss America Sneetch's Star On machine. Right.
They make you super patriotic and you love your country and
you instantly know English and adhere to all Western American liberal values, like punctuality.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
We have to go walk through that machine.
Oh yeah, I guess you could make them renew once a year.
Okay.
I mean, I think having more people would be great. I mean, that's.
Well, I'm sure there's some. I mean, some number of people you don't want to have too many of, for crowding purposes. But
I don't know. Seems like we have a lot of empty space out in like the.
We do, but the thing is, people don't like population patterns. It's not like people spread out. They all kind of congregate in certain areas.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the bottleneck really is the assimilation. And then if you got people coming here that don't even want to assimilate, turn around.
Well, throw them out. Yeah, but
go back.
Right.
Yeah. So the conversation should really be around that.
Right. No, I agree. The conversation should be about assimilation. And if there isn't going to be assimilation or enough assimilation, then you say, okay, well, then we need to limit immigration for that reason.
Mm-hmm. What if we could entice, like the smartest people from all, like the top 10% smartest people in all the countries to come here?
That's what we do. What do you mean?
Well, and we had our magic machine. It would be that would be heaven.
Right.
Every single other country would get 10% dumber.
Good.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It'd be great.
It's awesome. It's funny. That's an argument that like Richard Spencer and the white separatist nationalists would make. They're like, it's not right for America to take all the smartest non-white people away from their countries.
They would make that argument?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I think maybe they're making that for other reasons, but.
Oh, really? You think they're?
Yeah.
Shocking.
Kind of change perception, and I don't know if I would want to change perception about me. I don't know. That's
wouldn't you?
Okay, wait, hold on. Also, we need to ask the consequence here of the action, right? If you were to let's say that you were to take aim with a gun, you got really mad one day, you looked outside and you fired a gun into a group of kids and you happen to miss all of them, but you were just so mad, you're like, fuck, I'm gonna fire a gun, right? And then somebody would ask you, like, do you regret doing that? And you're like, well, I didn't hit anybody, so that's okay. I don't think the consequence is what's being appealed to here. I think it was like the idea.
You know what? I'm gonna admit something. I wouldn't do it today, but part of me just hates the people that criticize me for it, so I just don't want to say that.
Wow.
So it's somewhat
spite-driven politics. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Lauren, I'm gonna hook you up. There's a guy called Vosh V. Okay, you guys are gonna get along so well politically. You can do a podcast.
What just happened?
I'd literally rather have all of these people hate me Like, I'd rather have them hate me than sit here and simp for these fucking...
Lauren, I took you on good faith that you weren't going to do this kind of thing. You weren't going to be engaged in a virtue signal or occulting.
You've turned on my good faith.
I literally don't understand what he's talking about.
Pisco, this is not. Come on, you can't be serious about this.
I don't even understand what
I've come
the fuck
in here with good faith
Ha!
and accuse you of racism.
Ha!
How dare you turn on my good faith like this?
Any responsibility or mistake that you might have had. And what you've just told me is that the reason why you haven't admitted it before is because you don't want to give the satisfaction to the leftists. Precisely what Destiny said, that you rejected. Minutes
well,
before.
I think it was.
So, but see, this is. Oh, Pisco, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how you basically just proven Destiny and Lauren's point that she can't apologize for anything. Yeah. She can't say, oh, maybe I changed my mind. Maybe I wouldn't do that again or something. Because as soon as she does, you go, oh, wait a minute, gotcha, bing bong boom. How are people supposed to be honest or change if you can't allow them to be honest? You have to incentivize people to be honest, don't you?
I mean, yeah. The incentive is be honest or we're going to kick the shit out of you.
Right, but this is incentivizing people to be dishonest.
This is, yeah.
Right.
All of this nonsense is dishonest to the core anyway. All the people claiming that they just have lost sleep because Lauren Southern went out and shot a flare in the air are fucking bullshitters. I don't believe any one of them.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, I mean, why are you going to submit to the liars?
Right. Well, let me go back. I want to hear this again.
Okay, you guys are going to get along so well politically. You can do a podcast.
What just happened?
I'd literally
there it is.
I'm gonna admit something. I wouldn't do it today, but part of me just hates the people that criticize me for it, so I just don't want to say that.
Wow.
So it's somewhat
spite-driven politics. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Lauren.
Well, also, you can't castigate her for saying she changed her opinion because she didn't even say why she wouldn't do it for today either.
I'm gonna hook you up. There's a guy called Vosh V. Okay, you guys are gonna get along so well politically. You can do a podcast.
What just happened?
I'd literally rather have all of these people hate me. Like, I'd rather have them hate me than sit here and simp for these fucking...
Lauren, I took you on good faith that you weren't going to do this kind of thing. You weren't going to be engaged in a virtue signal or occulting any responsibility or mistake that you might have had. And what you've just told me is that the reason why you haven't admitted it before is because you don't want to give the satisfaction to the leftists. Precisely what Destiny said, that you rejected. Minutes before.
I think it was, so earlier wait, I'm not simping, go, Lauren.
Wait, no, what were you saying?
So hold on, wait, I was combining the two things that I said earlier was that it's not just one thing, it's a combination of things.
No, exactly, yeah, it is a combination
But one of those combination things is like if there's no negative outcome, plus if there's no positive outcome to recanting today, and you're going to give the satisfaction to a bunch of fucking losers.
But she denied that rationale. She said, under no circumstances would I do that. I
that is true, true. What other spite-driven lack of disavowals are in there, Lauren?
There's no shot. I'm not making any disavowals. Everyone who hates me in your schizo posts and Reddit, I hope you know I wish I shot more flares. I hate you.
Well, see, but why would she ever have any conversation with Pisco ever going forward after that? You just incentivize her to never talk to you again.
Yeah.
And never talk to you again, honestly, especially, too.
The faux indignation
just for the
at
gotcha.
the end.
Just for a gotcha that wasn't even really a gotcha. I mean, I don't even really understand how it's a gotcha. But maybe I'm missing something here.
I came in here with good faith. I was honest with you, Lauren. I told you how I really felt about you, and you totally crap all over my... No. I put my reputation on the line for you.
Oh, I know. I came in here as a bastion of good faith.
Yeah.
I just wanted a crumb of good faith. I was on my
glad.
hands and my knees, Lauren. I said, please, a crumb of good faith that you just spit in my face.
I'm so glad we don't have an audience that just, wants us to jump through these hoops. This is insane.
We have an audience.
People doing this.
We have some people in our audience who wants to jump through different hoops, but being the ultimate Sigma males.
What hoops are you talking about?
We T-pose away and say, get fucked.
Did we? Are we supposed to? I don't know. There's no hoops. No one told me about any hoops. But
Okay.
you have a hoop that someone wants you to jump.
What do you mean? Of course, there are people in the audience who go. There are people in the audience. Fucking Chris was whining about me not fucking patting Quack on the head and petting his little cheeks and sitting on my lap and trying to be like,
Dave too. You're right, Dave too.
Quack, I want you. Listen, Quack. Let's have a conversation where I won't talk about the fact that you think Jewish intersectional power controls America. Okay. Jewish sectional power.
Somebody today told me on Twitter that they lost a lot of respect for us over these exchanges.
Oh, my God.
I blocked his ass. I was like, fuck you.
I've lost so much respect. You won't engage with the Jewish question in an honest fashion, Sitch. I've lost so much respect for you.
That is like, it is a type of
fainting couch.
It is a type of manipulation. To
of course
say that you've lost respect for somebody.
Of course it is.
I didn't do anything. We haven't done anything wrong with Dave. Okay, nothing. Yeah, no. Our interactions have been
with Dave, it's a different
justified.
issue. With Dave, it's a different issue. I don't think Dave is racist. I think I just can't fucking get to the bottom of what the fuck he believes. That's a completely different issue. But.
Yeah.
You too. I'm gonna drink some wine and consider my next trip out to the Mediterranean, where I'm gonna do absolutely nothing wrong, FBI. I'm gonna sit there and write poetry.
We have the live Lauren can on stream right now, guys.
I saved this city.
Okay. Anyway. What else, guys?
I think that that clearly you guys have like I like your guys' streams together at times. I think that you guys have like a good rapport, and I think that you guys both have a lot that you can learn from each other.
There's a weird thing going on here too, because isn't Pisco? Why do I keep saying that? Isn't Pisco a regular on the Destiny streams?
And I don't think so. I think he's been on a couple times. I don't know if he's a regular. I don't know. Maybe he is.
I think Lauren is kind of a regular too.
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe more so than him.
Kind of a story arc going here where
I see
Pisco might not be on the show anymore, and Lauren might be on more and more.
And
Pisco's
okay.
Pisco's been demoted.
Mayhaps.
I don't know.
Perchance.
That would be bad for Pisco.
Okay, I'm not shipping you, or I'm not doing anything like that. All I'm saying is, I think that there would be a lot less issues with your community, and that in the long term, things would be better for you. There'd be reasonable people who could sympathize with you, Lauren, if there was more upfrontness with certain things.
That's such a veiled threat. That is such a veiled threat. Things would be better for you with your community.
Listen, you got a nice community here. It'd be a shame if something would have happened to it.
It's so like, what's going on? What's wrong? What happened?
This is like the police officer who is like, listen, it'll be much better for you if you just talk to us and are upfront from the beginning.
Yeah. So we can arrest you.
So we can arrest you and charge you.
Yeah. Don't talk to the cops that way, guys.
Right.
I'm not going to specify on what those things are at the moment, but this is an example of one that just occurred. And I think that there are more open-minded people out there than you think. And we're all cynics, and you are all going to call me coping. And certainly people on Twitter are never going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Lauren. But there are reasonable people out there And I think you're boxing yourself in.
She's already won the reasonable people over. What's he talking about, Sitch? She's already won the reasonable people over.
Yeah, but he thinks he's reasonable.
Just with.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He thinks he's in the reasonable camp, and
right,
he
but
hasn't
he's not,
been won
because
over. Yeah, he's totally unreasonable.
But I think that this is my my problem with this whole thing. It's like I don't have, and I just say this, I don't have enough knowledge at the time to look into. I didn't follow Lauren Southern at the time, and I definitely didn't spend some hours researching this to form some opinion that I'm going to make on this. And I don't think that 99% of the people on the internet who are cascading her, they haven't done any of this shit either.
I totally
they haven't watched
agree.
the real
Yeah.
stuff.
Yep. True. Yeah. They're just bitching and moaning. They're like, oh, she's on the right, I'm on the left, gotta assassinate.
Well, it's all like, oh, I remember some vague idea of a thing that she did back in the time.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Having such hate for the left and not wanting to give them an inch. Maybe in the short term you benefit from it. Maybe in the short, I'm not going to deny, in the short term you benefit from them. And in the
to be fair, I hate the right too. So
yeah, okay. But I think you're boxing yourself in, and I think that there's more to your story, and you don't have to hold on to positions out of spite and to deny any change if there is change. That's all I would say to you, and I hope it was an interesting conversation at the least.
Yeah, no, it was nice talking to you. I'm sorry. I'm just so used to. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for anything. I'm so used to talking to people that just haven't watched any of my videos, haven't engaged with the content, wanting to get apologies from me, and I can never tell. Maybe you are good faith. Actually, you do seem like a nice dude. I actually enjoy talking to you, even if we have some major disagreements. But I can never tell who's doing it to try to get a Lauren scalp or who's doing it because they're genuinely curious. And obviously on a stream, that is, it's always going to skew more towards, they just want a Lauren scalp, especially when it's like so non-specific, like just give me an apology. And I'm not saying that that's what you were doing, but of course that's going to be my initial instinct.
I know that's totally what he was doing.
Pisco, you should apologize for seeming like that's what you were doing.
Maybe we can get an apology out of Pisco for Lauren, and that would help our profile. Then we would really be moving up. Yeah.
Would you like to apologize?
Pisco, yeah. Please apologize to Lauren. We will deliver the apology, and your community will hate your guts, but you'll feel better. Yeah.
There you go.
Also, your community is a bunch of like super mean people who are never going to forgive you or forget about this. So your career is basically over, but you'll feel good. You'll feel better about yourself.
Yeah.
I totally understand that. And to be clear, and to say it equivocally, from my perspective, I think that I'm aligning with Destiny in terms of what I thought your positioning was early on. I think there has been somewhat of a change. And I don't think that this is going to sound super patronizing and it's not intended that way. But just to show you that,
do it.
I think you are redeemable.
Holy shit. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Oh, no.
You are redeemable. Sitch, I want you to know something.
Yes.
I think you're redeemable.
Oh, listen.
Don't you feel good now? Don't you
feel good in my heart?
Right.
I can feel the love of leftist summer. You can be redeemed. You can be saved. Just come up here and admit your sin. Soundstage before the congregation.
Is Pisco a socialist? I don't know. I don't know if he's.
I have no clue. But he's definitely.
He said the leftist word, but I don't. Sometimes
everyone uses the word leftist differently. So.
Sitch, you're so redeemable if you just get your shit together, okay? If you just stop being such a fucking bitch, you'd totally be redeemable.
If you would just stop being a lying, racist piece of shit, then you could be redeemed.
I gotta tell you, Lauren, it's within your grasp.
It is
just
right.
Knock off the bigotry. Renounce conservatism.
Renounce. Wait, where's this thing?
Exactly.
Which one is it? Is it this one? Renounce. Give into the words of the leftism. Okay, we're done.
Give your love to Vosh.
Jesus.
And I think
I don't want your redemption. I don't want anyone's redemption. That's why I'd rather have these people hate me. Everyone who talks to me like I'm a retarded child that needs to like get on my knees and beg for forgiveness, I want them all to hate me. I don't. No, I don't actually. I don't actually want that. But I. No, okay.
You don't need to humble yourself. You don't need to beg forgiveness. You don't need to do anything like that. In my opinion, again, I don't know your life. I can't speak for what is the best thing. But I think standing up and admitting fault is one of the hardest things to do, especially when
especially when you've done nothing wrong. That's when it's the hardest. That is when it's the hardest.
I know.
Yeah. When you're innocent and you have to plead guilty, that's when it's the most difficult. But you have to do it. Leftism commands it.
You have been unfairly characterized. It would be even harder to stand up and admit.
He admits it.
Significant but not substantial hardest things. You don't need to do anything like.
I don't. No, I don't actually. I don't actually want that, but I. No, okay.
You don't need to humble yourself. You don't need to beg forgiveness. You don't need to do anything like that. In my opinion, again, I don't know your life. I can't speak for what is the best thing. But I think standing up and admitting fault is one of the hardest things to do, especially if you feel you have been unfairly characterized. It would be even harder to stand up and admit significant but not substantial ways in which you would change things. But I think that it's the right thing to do if that exists in your own mind. And I think that there are people who would respect you for it.
Tell you what, man, we'll have a conversation after I do. I'm doing this. It's all going to come out in June. This little manifesto I'm working on. I think you seem pretty open-minded, even though we've got a lot of disagreements. I think you'll appreciate the videos I'm working on, but I don't expect a lot of the people who schizo post about me to appreciate them. They'll probably just find some interesting bits they can clip to attack the right and not really think deeper about how the criticisms I'm making can apply to both sides, sadly. But yeah, watch them, and maybe we'll do another live stream late June.
Wow. When is your next documentary coming out?
Next week, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, next week.
Do you think that maybe, I don't want to condescend you or give you life advice, but do you think that maybe you're probably not a good person to make things called manifestos?
That's a solid joke.
I'm just saying that, like, for branding and optics.
You're the white male writing a manifesto right now.
Okay, true. Also, okay, hold on. I swear to God, okay? I know this is going to seem really bad faith. I'm not trying to, like, attack you personally or anything, okay? I'm sending a clip to you and Pisco. Okay, these are, like, the things when you say things like this, I just don't know, like, in past videos. I think this comes out of one of the... I think this was on your personal channel, not the Rebel Media one. Here, I'm sending you this link.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, she worked for Rebel Media. I forgot about that.
It's just a meme, isn't it? He just said,
what is this?
I hate you so much. Holy shit.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm done. All right, thanks for the conversation, guys. It's been a good stream. Are we all good? We're all done?
Yeah, we're all good. Nice talking to you guys.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, great chatting.
Have fun. Good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
amazing.
Bye-bye, guys.
This might be the fastest we've gone through a video. I'm just saying.
It's amazing.
Huck Finn for $20 says these lefties will be nervous when they find out that the birth rate for conservatives hasn't dropped. It's the liberal elites that aren't having kids anymore. P.S. Sitch, your Twitter war with world-class your Twitter war with quote world-class academic and best-selling author AA was amazing. Well, thank you, Huck Finn. I appreciate it.
Hilarious.
Glad I'm
Best-selling
entertaining.
author. He's all that.
So after he tried to castigate you for saying that we wouldn't talk to him, he then turned it around saying, "Why should I, a world-class academic and best-selling author, talk
Did he
to
really?
Sitch and Adam?"
Wow.
Oh, yeah, he really did. He really
Wow.
called himself a best-selling author. Yes, and world-class academic.
What's that book? What's the name of the book? I want to see how many reviews are on. I want to see how many reviews a world-class best-selling author gets on.
Something about populism. Maybe someone in the chat remember.
Defending populism or something like that.
I don't remember. The JQ delusion? Maybe that's what it was. Andrew Clark for $20 says Doomers group needs to incorporate Parliament, as that is a term for a group of owls. Just don't let him know. Also, set up the Fight Club stream and make a calendar for it and send it to EFAP and Nick and stop procrastinating. I will. You know who was on EFAP? Destiny was on EFAP yesterday.
I know. So, Mahler's got to be seething that. Destiny was on our show first, so.
Didn't you tell Destiny to go on EFAP?
Maybe.
I thought you
Do I get to get credit for that?
You get credit for it. Gallus Janus for $20 says, I sent the exact time step of where he literally says he's going to ambush him. Also, S-Class. He's S-Class. He did. Wait a minute.
Wow. Maybe we should watch that. Poe the person gave us a really nice endorsement.
Oh, wait. Let me send Pisco.
Poe's been on Quackademic Agents live streams a bunch of times too. So she's kind of in both communities.
Right.
But she said, now for my favorite time of the week when I get to watch the absolute best political live stream on YouTube, the Sitch and Adam show. It's not just funny. It makes you think too. Look at that. Very nice.
He said that because when Quack was like going off seething, she was like, oh, I like listening to them. And he's like, what?
Yeah. And as
I was like, whoa.
Half the responses to her are females are subhuman, femoid, feminine behavior from POV. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's standard. That's the Quack community for you. I mean, you guys, I hope you know, we're joking about our sexism, obviously. Yeah. We believe women deserve equal rights. Yeah.
Except for Aiden. Is Aiden in the chat? Aiden.
Yeah.
Aiden, what are you doing? Aiden.
Even Aiden deserves equal rights.
She's like, oh my God. I gotta talk to Aiden about this.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
What
are you gonna type it in the chat?
However long it takes you, Pisco, it's fine. No, she's trying to involve herself in the Quackademic argument. But I'm pretty sure Aiden has a very different argument to Quackademic Agent, so
I don't know.
I'll talk to her about her argument. Maybe
I mean, is Aiden a JQer?
I hope not.
Yeah, that would be uncomfortable for the show, but I mean, we would like to know.
That would be sad. Yeah. That would be sad.
Aiden, do you remember? I mean, Aiden has come on trash before, so she might not remember that you're Jewish. Like, I don't know. That would be awkward. Or maybe she believes in the JQ thing, but she thinks she's going to get in good with the Jewish people because she's coming on the show.
She wants to. Well, listen. We only let men on White Guy Wednesdays. Okay.
Oh yeah, it is white guy.
It's not just racist; it's misogynist as well.
Wow.
You know, as you do. Oh, wait, let me get... That's what I was going to look for. I was going to look for the timestamp that Gala sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what this is.
Oh, Investigator Onequim is chiming in here.
That's always a positive. That's never negative. Okay.
When I see my name in the beginning of it, sometimes oh no. They're coming for me.
Because you deserve it for your terrible takes about time being invented by the Protestants. Okay.
Sometimes, yeah.
Problem, sir, is you fundamentally misunderstand.
Sometimes I fuck up. I do.
1 hour, 40 minutes, and 50 seconds.
I'm not perfect, but I've never eaten a booger on streams.
That's true. You get points for not being a booger eater.
Right.
Oh wait, did you read the super chat?
I didn't.
Am I reading
Investigator Onequim for $50. Adam, not only ancient China made it punishable by death to be late, they also invented the printing press. Also, did you guys see Counterpoint's take on the new Destiny and Vosh bet? Now do you guys see why I call Counterpoints a moderate and not centrist? What was the bet? No, I don't know anything about this bet.
So when Pisco comes in the Zoom, it's not gonna. It doesn't. He's saying it's not gonna. Anything that's on our Zoom on our end doesn't show up on stream, right?
Unless he wants me to put his.
Yeah.
His,
unless he
doesn't have
not
to
sure
be on camera.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You don't have to be on camera. Or I don't know if you're listening. Yeah. You don't have to be on camera. Nothing will show up. Whatever you want. Anyway, what was the super chat? Adam, the only ancient China made it punchable by death to be late. They also invented the printing press. Also, did you guys see Counterpoint's take on the new Destiny and Vosh bet? Now, do you guys see why I called Counterpoint a moderate and a non-centrist? No, what was his take on the bet? I did chastise Counterpoints for his gross fence-sitting centrist take about the gun argument that Vosh put up.
How you guys doing? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can. What's
How goes
up?
it? How you doing this night?
Yeah, I hope you're going to be good faith with us here.
Are you going to apologize?
I'll apologize for anything you want me to.
Okay.
Oh, really?
No,
we
no,
want
not
an
anything.
we
I'm
want
just
an
memeing.
apology. We want an apology for Lauren Southern.
Okay.
For Lauren
want you to
Southern on her behalf?
No,
You're asking me to apologize to her.
To her,
To
yeah,
her.
exactly.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want me to apologize? Just a general
For
apology that covers
fishing
everything?
for an apology.
I don't really think that that's what I was doing. I think that
It
people who
felt
think that
like
didn't really understand the purpose of why I was coming in the way I was.
Why?
But I'm happy to sort of
First,
elaborate on what.
explain yourself.
Yeah, sure.
Pisco. First of all, I want to let you know that we're only joking around here. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
We don't.
You guys are actually
yeah.
pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. I like. You guys are funny guys.
Thank
we
you.
don't want.
Well, now I can't be mean to you.
I know.
Damn it!
Well,
Even your chat. There were some good ones. Someone called me Urine Factory. Sorry, hang on, I have a call. One moment.
What?
that's okay. He's on a call, so we can read another
That's
super
fine.
chat or something.
Wait. Oh no! Wait. Okay. Wait. Investigator One.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
What was the?
That's okay.
The thing. Tell me. Send it to me on Twitter. Investigator One or whatever. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was just saying, I think that your chat, they might have a bias against me, but I think some of them are actually pretty funny. So, no hard feelings on my behalf. And, I like it when you guys review stuff. Not that I've seen any reviews before, but when people review my discussions and debates with people, I think that's fine. And you guys,
it's cool because you get a good, interesting perspective on how other people view
absolutely
stuff you've done. Yeah, people have obviously reviewed stuff that we've done, so it is. Yeah, it's interesting.
No doubt. And I think you get even if it's not on the substance of what you're discussing, just knowing that I come across as a douche whenever I do the cross-examination stuff, that's useful for how I'm going to approach conversation in the future and what I know people are looking out for, whether or not I sound smarmy or arrogant. I think that's useful, even if on the substance you think the commenters have nothing going for them.
That's
tough.
tough.
As someone who constantly comes across being a
smarmy and arrogant. Yeah, exactly.
I will say you came off a little smarmy.
Well, let's talk about it. Okay. Do you want me to give my overall take, or do you guys want to start questioning what's going on?
Tell us if our commentary didn't seem accurate to you, or did we get anything wrong? I mean, you listened to a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think by and large, I thought your commentary was
genius.
A little bit skewed, I'd say.
No,
I think you were a little not so charitable with my questioning why I was asking the things I was asking, and I think that's fair because someone who's just watching that video cold, it does look like I'm fishing just to get her to apologize over nothing. But the purpose of my conversation going into it was actually not Lauren facing.
Right. Okay.
You're trying to protect Destiny's reputation.
No. Not to protect Destiny. Okay. To castigate Destiny.
Right.
Oh,
show him that he's an idiot.
For not disavowing Lauren?
No. For giving a stupid rationale for the past 3 or 4 months. He was the one who was saying Lauren has changed. He just doesn't want to admit it to the crowd. He just doesn't want to admit it to the left wing because they'll never accept it. And she just wants to make more money. And if she admits it, she's going to be poor. That was his rationale.
I see.
And so when I was asking multiple times, you stand by every single word, right? You haven't changed at all, right? That wasn't, even though it sounded like I was just trying to fish for an apology from her, the point was Destiny facing, showing you look, she said at the start of this conversation, she's going to be honest 100%. No one wants to admit that they're grifting. No one wants to admit that they're lying about any change.
Or that they're a racist or that they believe in the fucking Jew.
Yeah, or that they're a racist. Listen, on the substance, people just disagree on the substance, right? People
Right.
disagree on whether or not she is racist or is not racist. But the whole question was, what is the rationale for Lauren not apologizing? And I thought, my belief was always, Lauren, by and large, doesn't change her position because she doesn't think her positions were wrong.
Yeah,
if she doesn't think her positions were wrong, why would she apologize? But Destiny was the one who was promulgating this narrative that like, oh, she's just hiding it to make money. And so all those questions, when I was, and you saw me asking 100 different ways. You haven't changed, right? You stand by every word, right? All of that was to show Destiny there's no way you can get out of it. She still stands by her views, the large part of them. Fair?
Well, I don't know if you saw the very beginning of the stream, but in the beginning of the stream, I threw a little bit of shade at Destiny for putting you in this position because I felt he was putting you up to doing something that he couldn't do himself. Now, Sitch disagreed with me on that, but it kind of, from what you're saying, it kind of sounds like I was accurate.
No. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Well, first of all, I was gonna say, if that's the case, Pisco, if your characterization is what you were approaching it, then you got done.
Part of it.
You got done. Well, okay, part of it. You got done. Did dirty.
Yeah, exactly.
The way that this video.
I actually don't think I did. I
think you did. That what you just said does not come off across remotely at all in that video that we just watched.
Yeah, Destiny
I think
comes off innocent as can be.
That could be the case. In which
case, he paid the editor, obviously.
No, wait. I'm not telling you to throw Destiny on the bus or anything. I know you have to protect yourself, your reputation, your friendship. But what I'm just saying is that what you just said doesn't come across at all in that conversation.
Really?
And you did yourself a huge disservice by not making that even remotely clear in that conversation.
I thought I was making it explicitly clear when I said
no.
So anybody who would say that your position is I think even at one point in the conversation, you hear me say Destiny has for months. I say for months said this thing about you where and then there's like moments you see Destiny will try to get Lauren to mute so that he can explain to me and try to shore up his opinion. Be like, I didn't necessarily say that. So there were
not
moments,
explicit enough.
Yeah. No, not explicit enough. But there are moments where I specifically am trying to undermine Destiny. I will reference Destiny. Destiny says, don't reference me. He's trying to shore up his opinion. He intervenes multiple times, and everyone, at least from his community, and I understand that this video wasn't made solely for his community, it's for broader consumption, but everyone from his community understood what I was doing, even though I acknowledge that might not be clear for everyone.
Mayhaps that's the case, but I understand when that happened, what you said just happened in the conversation, but it doesn't come across like the focal point of the reason of you having the conversation is to say, look, Destiny, you're wrong and stupid, and kind of rib him. It doesn't come across like you're ribbing Destiny by saying, oh, look, the thing that you were saying about Lauren has been wrong this whole time. It looks more like you're saying, oh,
because I don't want to get
you're ribbing Lauren for being dishonest, and you're kind of attacking Destiny for not being honest with her to her face. That's how it comes across.
So first of all, let's talk about how the conversation started. The conversation started, there's a previous video where I'm debating some other ultra debate lord with Destiny, and we get into like some conversation about apologies. This is where I say I'm going to ambush Destiny, because Destiny has been saying, who cares about apologies? Everyone asking for. Now, I will admit that Lauren is a reference point to that conversation, in that Destiny's rationale is applying to Lauren, but the ambush is about the substance of when apologies are useful and when it's useful to tell people, give people a mea culpa generally. And my position on that was, I think that it's important for people to be forthright, and if there's been a significant change in position or an acknowledgement of mistake, that you should tell people about it. That was my positioning then. And sort of 40 minutes after that conversation, it's 3 a.m. and Destiny DMs me, is like, come on right now and talk to Lauren. Lauren just watched what you said and wants to talk to you. And I'm like, all right, dude, I'll come on. And I start the conversation, you'll notice, by saying, this is just going to end up like every other conversation with Lauren Southern, with people who are not prepared and who haven't dissected her.
Well, in the first thing, you brought up Lauren, I assume, in the first thing, which is why she was referencing it, right?
I tried to get away from Lauren. Every time he brought, I'm like, I'm not saying anything specifically in that video. But
so you're saying Destiny brought up Lauren, and you were like, listen.
Destiny emphasized Lauren as the focal point of the conversation.
I see.
And I'm not throwing him under the bus. That's just what happened. Now, you asked me, why did I come off that video, the video you just watched, not explicitly saying why I'm asking the questions I'm asking? Why did I not just say,
what is your intention for the conversation?
That is, I think, obvious if you know about like questioning people. I didn't want to put Lauren on guard on why I was asking the questions I was asking.
I didn't want to tell Lauren and have her, as you see, she tried to do at the end of the conversation when she gets called out for essentially actually doing the thing that Destiny accused her of. She shifted her story a little bit to acquiesce with what Destiny was saying and being like, yeah, it is a little bit of a mix. It is a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. I didn't want to put her on guard and on notice for what I was going to ask. I wanted her to come out and say, I stand by every word, which she did. And Destiny's left with nothing. He's left with the whole bag. And he has to admit that his entire positioning for the last couple months was dead wrong.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, well, two things. First of all, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that, if you're trying to get to the bottom of something, maybe you're going to not exactly explain what you're trying to do if you think it's going to make the person be dishonest. I understand that completely. However, at the end of the conversation, you can explain whatever your intention and purpose is.
Oh, yeah.
And in this case, I think you could have explained, I think it's the opposite. I think if you had told Lauren, listen, Lauren, I'm not trying to gotcha you. I'm not trying to fish you. I'm not trying to expose you as a secret racist. Really, my primary intention here is that I think Destiny has been positing some theory about your behavior, and I just want to know if that's true. And I think if you just said that, I think your conversation would have been wildly different.
Well, it changed a little bit. It changed because I started to notice near the end that there actually is some signs that what Destiny was saying was correct, which is, you'll notice at the end, you guys didn't linger there, but it is, you all acknowledge at the beginning of the conversation, I asked her, you would not hide, you would not hold back a significant change in your position. She said that. She said those words.
Right.
And I would think that you guys would agree that this boat controversy, that's a significant point of consternation for her for the past month. Everyone's like, what about the boat thing? The boat thing. That is like a significant thing that's been used against her. Correct?
Yes.
Now, you can say that is ultimately unfair to say that she was trying to kill anybody, that she was trying to hurt anybody. That's fine. I don't think that Lauren was trying to kill anybody necessarily. I don't have evidence for that. But she said at the start, she wasn't going to hold back any change in position on something significant. Come to the end of the conversation, she admits coldly, after saying, I don't know, I'd have to think about that, which was not believable at all. She comes out and says, you know what? I'm going to admit something finally. I wouldn't do it, but I don't want to admit that because I don't want to give the leftist a satisfaction. That is an absolute contradiction.
She wouldn't do the boat. She wouldn't do the boat thing again.
That's not a contradiction.
How is it not?
The first, you asked her if she had a change in position. Saying, would you go on the boat again isn't a change in, her ideological position didn't change.
Would you hold back anything that you would do differently?
Regrets?
Well, she said, but wait a minute. She said that she admitted, she said she would do the video differently because she thought it didn't express her views properly or whatever. She admitted
that. Right. But these are two separate things. One is, one is the video, right? That's the Great Replacement video in 2016, 2017. And I admit that at the start, she said I would do things differently. Notice the rationale there, because I think that it's possible people could mistake it and take it a certain way. That's her acknowledging that the video is not clear. And even later on in the conversation, she goes and says, I understand how a reasonable person could actually interpret that as promoting racism.
Right.
So just, that's a separate thing from the boat incident. The boat incident is where, for the first time, really, we bring up the boat incident at the end of the conversation. And she says point blank, the reason I haven't come forward and said that I wouldn't do it again is to spite leftists, because I don't want to give them the satisfaction.
Right. But again, it's not what you were getting at the beginning was you're trying to see, what I thought you were trying to say is that have you changed your political position? Have you, were you more extreme in the past? Are you more moderate now? Has something changed? And I don't think that is the same thing as saying, oh, would you have gone on that boat again? It's not the same, because that has nothing to do with her position.
I understand where you're coming from. So right? What you're acknowledging, I think it's a good point to suss out the difference between those two things. You could have maintained all of your fundamental bedrock political positions with respect to Great Replacement, with respect to immigration, and still regret the boat incident, and that would not be a contradiction,
right? Like
your
I'm sure the
political beliefs.
I'm sure the QAnon shaman regrets showing up on January 6th.
If for anything, for the tactical reasoning of it puts you on the back foot. That is not a contradiction. The contradiction is the rationale behind whether or not you would show or not show your hand. Let me explain. She said that
I understand what you're saying.
I'm never going to like hide just based on how people think. I'm going to be honest. But at the end, she says, explicitly, I wasn't honest, and I haven't been honest because I don't want to give people the satisfaction. The contradiction is not that you.
I think it's a stretch.
I don't think it's a stretch at all. You think it's a stretch to say that at the start, I'm not going to hide anything based on what people perceive me as, and then at the end say that's exactly what I'm going to do?
Well, because I think we'd have to go back and listen to the exact words. But my interpretation when she said that was she was only talking about her political positions, not saying like, oh, I regret doing some action and I don't want to apologize for it because fuck, the lefties are whining about it. And I don't want to give them satisfaction.
That is super charitable. And, maybe that is something that she would hang her hat on, that distinction was, I'm only saying I'm going to be honest with my political beliefs, but not with any of my actions.
Well, that's how I interpreted it. That's why I didn't when you brought it up, when I watched this, I didn't even understand the contradiction you were getting at.
The contradiction, I think, is in explaining to people aspects of your past and things that you have changed or not changed, and when and how you would reveal that to people. Right. And you would reveal an honest change in belief, just like you would reveal whether or not you would regret something. And you never use as a rationale, I'm just doing it for money. The reason I'm not revealing it is because of money, or the reason I'm not revealing it is because I don't want to spite or I want to spite leftists. She kind of rejected those rationales when I offered them to her. And she can try, and you guys can try to like limit it a little bit, but I think that's doing a disservice to her. And I think her whole thing is that she's being honest with people and being upfront. That's one of the things I think that Lauren is her mantra, is her trademark, or at least she thinks is her trademark, is telling uncomfortable truths. And she's not living up to that ideal if at the end she says, well, even though I would do things differently, I'm not going to reveal it because of X. That's why I think it's
if that's how you feel about it, why don't you applaud her for finally coming forward with the truth?
I guess in a sense I should. That
you completely disincentivized her from being truthful in your reaction.
Well, I think at the start, and you guys think that I was just, I think a lot of people did, because I have an annoying voice, and people, I think
I have an annoying voice. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Yeah.
In your channel, I think people are likely to think that what I was doing was pure sanctimony, pure talking down to people, you're fishing, all that stuff. But when I said, I'm going to accept it at face value that you're going to be honest with me at the start of the conversation, I was being truthful. I was being legit. I was accepting the rationale she gave me and was sort of pitting them against what Destiny has been saying for some time. And then when she comes out and says at the very end, it's kind of sheepishly, okay, maybe I am hiding this little one thing about the boat stuff.
I mean, like, that's back in the chat. So
that's what I'm getting at. And I don't think that people should be hounding her for apologies that she doesn't feel she's owed to anybody. And if she feels that her positioning on those issues was correct and is correct, that's fine. I was mainly combating.
Do you feel like she owes an apology to people? That's my question.
No, I don't think she feels. I think that she.
No. Don't say feels. Do you feel yourself that she owes people an apology?
I think that I disagree with the substance of her positions on the Great Replacement. I think her Great Replacement video in 2016 or 17, I watched it before the conversation and I've watched it since, absolutely does imply an intentional, deliberate strategy from stakeholders to change white replacement rates. And given that reality, I think absolutely. So you
think the original video was racist and she owes people an apology? That's your position.
I don't have reason to believe that she is prejudiced towards
the way you described it is definitely racist. I mean, obviously.
Right.
I think the ideas are bad ideas, right? And I think the ideas are
they're racist ideas.
Well, listen, I mean, I would say if someone believes that there's a government agency or some cabal of elites that are intentionally trying to breed out white people, I would say that's obviously racist. A racist idea.
Wait, you would agree, right? So if there was a theory that said that people are in the West and the Europeans are intentionally
I didn't see that in I didn't see that in her video.
I didn't interpret that from her video.
But I just want to establish as a ground.
Yes, I would say that is racist. Yes.
Okay. Now, suppose that someone said that leaders in power in the Western world and European leaders are inviting the destruction of their own history, inviting the destruction of their own culture because of a hatred of Europeanness. Does that sound like an intentional rationale for the declining of whiteness?
or does it sound unintentional?
It depends upon if the leaders are doing it deliberately or not. So I mean, and I don't know that she made a.
So
I don't know that that's in the video. So
my interpretation of that, I don't remember the exact words, but I think I remember what you're talking about. My interpretation of that was basically like, oh, because of this fear of white guilt, we're basically bending over backwards to be multicultural and allow, people of different cultures to come in and not assimilate. That's how I interpreted that segment that you're referring to. I didn't interpret it as there's a cabal of elites trying to get rid of whiteness for some method of control or something.
Understood. That, I mean, when I hear the words, though, that Europeans are, quote, actively inviting the destruction of their tradition, an active invitation,
right,
sounds intentional.
Is that
correct?
Did she say
wait a minute.
Intentional.
Well, hold on. Is it between saying you're intentionally supporting immigration and you're intentionally supporting immigration in order to breed out white people for some nefarious purpose, right?
Right.
But the fact you're saying that you're inviting the destruction of their tradition, that I would think reasonably implies an understanding by leaders in the West that what they're doing is destroying their tradition. That's what
depends upon the goal, though. It depends upon the goal, though, because she could be saying you're actively inviting it, for monetary gains, just because you want workers that are cheap.
But then it would still be intentional, wouldn't it?
No, because the intention would be to make a bunch of money, and inadvertently you'd be doing this other thing.
It wouldn't be your conscious object to bring about the destruction of white people, but you would be enacting those policies intentionally, knowing that what's going to occur here is going to result in the destruction of white people. Even if it's not your conscious object, even if it's not your main priority, what you're accusing people of doing is actively inviting the destruction of their tradition, knowingly, at least at the very least knowingly.
My only point, and what I said during our discussion about the conversation you guys had, is that a lot of these things can be viewed, they're ambiguous. They can be viewed in either way. You can view it as the person is a, racist hiding their power level, or, the person was inarticulate and really never meant to give that impression. Lauren came out and basically said, I don't believe, I'm not a white supremacist. I don't believe in I'm not a white nationalist. Yeah. She did say, and she's in the chat. She can come on if she wants. We can talk to her later. But I mean, she does seem to believe that there is an ethnic component to some cultures. I mean, I agree there is an ethnic component to some cultures, like Japan, obviously, is the one everyone cites. I don't know that that's a necessary component. I would argue, obviously America being the greatest nation ever to grace the planet and being like a multi-racial society.
Yeah,
I agree with that. One of the reasons why America is great is because it's multiracial. But at the same time, we have a problem with the term like multicultural because we're definitely pro-assimilation and want to compile a culture that's an American ethos.
So
go ahead,
thanks
Sitch, what are you saying?
Thanks to Matt Binder. I clicked on the transcript thing,
right,
of the video, and I found the line, and my memory, which is normally dog shit, was so on point. Okay, it says many white people feel that replacing themselves will relieve guilt of the past crimes. So unlike every other culture in the world that wants to preserve itself and remain homogenous, Europeans actively invite the destruction of their tradition. And this is something that is recognized across the board by many intellectuals. It's rampantly supported within academia and politics. I think one of the greatest examples of this is the utter disdain for Europeans is probably displayed by a quote from this guy: "Only white people worry about this because for such a long time the world has been their own to talk about it."
Perfect.
Okay.
That quote
does not. Wait a minute. That when people talk about like the great, I mean, first of all, you can criticize that statement, which I would criticize that statement, but when people talk about the intention, hold on. When people talk about the intention, the intention of the Great Replacement, okay, it's that, there's some elite cabal that's intentionally trying to replace white people for some nefarious reason, usually because, Jews or whoever think it's easier to control non-white people. Not like, there's, white people who feel, guilty over the sins of being white. So, they're inviting, non-white people to come in and, supplant their culture.
That distinguishes the motive behind what's going on here. The motive that in one case,
that's what you're talking about.
No. The difference here is the intention, not the motive. First, I guess I'll highlight this, and then
the intention's kind of irrelevant if that's the hangup.
No.
You could just say people are trying to get more voters or whatever.
You could say that the people in charge, they have all the best motives, right? They really do feel bad for what they've done to the third world or what they've done to non-white or non-European societies, and that would paint a picture of the leaders in charge as these kind of bumbling I don't know, people who are destroying their own culture in the futile attempt to help people that they've historically wronged. That would be a different motive than the cabal of hidden Jews who is maliciously trying to just hurt white people. I would agree it'd be a different motive. But in both cases, the intention is to make whiteness decline, in which case it would be an intentional strategy for the declining whiteness of Europe. And in which case it's something that both of you guys would agree that in either of those situations, I think maybe you guys can maybe distinguish. You can distinguish that would be racist. At least that concept would be racist. It's not the person saying it.
The problem that first of all, the problem I have with the original video is that there is not a disentanglement between skin color and culture. And to me, that's really, when people talk about the Great Replacement idea, that's the primary issue. And I don't understand why that's not what's focused on. Instead of this focus on the cabal of elites or the intentions or whatever, which to me seems mostly irrelevant. It's just this, why are we hitching on skin color to culture when really the conversation is about assimilation versus not assimilation?
Yeah, I think that's a way that that's often been a way that people have been able to really hit on left-wing people in a way that I think oftentimes makes left-wing people look really bad, because you get them to say something like, no, I don't actually think white rates are declining. I don't actually think that there's a lowering amount of white people in United States and Europe. And you just point to statistics and you say, look, it's happening in front of you. And just like that is almost like a non-racial fact of the world. It's just I would say, discriminatory fact of the world. You could have a non-discriminatory theory of the Great Replacement where it's not really about race, it's more about culture. And that's fine. You can present that.
Wait. Okay. The thing that's annoying about talking about the Great Replacement is that it's trying to parse it out between what the Great Replacement means versus just the descriptions of reality. Because as I'm sure you recall, during Obama's term, there's all these newscasters, all these Democrats are basically tossing themselves a fucking ticker tape parade saying that white people are going to be the minority because this will make it easier for Democrats to win elections, essentially.
Sorry, that they're describing the reality, or that they're saying
they're describing the reality.
Okay.
They keep cheering this on.
I acknowledge that there are people in this country who, even mainstream people, who have acknowledged that reality. And not only I'll acknowledge that they've acknowledged that reality, I also acknowledge that there are people in this country who seem giddy about it and who seem kind of happy about it. I do not deny that happens. Fair?
Right. So that's why I'm saying
that's not really a response,
right. But so that's what I mean is just talking about the description of this happening doesn't mean it's the Great Replacement. There has to be some other elements to it. And that's why I'm saying the other elements to it is this inherently binding of culture and race together.
Well, there's two things that additionally I think that make the Great Replacement, quote, the Great Replacement. Mm-hmm. One is intentionality. When you replace something, yes, it's possible to replace things accidentally. Yes, it's possible to replace things without knowing, I guess technically in the way the word is used. But usually when people say replace, you intentionally replace something, right? Mm-hmm. It's an active thing that you do. You replace your phone. You replace, if your dog died, you replace your dog. That's what's that term is kind of getting at. And a lot of the baggage of the Great Replacement theory is that this is a knowing, intentional, deliberate strategy. And you can try to take that away from what the Great Replacement actually means. But a lot of people are going to believe that there's this intentionality baggage to it, because guess what? Some of the biggest proponents of this theory, as I understand them to be, are people who think it is an intentional and deliberate plot. And you can have your own idiosyncratic notion about what great replacement means, but you're going to run into people all the time.
Wait, it's not. What I'm saying it's not idiosyncratic at all.
I mean, you don't think it's idiosyncratic to be like, well, great replacement is not about intentionality. It's not about.
Well, no, people. No, what I said wasn't even listener stream. I say people make it about the intent. People try to derive the difference between the Democrats saying it and then like the Republicans saying it. Is they say, well, the difference is the Republicans are saying it's intentional.
I don't think
versus
that
the Democrats.
That's one way in which they that's one way in which they distinct. I think that the talking heads on CNN and MSNBC.
Well, they also say because the Republicans are racist. Obviously, that's the element they add.
When they say it, I think that you would agree that what they're saying is like as a campaign strategy, they're talking down to Republicans and be like, Republicans, you need to be less racist because guess what? In like 5 years, there's going to be a lot less white people and you're going to have to listen to us. That's kind of what they're getting at, right? I would agree with you. In a way, it's kind of like wagging the finger. And
we're kind of bragging. I don't even think they're wagging the finger.
It's a bit of a brag. Maybe it's a bit of a veiled threat. I would agree that like you better listen to minorities because guess what? We're going to be in charge soon.
So I don't even think it's that. I think it's just like, fuck you, Republicans. We're going to basically, you're not going to have any power. And then get Pikachu shocked face when Republicans are like, wait a minute, we need to stop immigration.
But that's very different. That's at the end of the river, right? At the start of the river is where the great replacement is getting at. At the start of the river is why is this happening in the first place? Explaining, not noticing that there's going to be decreased whiteness. It's explaining why is it that whiteness is going down. And the explanations they give are things like deliberate policies, open borders, tax policy, inviting the destruction of your own culture and tradition, certain ideologies. It's trying to explain a phenomena. It's both showing the phenomena and then explaining it. And the last component, which I haven't mentioned yet, it's having a normative view on it. It's saying that it's bad that whiteness is declining. It's a bad thing that white people are going, quote unquote, going away, whatever that means.
Right.
And those two last things, the intentionality and the normative outlook on the declining whiteness, that's what distinguishes, quote unquote, great replacement from the CNN and MSNBC people down the stream who are just acknowledging reality.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the mainstream, they have their own normative, which is that it's good that white people are being
replaced. They do. And I think that's cringe.
Well, it's not just cringe. It's not only is it racist, it's literally breeding white nationalism.
Maybe it is. I mean, I don't really think that a lot of white nationals are like watching MSNBC and CNN religiously.
They're reacting. They see all the clips. They react to this stuff.
They see the clips. Okay, then and that I guess the fact that they're watching clips of individuals, maybe that's what's getting them all riled up. I don't know about that. The only I'm just disclaiming knowledge of the causality of what's making nationalists. I don't actually know what's causing that. I'm not an expert in that area. I just want to.
This is the internet, okay? We can all be experts on everything.
Yeah, and listen, I think that you can acknowledge the fact that whiteness is declining. That is just true, right? It is just a fact that the number of white people in the United States is declining as a representative of the total population.
Sure.
What is a white person? That's almost like I don't even know how to get into that.
I know.
It's usually like I report myself as white, but that's very different than the kind of what people are getting at with the Great Replacement, which is this normative baggage and this intentionality behind the things. And I'm sorry, I don't really accept facially that things like saying, deliberate policies of immigration, inviting the destruction of your own tradition, ideologies of racism, all that stuff to me absolutely at the very least implies to a reasonable person that what's going on is a deliberate policy. And I think anyone who says like that isn't what it implies, I think has some explaining to do. And so when you ask me whether or not Lauren has to she should give an apology, well, I disagree with those views. And I think that those views are reasonably ascertainable from the video. And so I think that I would want her to shy away from those views, but I wouldn't want her to give an apology if she doesn't really disagree with those views. And she doesn't really disagree with those views. So at most, I think that she should just she should tell people what she would change and what's different. And if it's only, how you would present things, and if it's only, the fact that it wasn't a good strategy to do it, and if it's only all that stuff, then, that's good enough. That's good enough. But I wasn't even here to have an expose. They invited me onto the stream to.
Well, before I move on to the next point, which is a different point. So I have this thing called Sitch's law, where I say that the majority of arguments are arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it. And so what you're laying out is just essentially we have a very different we have a very different understanding of the definitions of how we're sort of interpreting this. Because when I read those words, or when I hear those words about inviting destruction, I am interpreting them completely differently than you're interpreting them. And I don't think that's a bridge that we're ever going to be able to
maybe
cross.
We can cross this bridge then. Maybe
I don't think I think we're just going to have to acknowledge that we're on different sides of the river on that one and what that means. Because when I hear people talking about the intention of the Great Replacement, it's very different than saying like, well, there are people that, obviously the government has to, have intention when it creates its policies and its immigration policies. Obviously, I mean, I take that as very different than, we need to do something to stop, to stamp down white people.
Why do you think that the word disdain was used then? Why would you mention disdain?
Because it's referring to the idea of this sort of, I mean, I don't know if it's going on in Europe, and I don't know how widespread it's going on, but it's referring to the idea of, there are a lot of white people, especially on the left, who sort of have this disdain for their own whiteness. They sort of bought into this white guilt baggage.
If that is what's motivating, disdain for one's whiteness is what's motivating policy, right? Because you wouldn't mention disdain as a rationale for why whiteness is going down unless it actually affected something, right? If it didn't affect anything, you wouldn't mention disdain or active invitation of destruction, correct? You wouldn't just say disdain just randomly.
Well, what's the context of disdain?
Right.
What's the sentence?
It's that there's across the board, there's a disdain for Europeanness. And that's feeding into this desire from Europeans to actively invite the destruction of their own tradition.
I think one of the greatest examples of this utter disdain for Europeans. She's not saying that. She's not saying that. They're saying she's interpreting it like other people have a disdain for white European culture, right?
Yeah, and that's driving policy, and that's making people behave differently. People's hatred.
Isn't it?
If it is, then it's intentionality, right? If you disdain something, you hate something, and if that's affecting how you're doing things, then it stands to reason that the hate is motivating, the disdain is motivating policy. Otherwise, you wouldn't bring it up.
So
you can say that it's true, but then you're just saying it's intentional.
To me, talking about the intention of someone saying like, because of white guilt, they'll actively, want to increase immigration of non-white people into their country. And then that leads to, I guess, their culture being subsumed. That's completely different than saying, someone who wants their culture or white people to be bred out is inviting people. That's what I'm saying. I don't think we're going to agree on this.
Let me work by analogy. Let's do an analogy. Let's say that does
it matter?
We're just arguing. Yeah, it's just we're arguing over interpretations of the video.
I think it's important.
Okay.
Yeah, but my whole point is that two people can look at this video and walk away with two completely different interpretations, which means that either one of those interpretations could be correct. The only way that we can get the true interpretation of the author is to consult the author and say, what did you mean here, right?
Who no one's going to believe anyway.
Right. So, I mean, it's a kind of a pointless
reason they won't believe
exercise.
the reason they won't believe her, and with respect, I had a great time talking to her, and I'm not saying that she needs, I think it's really actually is cringe when people do this cancellation stuff. And I think it's cringe that oftentimes a lot of conservatives get silenced on certain platforms. I'm not here to defend is it the woke scold mob? What's the term?
Well, you are basically saying that what she said is unacceptable speech. I mean, you're saying she should apologize.
I disagree with it, right? If someone said I endorse Trump, that's something to be like,
what is the purpose of apologizing for this video, though?
Like if someone said I endorse Trump and like I think that he's a good person and I think that he has good policies, I probably wouldn't, to be honest with you. And I never said you should apologize in the sense that like generally, but if someone were to say that about Trump, I would be like, you should like recant that. You should disavow that. I would say that because I disagree with Trump. Not that I should you should therefore be excommunicated from society until you do. That's not what I'm saying. But just like I think you would agree, if someone were to have a position that, let me think, that it was a good idea, whatever COVID, do you guys disagree with certain COVID policies or certain like vaccine mandates? I'm just thinking of a policy you disagree with. Let's say that someone was in favor of...
I'm not in favor of vaccine mandates.
Okay.
No.
So let's say someone came out in support of a vaccine mandate and was like pushing forward in Congress.
And
right.
you would want that person to be like, no, I disavow vaccine mandate. That was a mistake. You would push for that. Same thing with CRT. You guys hate CRT, right?
Well,
if someone was pushing
people
for
have
CRT,
different opinions, though. The whole idea of having a political dialogue is to
of course,
debate over which opinions
would
are
I like
acceptable.
someone to realize that CRT is racist and terrible and say I was wrong for supporting it?
Yeah, of course you would.
Of course, yeah,
of course.
Okay.
It's absolute parity here.
Right.
And I'm saying like you,
Sitch,
Lauren,
we lose a lot of content that way. What do you do?
That's actually, he's right. I don't want them to.
Wait, you would definitely want people if you had someone who was a pro CRT person, if you had them in your grasp, if you were talking to them in your show, they came on your show,
corner them.
You would corner them. You'd be like, I have you on record saying that CRT is this valuable
thing. If it was
thing
Joy Reid, yes. If it was Corncob Jake, no.
Really? Come on, man. If you're having a conversation about it,
Corncob Jake is just comedy gold. It has zero power.
It's fine. We will engage with the hypothetical. Okay.
CRT person calls you out, Adam, and says, I heard you were talking shit about CRT, and brings you on to the show
all the time.
Okay. And when you come on there, and if and when you corner them, you want them to recant. You want to prove them wrong and get them to be like, yeah, it's actually stupid, don't you?
Well, I don't think I've literally gotten a conversation thinking I'm going to get anyone to recant on anything. Because it's so rare.
We don't really go into conversations like that.
That's the notion.
I mean, that would be nice if it happened.
Yeah, you would appreciate it if you got someone to be like, you know what, maybe it actually is dumb to teach kids this young, or maybe it actually is dumb to teach kids about pronouns this young. If you got someone to say that, you'd be like, win, and you'd be like, you'd have a YouTube video that said like, person forced to
this
like
is
recant,
so weird because
right?
you're setting up a total this is like a fantasy.
People to
you wouldn't be as obnoxious about that, but you would be happy and you would have changed their mind, and it would be like a thing that you would want, and you'd be like, you're happy, you just
how does this relate to this though? Because we're arguing over an interpretation of, because this is like usually almost every conversation I've ever had with someone about CRT, it's not that at all. They say, oh, Sitch, everything you're saying is wrong. I'm just completely I don't agree with your interpretation of CRT meaning all this stuff. Okay, that's what the argument's about, and that's what this argument's about. We just have a different disagreement about the definition of the words that were used or whatever.
You can't fault people for their approach in trying to get people to realize that their position is wrong. That's basically what I understand that
we do that all the time, though. That's like our entire show is about telling people they're delusional for thinking they're going to change people's minds.
Maybe, but
not our entire show. I hope not.
Like a lot of the notions, I know that a lot of the debates aren't about the individual people in the debate.
Yeah, it's about the audience.
It's about the audience,
right?
But at least the conceit, the notion of the debate, and when you're with friends, I think it's more like this.
It is.
They're trying to change people's mind, you know.
It is interesting to me that Lauren Southern.
Yeah.
Lauren Southern accused you of trying to take a Lauren Southern scalp, and then you're literally here saying how good it feels to take scalps. I mean,
No.
Well, no. To be fair, taking a scalp is a little different. That's more like you casting a person as like a racist or something, right?
Well, I mean, someone changing their position is kind of taking a scalp, is it not?
I don't think that's a scalp.
Look, is Hunter Avalon a scalp, or is that not a scalp?
That's an interesting situation.
But I mean, I feel like Vosh would count Hunter Avalon as a scalp. I really do.
Sure.
Maybe him, because he's kind of,
I think it's a little unique situation. I want to say, Lauren earlier in the chat said regarding the boat, I wouldn't change it. I still think the boat was illegally smuggling. I would not do it again today, mostly because it didn't change anything, just made people think I'm a murderer. So there you go. She's saying she didn't change for ideological reasons, more for practical, cynical reasons.
Okay, first of all, just notice there, that's totally fine. You can have a cynical walk back, cynical recognizing mistake, but it's honest, it's honest.
I just don't think that contradicts the earlier statement the way you think it does.
It contradicts it in the sense that you are saying that what's motivating you to tell the truth before, which is your opinion, that is what's guiding all of your statements. But now we get introduced late in the game, something else that's motivating your opinions and what you state. And what's motivating your opinions and your statements made in the public is not just what's on your mind. It's also, I don't want to really give, an inch to these left-wing people. And that is what you guys critique in leftists all the time. People who are unable to criticize like Obama or Biden when he says, you ain't black. People who are ideologues. You say you're a comedian, right, Adam? Or it says comedy show host?
Sure.
Comedians, I think one of their
don't give him
biggest
that
targets
title.
I love
are
it.
ideologues.
I like this
right?
guy. We should have him back again.
Yeah, 100%. You know what? You guys are funny. But like,
no, we are against ideologues, but we're at the same time we're trying to determine if you're an ideologue, though. I mean,
I don't think I am.
Okay, well from the performance, I mean, I'm a little.
Wait a minute, I don't.
I come across as one. I come across as like a dem super.
Well, I mean,
dem.
He's a lawyer, Adam. He doesn't have an ideology.
Well, to be clear, I'm not a gun.
I would never.
I'm not a lawyer yet.
He's almost a lawyer. He's a practice gun for.
I'm going to swear in next week. Just to be clear,
he doesn't have bullets in the gun yet, but he's getting ready. But wait a minute. I don't understand how this. Wait, I don't understand how what you just said about. If we criticize someone on the left for being tribal, essentially, they're not speaking their mind for tribal reasons. That's very different than someone who's like, well, I don't want to give someone the satisfaction. It's nothing to do with their tribe. It's like, me as a person, I don't want to give these people hounding me, snipping at my heels, the satisfaction of saying, I wish I wouldn't go on the boat because it ended up creating a bunch of problems for me in my life.
Come on.
And nobody wants to give...
It's like, this is why.
What if I said to you...
The position, this is why when you originally asked the question, it was about Lauren's positions, about her ideology, not about like, oh, will you cynically not do something anymore? Like, that's such a different frame.
I think the spirit of my question was the essence of my question. Now, you can say that my question.
I'm a strict constructionist, okay?
Don't be a strict constructionist. Be a reasonable constructionist. Okay. And I think the spirit of my question, the essence of my question is like, would you hide stuff just to spite others? And if I came on here and I said, well, I would have criticized Biden for his "you're not black" comment, but I didn't want to give the righties a satisfaction, you would call me tribal in a second, and you would be right, wouldn't you?
But that's completely different. Wait, that's a completely different situation.
Why?
Because there's a difference between someone saying, I wouldn't do something, not for ideological reasons again. I wouldn't do it because it had some physical negative consequence on my life. But I don't want to give people the satisfaction of being like, oh, we got her on this. We made her life hell. And so she's like, yeah, you know what? These people did make my life hell, so I wouldn't want to do it again. That's so different than being like, I don't agree with something Joe Biden said.
PSA, it's a little different, right? So you could say for sure, 100%, that it's not ideological difference that's motivating the quote unquote difference in how she would have gone on the boat or not. It's personal stuff. It's cynical stuff. Right. That's all the stuff that's explaining why her position is differently. What we're examining is the choice on whether or not to reveal the change in position or not the mechanisms underlining the actual change in position, but whether or not you even decide to bring it up to your audience in the first place. And in the one case, the hypothetical Biden example, you would say that what's motivating me is animus towards right-wingers by not calling out Biden, or tribalism. And the same instance with Lauren, even notwithstanding the fact that there's cynical things motivating Lauren in her example, you would call that tribalism or at least spite towards left-wing people.
I completely disagree. And I feel you just repeated what you said. I don't know where to go from this conversation.
Yeah, we need to move on. You had something else you want to ask, and I have a question, Sitch. So I don't know if you want to go first or what.
Yeah. I guess the last stuff, you guys have to move on. I respect that you guys can't be talking about this all night.
We're going to go in circles on this. We disagree, but I mean, obviously we understand where you're coming from. You seem to understand where we're coming from. So
yeah. On the rest of the stuff, I sort of see the conversation in three different stages. One is kind of like the meta conversation about whether or not there's anything you would reveal, anything you would change. And then the substance conversation is about immigration, and the substance conversation about great replacement. We kind of gone over the great replacement stuff a little bit and why I have a different take on what that theory is than maybe some of you guys. On the immigration stuff, just real quick, I wanted to let you know that I'm not some crazy radical with respect to immigration. What I was describing in terms of what the United States policy is on immigration, that's current immigration law. There is no English requirement for immigration visas in this country.
You were giving a prescription though. You weren't just.
Are you pro assimilation? I mean, you can just.
Absolutely, I'm pro assimilation.
Okay, look, 100%. Now we can move on. It's like no problem.
Okay,
misunderstanding.
How people are portraying me is like I'm some crazy person for saying that there shouldn't be an English requirement with respect to immigration. That's how our policy has been.
We
but you think there should be?
No, there shouldn't be. I think it's a good idea that it's not, because the reason why we have certain visa categories has nothing to do with cultural competency and English requirements. For blood familial
but people
ties,
obviously disagree with that.
Okay, you can, but then I'm not the radical who's trying to change policy. They're the people who are trying to change.
I don't
policy.
think that's I don't think it's radical. They're the ones trying to enact change.
Sure, I'm not, right? So I'm the person who's saying the reason why we have blood familial ties, and that's the basis for a family-based petition for a visa, is because America recognized the importance of keeping families together. That was the basis of the understanding there. And with the employment-based visas, the purpose is to give employers good workers. And that's why I'm giving deference in that instance to employers to decide who is and who's not a competent employee. Not because I'm going to defer to them on anything, but because the basic purpose underlying the employment-based visas are to tell people, to tell employers what skills are required and to preference people who have an employee sponsor. And then finally, on the asylum stuff, it's not obvious by what Lauren was saying that it's going to exclude those people. The process for asylees is you get asylum, you wait a certain amount of time, and then you apply for a green card. That's how it works. You get a green card through asylum. And if you say, should there be an English requirement for people to get immigration visas? I'm sorry. That includes the asylum process. If you want to exclude it later, it's not preposterous for me to bring it up. And so that's, I guess, the last thing I have to say on the substance there.
So you made this comment that you said that people are not entitled to static culture, to culture not changing. Okay. What does that mean exactly?
There's this notion in both left-wing and right-wing circles that everything needs to stay the way they are, that it is. Well, neighborhoods need to stay the way they are, that gentrification is ruining our societies, that people have a claim to land based on fundamentally based on, like, I don't know, connections to ritualistic practices, and that people have a right to have their culture and race not be touched, or that their culture stay static. That's pure nonsense. Our culture, just in the last 5 years, think about how like meme culture has developed in the United States and how different we are in a country in 5 to 10 years. And there's often this notion in both left and right wing circles that we need to retain things the way they are. Now, do I think that like there's an essence of what America is that ought to remain the same? Yeah. Oftentimes that's grounded in the Constitution. That the Constitution in many ways is like the bedrock through line for American culture in many respects. It's the thing that binds people together in this country, this profound document that has lasted for centuries. And that's one of the reasons why when people are having arguments with others, the first thing they say is what you think is unconstitutional. When you're talking about Twitter and when you're talking about Facebook, you're talking about the First Amendment and you're talking about free speech and values that are inherent in the Constitution. If there's any stable foundation, it's like our constitutional way of government and certain aspects of, maybe you could call it Western culture, but like free and open discourse, rule of law, that kind of stuff.
Liberal democracy.
Liberal democracy, I think, is another one. But anything beyond that, right? Anything that says like a certain way you talk, family values, that kind of stuff. Now you're getting far, far too particular. And this country is much too fast changing and much too different at an initial level for us to ever think that we are going to be able to maintain any semblance of that stuff. And I fight attempts to keep those things the same. And I especially fight I would say artificially keep them the same. And I would especially fight attempts to do it on the basis of race. That's one part of the conversation where I think I did a really bad job, was sussing out that my problem with the culture argument was tied to its connection with race. And I didn't make that clear.
Right. And well, that's my problem with the argument. And I think that's fine. And I think that should be like 99 people's critique of this, of anything related to this, is that tying race and the culture is inherently toxic, racist, blah, 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 blah. But what I guess I don't understand is that, to me, it seems weird to say that there isn't some right for people living in a country that has some kind of, generalized culture, whatever that is, to want to maintain that culture to some degree in regards to not having, mass immigration come in and like drastically change parts of the country to a different culture.
I should be careful how I say that, because
it sounds like you're saying people don't have a right to that, which doesn't make any sense to me.
I will say that it's a long established precedent of the Supreme Court that it is inherent to what it is to be a sovereign country
that the sovereign country have the ability to exclude.
Right.
The sovereign country have the ability to decide essentially who's part of the club, who is part of this community. And I shouldn't be caught saying that that is not like established press in the United States. And I shouldn't be caught saying that like people don't acknowledge that countries generally have the right to decide who is part of their club. I think that there is I believe in sovereignty. I think it's a good norm. And so I wouldn't deny, like, I guess the inherent right of a country to be able to decide their own immigration policy on that level. What I mean more generally is that as a normative matter, individuals, once the country has made a decision on what those policies are going to be, and individuals unilaterally cannot claim a right to a particular set of white birth rates, and that normatively it's a bad idea to focus on the racial aspect, because what it does from the left wing or the right wing perspective, it leads to problems. It leads to problems. Let me, just to show you that I'm in good faith, let me list some of the left wing stuff. The Black Lives Matter riots, that was a huge problem in this country. Mm-hmm. That was a huge problem in this country, not just because of all the physical damage, which was substantial, and not just because of like lives lost, which there were lives lost, but it was bad for Black people, those riots. It was bad for them. It led to animosity from the right wing who had even though like a lot of white people were the ones starting the riots, the perception was that there's this inherent conflict between the races, and it wasn't helpful at all to anybody. Likewise, focusing on right wing, like white nationalism, that's not helpful. It's not bringing us any place we want to go. And so I recognize on both sides that focusing on race, you see this in other countries too, in South Africa, in other places in Africa as well, focusing primarily on race will lead to disgruntled feelings. And you can even see in certain circles in this country with respect to certain affirmative action policies. Which
you're going to come out as anti-CRT? Will you stand by this position?
I think it's important to discuss how race intersects our institutions. I think that's super important. But
have you done any content on critical race theory or anything?
I haven't done any content specifically.
So have you read on it, or do you know anything about it?
I understand it primarily as a legal framework to view things, because I think that's how it's originated, and that's how I was introduced to it in like crim law back in 1L.
Yeah. Sitch, I feel like we need to establish some ground rules here. No, I mean, with all due respect, Pisco.
Yeah.
You're giving us like 1,000 topics here, and we really, we like to hone in.
I was going to just go back.
I was specific things.
So asking you that if you're going to come out as anti-CRT is a meme, because I know you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Yeah. But what I was going to ask is like honing back to the culture argument, because I understand what you're saying about like individuating it, but I don't see how that's necessarily relevant to what we were talking about, because it'd be more like the situation of if you're, I don't know where you live, but if you're living in if you're in New York,
nice,
and the state or wherever you live, I know it's very different depending on the city, but wherever you live, it's very has like very progressive values or whatever. It's very much politically aligned with you in some way, and then you get a bunch of dirty Canadian immigrants coming in across the border who are all flowing into your community, and guess what?
They're French Canadian, not even talking in your language.
A bunch of dirty Quebecois, sneaking into your country or coming to your country legally, I guess. But they're all ultra conservatives and they fucking hate the LGBT community.
Right.
And they're completely changing, the culture of where you live and the environment where you live. I think you're justified to be like, yeah, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I think that you're justified to say I don't like.
Well, justified in saying I want to enact policy to prevent this from changing.
To prevent their coming to the place in the first instance.
Yes.
You're asking me, can I think of a scenario where a restrictive policy on movement would make sense?
I'm saying, can you think of a scenario where your culture is being subsumed by a different culture and you think it's okay to enact policy to prevent that from occurring?
I can think of hypotheticals in which that would be true. I can think in principle, you can make a hypothetical where it's so oppressive and so bad that of course I'd have to. So imagine there's.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't have to be oppressive. You say, okay, it's going from being pro-LGBT progressive to anti-LGBT,
making it a crime,
very
right?
Socially conservative, right? Yeah. That's not like super. That's not even super like not conceivable. That's that could very much happen. Right?
At that point, maybe the distinction between political ideas and political attitudes and the people themselves, maybe that's a thin one indeed. And what you're trying to show me is that ideas are not just things that exist in the universe.
Well,
they're
part
held
of the culture,
by individuals. Well, I don't know. It's like, what is American culture perspective on abortion?
Well, there isn't one because everyone disagrees.
But there are things that we do agree on, though. You have to admit,
or we used to. Things have kind of changed in the last 2014. Well, America used to be very big on free speech.
Name one that you think Americans all agree on.
Individual rights
I could
and
jump.
Used to be the big thing.
What, freedom of speech?
Free speech?
Individual rights and free speech used to be the big thing.
You really think so? Back in the early 20th, so one of the first laws passed by I don't know if the first, but one of the laws passed by
go for an easy one, Sitch. Let's talk cannibalism, okay? Cannibalism, we all agree on.
We're gonna go really easy.
Cannibalism. Okay, but you're gonna have to,
I would say
to find someone who's
I
okay
would
with
say
cannibalism.
pedophilia, but the left is a little sussy on that one these days. So I'm gonna go cannibalism.
Wait, who agrees with pedophilia?
Well, there's the whole map thing that's going on, which is a little weird, but
what's the map thing?
A minor attracted people. You don't know about
the minor attracted pedophile.
We don't get.
Anyway,
is it like
can we let's not sidetrack the conversation here. Can we agree cannibalism is something?
So wait,
that's
but but is the argument just that American culture doesn't exist at all?
No, that American culture, to the extent that it exists in substance, I really think the glue of American culture, and people are going to laugh at me and think that I'm being a memer.
Okay.
I think it's the Constitution.
Well, innocent until proven guilty.
Well, you just gave me
habeas corpus.
I literally said free speech used to be one of these defining principles.
But hang on a second. That the notion that there is a Constitution, that we're bound by it, and the notion of rule of law, but the particulars everyone disagrees with dramatically. And so on the First Amendment stuff, all the Constitution says is Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech.
I see. So you're just saying basically an adherence to a structural framework.
That there's an idea of that there's individual rights, that there's an idea that there's, that we have a system of government that has checks and balances and where, power checks power, and that we're all in on this project called democracy or representative democracy. People disagree on the particulars, but they agree that we're engaged in an effort to do that. That's kind of like the common glue here.
No, that's way too vague.
It is vague. No, it totally is very, very vague. But the reason is, if you get any more narrow than that, you have problems. So think about the First Amendment stuff. I think you would agree. I don't agree with you probably, but you probably agree that like a lot of people who are advocates of censorship on Twitter and Twitch, that they're anti-free speech, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is a huge disagreement, right? Whether or not places which are, you could say, pseudo public squares or effective public squares or something like that, whether or not those areas, when they choose to discriminate, a content-based, viewpoint-based discrimination, whether or not that involves First Amendment concerns. There are a lot of people, I would say millions of people in this country, who disagree with you. There are millions of people who agree.
But as I said, that seems to be a very recent occurrence.
No, but look back even further. Look back even further. In the early 20th century, we have straight up discriminatory laws towards communists in this country.
Right.
Straight up discriminatory laws there. Moving forward, we have laws against flag burning. We have laws against protesting at abortion centers. There are
the right used to be the anti-free speech crowd. That's for sure.
Pornography laws. Stuff, obscenity, laws against fighting words, all these like exceptions to the First Amendment. So for years, we think that there's something called free speech, but we haven't been able to agree on what that thing is. And so when you get more narrow than that, and you start to say things like, well, we all agree in monogamy, or we all agree in like, talk to the people in Utah, I guess. We all agree on, I don't know, guns, talk to people in New York City versus people in Nebraska, and I don't even know, New York State. Even people in New York State have, and California, right? Even California was a very left-leaning state. There are some big gun proponents in California. Big.
All this, Pisco. Hold on a second here. where are we going here? Because all this is meant to build on the fact that there's no culture.
Listen,
yeah.
He's saying that there's no
why are we even arguing this?
Because
like,
then,
okay, so do you accept cultural appropriation?
It defeats the frame
is cultural
of having
appropriation a thing, or do you not accept cultural?
I disagree with most of when people are like, you're not allowed to wear braids. That's so cringe.
So then at least you're consistent. There's no such thing as culture, okay?
Well, no.
There's no German culture. There's no French culture. There's no American culture.
There is such thing as culture. There is such thing as culture. But in a country as diverse and wide and varied as America, the things
you're saying there's a wide diversity of culture.
It's subcultures
and you're saying it's so wide that it's undefinable by anyone.
No, it's definable, but in very vague terms, like with reference to liberal democracy, a belief in freedom, a belief in the Constitution. Those are kind of like the things that really the tenuous things that bind our country together. And below that, absolutely, there's
and you're also
definitely
saying
New York City culture.
So someone can't have an assumption of some sort of static culture because the culture is changing so much and so undefinable. That's just not an acceptable thing to hope for.
What culture are you saying is being changed? Right? What is the thing that's being changed? If the thing that's being changed is they don't speak English, but
okay. So wait a minute.
Did you have a version
using your vagueness? So American culture is, being in favor of freedom and liberal democracy,
and Constitution, stuff like that, like very very loose stuff.
Whatever.
Peaceful transfer of power.
Yes, another one. Power. Yeah, right. Okay. Perfect. Yeah.
So we have a bunch of dirty Canadians start immigrating into New York, and they have completely opposite opinions on all these things. Okay.
Yeah. Don't even think we should have a constitution. We should be ruled by a monarch.
Right. Bunch of dirty monarchists who we've argued with come in or sweeping across New York, infiltrating your community, changing the culture. Okay, do you think it's okay to pass laws but we don't want these people here?
I think with a significant showing of two things. One, that these people harbor those views, and that by bringing these people into this space, they are likely to change in significant ways and in unacceptable ways that very culture that I spoke about, the thing that binds all of us together. I think if you have a strong showing on those fronts, that yes, you could make a justification for restricting it. And to give you even a better example of that would be, say you had, I'll give the conservatives one, right? I'm against religious tests, right? And religious theocracies. So if there was a showing that you're going to import a bunch of extremely evangelical Christians or Muslims who are going to change New York City into a theocracy, would I be in favor of policies to stop that or to slow that? I think the answer is yes. You can give me hypotheticals where the risk is great that you're going to break down the fabric of what binds us. I just don't think that showing has been met by the people who are saying that.
Right. So you're not against protecting your culture or whatever. What you're against is that you just don't think what people are protecting is
well, he doesn't think the culture is a threat.
The thing that people are citing are things that I wouldn't consider like the unifying culture of America. That's one. And then I don't think that they're actually a threat to whatever that unifying culture is.
In terms of America, I don't think there is a threat to American culture.
Yeah.
From, people coming from the South.
Yeah. Some of these European nations are the size of a postage stamp.
Right. I think, yes. I think European countries having immigration, especially from the Middle East or from Africa, have a much stronger argument on the culture front than we do in America.
Maybe, but even there, I think that I think it's a little overblown. I think it's a little over. Not to say.
Well, I mean, I don't live in these countries, so I can't.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Can I move on to my question now?
Yeah,
Sitch, or are you done? Are you? I don't know. You got a bunch of questions.
I
want to dig in on
Pisco.
Okay. No, don't ask
Sorry,
that.
what?
Don't ask that. So listen,
I played the fifth.
You came in here and you said that Destiny had made a bunch of comments previous to this. Like he's basically selling to his audience that Lauren Southern has made a bunch of changes that Destiny is aware of, and what is Destiny? We don't know. What is Destiny selling? What are the Lauren Southern changes that Destiny is selling to his audience that didn't materialize in this conversation?
Yeah,
because that seems like kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I think you saw it in this conversation too, based on what Destiny responded to my questions on whether or not he thought the videos were racist and whether or not he thought that she was a neo-Nazi. Did you guys see when he was like, I would be sympathetic to people who think that Lauren was a neo-Nazi?
Yes,
he said that.
We did see that part, yeah.
And he also said that he personally thought that she was alt-right in 2016.
And that she commented on that, yeah.
And so
that didn't seem fair. He's like, she seemed like a Nazi, but
and he essentially said, at the very minimum, and everyone has to agree that Destiny said this, that in 2016, 2017, he thinks that she was alt-right, and that he thinks that she was racist.
Which is a Nazi,
right.
Well, okay, right.
Destiny, I don't think would be friends. I don't know. You think Destiny would be friends with a Nazi now? So he must think that she is substantially changed, right?
Right.
Otherwise,
he could be playing to his audience, though. He could not believe these things, but know that his audience is, too wrapped up in the drama of this.
But I don't think Destiny is a liar, because Destiny has sacrificed his career for defending Rittenhouse, for countless times with left-wing people when he's called them out on stuff. There have been plenty
I'm
of
not
times
saying
where
Destiny is a liar either, but I mean,
but that's what I mean.
He was selling his audience something that he obviously was overselling Lauren Southern's transformation, I guess. I'm curious more about.
Why would he do that?
Well, what was the transformation? I guess I'm asking, are there specifics of the transformation that he was selling them? Was he saying that she recanted things?
I think that he was very non-specific about it, but I think he thought, this is just me, and I'm going to say I think again, chat, so I don't get triggered when I say I think. I think he thought that she was very Jewish question in 2016, that she was, sorry?
I don't know that she was, but maybe,
I don't know that she was either. I'm only speaking
an archaeologist of her content, but
I don't either. Again, I'm not saying that she is very Jewish question or that she is anything other than I've seen her Great Replacement video. I've seen a couple of her documentaries, and I've seen some other videos here and there when she's with Destiny, but I'm not claiming that I have some insight into like who she was in that era.
Well, I'm very sensitive to that kind of bigotry, and I've watched her content and really not seen a lot of the racist stuff that a lot of people are accusing her of. So that's why I'm asking.
I think, and this is ironic because Destiny just had a video about guilt by association,
right?
But, and where he's like, I never guilt by association.
Yeah, Stefan Molyneux definitely I've seen sussy stuff out of, and he said stuff that's made me uncomfortable.
Sure, and I think
I've never seen Lauren Southern do that though. So,
but let me be. I've been 100 with you, but you be 100 with me. If you knew that someone was hanging, I'm not saying that this person is the other person. This is just a comparison to suss out ideas. If you knew that a friend of yours was hanging out with David Duke all the time, making videos with David Duke, and was like defending David Duke in certain areas or whatever. I'm not saying that Lauren did that, or that Lauren's defending David Duke, or Lauren's defending Stephen Molyneux, but you can understand why real human beings will hold that against you.
Of course, but there's the problem here is David Duke is a very specific situation where culturally we all accept that David Duke is a racist. But there is a huge number of people that, for instance, believe Jordan Peterson is a racist. I don't think Jordan Peterson's a racist. I don't think Jordan Peterson's ever said anything remotely racist. So if she was hanging out with Jordan Peterson, people would see the same thing. Like I said, I have seen more sus stuff out of Stefan Molyneux than Jordan Peterson. But if she hasn't seen that sus stuff, I mean, she might hang out with him and not even know that he's done this shit. So
yeah, listen, I don't think it's entirely a good idea to tar people.
We didn't vet you before you came on here. For all we know, you're like a cannibal or something.
I'm not a cannibal. I'm also not a communist or socialist. Right. People think I am.
Okay.
Because I don't know, because I'm arguing against Lauren Southern, I must be a communist or socialist. I'm not.
Right.
What are you? Explain.
No, that's great.
Dirty,
You sound like
fucking
that's awesome.
neoliberal scum.
I would consider myself pretty left wing. I did vote for Joe Biden, 100%.
That's okay. So did I.
I'm a big Trump hater. I have a lot of Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay. Well, at least you know that it. Look, you're cool about it. At least you know what it. You like. You're not afraid to admit it. That's good.
100%. Yeah, I think that, and I think it's cringe when I went on like panels defending Destiny against a lot of left wing people on Twitter who want to cancel him for things that I think it's not fair.
Yeah,
to
we've done the same.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
wait a minute.
So getting tarred and feathered for the wrong reasons.
I'm not cancel culture. I mean, by the way, also, I just want to say this. In college, I wrote articles saying like the sensitivity in college is killing us, and that we shouldn't be like very weird about Halloween costumes. And everyone thought, and when I was in college, when I wrote those articles, that I was this conservative and that I was coming out as conservative, even though I was super left wing.
Right.
But I was coming out against a lot of the cultural, appropriation stuff. And so I've never been about the cancel culture or any of that stuff.
Good. We're glad to hear it, because we'd have to kick you off if you did. But so if Destiny's position is he thinks that Lauren was more, alt-light, more JQ oriented, and now he honestly thinks she's not, but she doesn't want to admit it. And then she says, no, I never believed that. I was just misinterpreted.
That's like a fracture, right?
Right. Okay. So that's a difference. But I guess, like, was that really, like, who cares at that point?
It matters because Destiny has been, in my opinion, first of all, he's been like talking
obnoxious.
Shit.
He's been overselling
ramming
it
in your
Someone
face.
needs to worry about the chatters. All right, I'm here to defend.
He's overselling it. I totally agree. That's
You're
completely
here to defend
immoral.
the chats.
And basically what he's saying, I think it's actually unfair to Lauren. He's saying Lauren's a liar. He's saying that Lauren is, and also like not a genuine person. Like a genuine, honest person says something like, oh no, I'm always upfront about my beliefs. I'm honest. I'm forthright. No, you wouldn't want me to, like, Adam, you wouldn't want me to say like about you, oh yeah, Adam, he doesn't give his full opinion. No, the nice thing to say about a friend is like, he's honest, he's forthright. Yeah. But what Destiny's saying about his friend Lauren is she's hiding her power levels. And I came on to tell him, if you think that that's what she's doing, she should apologize. If you think she's hiding her power levels, she should apologize. Or you need to reconcile the fact that she's not hiding her power levels, or that the only things that she would change are things that are maybe how she would market herself and how she would sell herself, but not the substance. And you just need to deal with the fact that she's the same person.
So Destiny is so obsessed with consistency, though. And if he sold a bill of goods to his audience about Lauren Southern, and then he's totally inconsistent because
he says that it was just I was just throwing out theories. But the other thing though is Destiny gets the last laugh. Why does Destiny get the last laugh? At the end, when Lauren said, yeah, I just don't want to tell people that I regret the boat thing, even though that's totally self-serving and cynical. But when she said, yeah, I don't want to tell people about the boat thing, or sorry, I wouldn't do the boat thing again, and I don't want to tell people about it. She's proving Destiny right, at least on a little thing or not even a little thing. I think the boat thing is a significant thing as criticisms go. She is admitting that Destiny was at least partially right. That she's been hiding, or at least not telling people how she feels about that decision, because she doesn't want to admit it to leftists, even when she's been confronted.
It seems like such a
inconsequential. Yeah, exactly. Who fucking cares?
Who cares?
She had a follow-up conversation with Destiny after your conversation.
Yeah.
And it was a bit contentious. I was particularly, interested that when she left the stream, she had a complete change of tone and said something to the effect of she just can't talk to leftists anymore. That it's like too much work to talk across the miscommunication divide, which is something I can agree with. But Destiny pitches himself as someone who, is able to navigate the miscommunication divide.
I think she's very defensive. and I think that's
because she's being mischaracterized by everyone. She has every right to be
I understand that she's defensive. I understand that first of all, she's been criticized fairly by a lot of people. So it's not just for me a pity party.
Where is the fair criticism?
Bro, when she goes to countries and like this is the first time in the country and doesn't seem to exhibit a knowledge. I'm talking about Australia I think she went to Australia and just like, oh, look, there's nothing about Australian culture, like going to like the heart of a cultural center of, I think, Muslim population, and immediately gets called out by a reporter there and be like, look, there's like a pub right over there, like a Western club. She just looks like an idiot. And she just looks like she's not prepared. Other times, like she's talking about a documentary, like, did you even fact check this thing? She's like, oh no, I didn't really fact check it. Like there's just moments like that where, come on, you want to be taken seriously. You're in the ring with big dogs.
Hitting her.
Okay, on the racism
exactly.
Stuff,
they're hitting her with hard-hitting racist. But the thing is, like, on the Jewish question,
stuff, you have her admitting that Destiny, a reasonable person in her own eyes. I'm not saying a reasonable person for all matters, and that reasonable people can disagree. You guys have made the point that I think Adam, especially, that reasonable people could disagree on that video.
You never drilled. This is the thing that's sad about that, because you never drilled in with Destiny. Obviously, what Destiny was saying was reasonable because the entire internet has slandered the woman.
But then,
so people believing the slander
was basing it entirely
on. Then, if you're getting misinterpreted,
how is it her
reasonable
fault?
People that you need to shore up your language.
Wait, there are many people that believe Kyle Rittenhouse went and shot black people and killed them. Are those people
that's not
reasonable
Kyle's
to
fault.
believe
No,
that?
That's a different situation. That's a different
why
situation.
Is it her fault?
It's her fault because the reason why people are, in her mind, misinterpreting what she's saying, I don't necessarily think it's a misinterpretation based on I think, plain reading of what that video is, but we can disagree on that. But in her logic is that people are misinterpreting it based on the words she used. And she admits that her words could be misconstrued. By admitting that Destiny or reasonable people could construe her video that way, she's saying that she's leaving enough ambiguity that people could reasonably come to that conclusion. And that's on her.
Right, but once you step in and say, listen, there's some ambiguity here that was unintentional, and I do not hold these views, these are my actual views, and people say, no, you're lying, those are your views and you totally intended it. I mean, where do you go from there?
Well, I think that the problem
that's like showing someone the Kyle Rittenhouse trial and them still coming away going, yeah, he's guilty, killed all those black people.
I think
some people you just can't get through to.
The problem there is reality in the substance. And I think that my reading of the video is just more plausible, and that no one is going to buy. I think once you drill down on it and you actually examine the words that were used in that documentary, to me, it's just extremely clear that what's being implied, at the very least heavily implied, is that this is an active, deliberate strategy from people in power. And that's the more plausible reading. And so reality is.
Well, it sounds like you're one of those people. The people that I laid out, that is just like.
Well, I don't think I'm misinterpreting them. I'm looking at your words.
Right, I understand.
We disagree on them.
I brought up the rabbit duck. Pisco sees the duck.
He sees the duck.
And we see the rabbit.
I saw the rabbit first thing, just to be clear.
I could see. I mean, I feel like our position is a little more closer to the truth, just because I feel like we're saying, I understand there are two ways to see it here, and you could definitely be right and we could be right, but I don't think we can condemn a person for their entire life as some bigot racist.
No, you shouldn't.
When it's ambiguous.
Listen, I'm gonna admit it was cringe when I said you're redeemable. All right, it was cringe. It was super cringe.
That was pretty cringe.
It was not just cringe. It was like, it was a bad tactic, because like she's immediately gonna be like, oh, you're talking down to me. Okay, I admit it. That was a mistake. Okay. And it was like a bad one. Like I shouldn't have done it. I seemed sanctimonious. That's what it takes, right? Just like, first of all, in that moment, to like apologize for your previous.
Do you admit though that you could be wrong, that you could be incorrect about your assessment of the situation? About
her subjective beliefs, of course. About her subjective beliefs, I can't. No, I mean, I cannot be certain.
Yeah, I can't read minds either. Lauren Southern could be, straight out of Indiana Jones, full blown Nazi, and I wouldn't know it, right?
If you guys are giving her charity because a lot of people haven't given her charity, but like, this is charity that I don't know, because I'm not I haven't watched a lot of your things, but I'm sure that you're not as charitable with like other people with this. Like you're giving her the benefit of the doubt when there's been multiple.
I mean, David Pakman is obviously a fucking liar. I mean, it's
Wait, why is he a liar?
Wait, there's a difference. Wait, well, it's okay. When we don't give people charity, it's not because someone like, if someone had a different opinion or I viewed that they had a negative opinion that I didn't like, and they come out later and they say, oh, you know, that's not my opinion. My opinion is X. And I never had an opinion, but I was misinterpreted.
You'd accept it.
I would accept, and I do accept that shit all the time. So it's not like I'm giving Lauren some extra charity regarding her position.
It's a little bit, it's a little trickier with Lauren because I think the plain words of her video, that particular video, don't do her. You can say that like I should have worded it differently. I should have given potential solutions so it doesn't come across as quote stochastic terrorism or whatever. She said that it was liable to her words, not mine. She said that like not that her own thing was stochastic terrorism, but she did agree that there's a concept of stochastic terrorism where when you don't give people options that they can come away thinking that the only thing to do is violence. She did not accept responsibility for any violence, and I don't necessarily think that she should give any responsibility for violence. I think that like the burden is on people who say that she has a connection to Christchurch. They have to demonstrate it. And as far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen any evidence that like necessarily ties them together, let alone the one that recently happened. But just to be clear, she has a responsibility for her messaging. And on the substance there, she did not give the best video, in my opinion, for someone who says that this is not an intentional strategy on behalf of people in power. I think that
she took it down. She took the video down. But I mean, what do you want her to do?
That's another thing, right? That's another wrench here. Which like, I understand.
That can be seen two ways, Piso. It could be seen
How would you see it?
Well, it could be seen as, oh my God, people are taking away. This happens all the time when you make videos. You're like, wow, I intended one thing and somebody totally took it in this other direction that was totally unintentional.
I say there's two possible scenarios there. There's two possible scenarios, or maybe three. But at least I'll give you the two that I think about. One is you actually think that the video is bad on substance. That's clearly not Lauren's position, right? Lauren said she stands by every single word.
Yes, but she said that there were elements of the video that she believed could be taken to empower racist beliefs, and that's was not her intention and why she wanted to remove it.
Right. So then you but then the next day she goes on Destiny's channel and says that my words aren't likely to induce anybody to do anything, and that my words, that no reasonable person could interpret it this way, or that like it seems like she wants to have her cake and eat it too. Either you're changing you're taking on your video and you're saying that
you're just trying to catch her in a contradiction.
No. That's not the point. The point is that you should be upfront. You're taking it down because the video was bad, and it's bad because of a reason. And don't get mad at people for saying it's bad if you acknowledge that reasonable people could say that it's racist. And
but
be upfront with the reason.
That's not what the conversation was about.
The only reason I bring it up is because if your assessment that this could further racism in the world, like, wouldn't you want her to take the video down and like encourage her to do so? But yet she does, and you're like, oh, guilty.
No. I think that it's fine that she took it down, and I think that probably shows. I think it's probably plausible, if I had to guess, that she thinks that it was poorly messaged, and there were aspects of how she would present it that would be different. The only reason why that doesn't quite ring true with me is because of the examples the video is essentially this. It's outlining the fact that there is declining whiteness in Europe and the West. The first half of it, right? The first half is her looking at statistics and real facts that show that whiteness is going down. The next part of the video is giving potential explanation for why that is happening. The potential explanations that she gives are deliberate policy strategies, what she had to say about a disdain for Europeanness and the ideology of racism. Those all, to me, in substance, imply that what's going on is intentional.
None of this is contested. Okay, you're saying that you believe that what she did was intentional. I'm saying I can't read her mind. I don't know if it was intentional, and she has said that it wasn't intentional.
I am claiming that video states that the white replacement phenomenon is intentional. That is the fairly ascertainable view of that video, is that is a deliberate strategy. And so in my mind,
we're going back to the old.
I guess but it does relate
disagree.
to
it's okay.
It does relate to like the why isn't it enough that she take down the video? I think it isn't. It's fine. You can say it, but like it rings hollow that all that's wrong is messaging, because
so she should have left it up then.
No, I don't think that she should have left it up. What I'm telling you is the reason why people don't buy it is because the apology about it's just the way you present it rings hollow to people, because the substance of the video.
Are there people that don't buy it just because they just don't like right wingers?
Yes.
Do you think what's the percentage breakdown? Do you think most of the people who
I don't know
don't like it just don't like it because she's a right winger?
I think most people who throw away Lauren Southern probably haven't done a lot of research on Lauren Southern.
Right, they do so because she's a political actor.
But the same thing with a lot of left-wing people, right? A lot of people will throw aside Destiny or throw aside any left-wing.
I thought Destiny was a right winger now. I heard everyone keep saying he's a right winger. Well, I don't think so, obviously.
I don't think so.
We're a little more understanding
nuanced.
of both. Well, you've said plenty of things here that I completely disagree with. I mean,
sure.
Obama ran for president. His slogan was change. Like, how can you say the left and the right both want the status quo? The left is all about they're anti-status quo.
Oh, did I say the left wants status quo? I'm sorry if I
said they want a static culture. Yeah.
But
Sitch,
the left wants a static culture.
I know, but this is like you just added an hour-long conversation.
I know we don't. Let's. Do you want to move on, or do you have? I mean, I feel like I pretty much. I mean, I understand our disagreement, and I do thank you for coming on, Pisco.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you've been a great.
Well, first of all. Counterpoints for $20. Thank you so much, Counterpoints.
Okay. Counterpoints hates and loves me.
Yeah, we should have him so I can yell at him about whatever his weird hashtag was. But he says, tell Pisco hi, and also tell him, A-Lab, all lawyers are bastards.
Because you know I'm coming.
Nice.
That's not very nice.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But, you know,
respect for the law is one of the things America has going for it.
I agree.
It's American culture.
I mean, used to have going for it, but.
Right.
What, you think the law is not being followed now?
I mean, the respect for the law is kind of waning a bit. I mean, you got to admit.
Listen, the law was written by white racists, so therefore it must be inherently white racist.
Yeah,
do away with it. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you have any more? Do you have any more questions before we let Pisco make his final thoughts?
So
Pisco, sorry.
I think if you have like a very you're saying you have a very like strange, esoteric, very narrow reason for the conversation that you had with Destiny, which is so outside of like what most people would ever care about, that if that's the situation, you got to make that clear, because otherwise everyone's going to interpret the conversation the way that we interpreted it. Like you're just trying to extract an apology from
no one has established. I feel, and someone maybe can correct the record.
Yeah,
I don't think that Lauren has ever said, I stand by every single word of my Great Replacement video.
Okay, I don't know what that's to do with what I just said.
So,
but
my purpose in establishing that was precisely to counteract the narrative that Destiny had been pressing.
I understand that. Right. I understand that's what you're saying.
It's not the only purpose of the conversation once the conversation developed. I didn't know what the conversation was going to turn into.
I'm just saying that if that's your primary purpose, that's such a weird thing to fixate on.
Why is it weird?
Because as I said, it's very weird to say like, oh, well, Destiny has this view that, Lauren had a more extreme position and she's changed it now, so she's okay. Versus Lauren saying, oh, well, I never actually had an extreme view. I was just misinterpreted. And then you quibble over that. And it's like, okay, well, I don't really see how, at the end of the day.
You think it's weird to get someone on the record about what they think about the thing that's the center of controversy? I think
quibbling over those two different views to this extent is incredibly meaningless. Yes.
No, it's not meaningless to get someone to say publicly, I stand by everything I said before. That is worthwhile to show.
You're reframing what I'm saying. Okay, I'm saying in this conversation between this narrative that you said Destiny put forward and Lauren saying that's not true, it's this, but they basically have the same endpoint, the same consequence. to fixate on that so much
No,
seems
no,
so
no.
irrelevant to
Completely
most
different
people,
consequences.
which is why
completely different.
when people listen to this
One at a time,
conversation,
guys.
they're like, wow, you're just trying to extract an apology from Lauren.
Completely different. If either one of those, both of those things can't be true, right? It can't be true that Lauren has the same opinions and that she's quietly changed her opinions. Those, you would agree with that at the very least, right?
Destiny misrepresented.
If it's one of those things, if it's that she quietly shifted to moderate, that's, by the way, that's not just Destiny's opinion. A lot of people say things like, oh, she's just trying to moderate. Oh, Destiny, you're just trying to help her image after she's trying to go back to the middle. It's not just Destiny's position. And
do you agree with that?
Do
you think Destiny's just trying to help her
I think
profile?
I don't know. I can't speak to this. I don't know what Destiny's intention. I think that they have.
I mean, I said I thought he
friends.
was. I thought he was definitely.
You can be friends with people you disagree with. You both understand this. You can be friends with people you violently disagree with on stuff.
I'm only friends
well, I
with
think
people
there's a lot of wrong accusations that have been going on, which drive me crazy as someone who gets a lot of wrong accusations.
And so, wouldn't one of the wrong accusations be like she's just grifting, she's just trying to change who she was and be quiet about it and not?
Well, grifting implies it's not a real change. That you're doing it just for money.
I'm sorry that you're going after something of tangible gain. And the reason why you're not doing a mea culpa, even though you have changed, is for personal benefit.
There's no purpose. There's no reason to do a mea culpa. Like,
okay, I'm not on the substance now. I'm just showing Sitch why it makes sense to suss out which of these is true. If people are accusing Lauren of shifting away from her opinion wrongly, it makes sense for me to show everyone who says that is wrong. And the fact that I brought that out, that should be, that should be relief to Lauren. Now people know.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the way you said it though was a little gotcha-ish. Yeah.
Because I'm
you're admitting you haven't. You were basically triumphantly saying, you've admitted you haven't changed at all. Yes. Yeah.
If I was indignant to anyone, my purpose would be indignant to Destiny. I'm not.
It was not at all. It did not come across.
No, okay, then.
Well,
I apologize hey, look at me. Apologize. I apologize.
Apologize to Lauren for being indignant towards her. I want this.
The greater context, though.
To Lauren,
you got to admit.
By the way, I did not press her when she said that she was doing it out of spite. You'll notice I didn't push further on that one when I could have. I could have pushed way further on the racism thing and the neo-Nazi thing. I chose not to. At the end of the video, I wasn't like, you're an asshole. Like, look, I've proven you wrong. Well, I mean, I was like, let's have a conversation
like that, right?
And I want to finish this thought because Sitch brought it up. Okay. You say like, why even have this attitude? Like, why get her on the record? Why say like you want to get admission from her? Like, this is what you think. It's useful now because now everyone knows, Lauren knows, that she hasn't changed her substantively her position. She should be grateful. She should be grateful that like people know that she's the real deal and she hasn't changed significantly her opinions, even though she presents them differently. And you know what? I don't think she is.
But you understand that makes it sound like you're saying she's still racist, right?
I don't know if she's racist or not.
But that's what you literally have to understand that when you say that, that's how it comes across to like everybody.
Lauren said it. You think Lauren was saying something like making her come across that way? No,
the way you're saying it. You have this tone of voice. I don't know if you realize that.
Okay, so Lauren Southern says she stands by her video.
Right.
Because Lauren is, but wait, Lauren is saying
that implies racism.
She's giving the prerequisite, which is that I'm not an extremist. I was never an extremist. My views were misinterpreted, and part of it was my fault in how I was presenting them, and my views haven't changed. Okay, when you repeat it, you're not giving that whole spiel beforehand.
If that's fairly implied by the video, then and if you had confidence,
that's what she says. I don't know whether it's
if you have confidence in what the video is, then you wouldn't need to make that. But the truth is, like, you're not confident in that video, and she said
she thought she presented the information incorrectly,
right?
Or wrong, or bad.
Even that way, like, okay, fine. I should have said, Lauren Southern, you personally believe that the video is not racist, and you also stand by your views in that video, given that you don't think those views are racist. I mean, I guess I could have said that, but either way, if I had said that or had not said that, you're just taking issue with my tone and like what you think I'm implying. The purpose here, though, is clear.
Mm-hmm. What are you implying then?
Is disavowing the notion that she is doing things just for money or to please others. She's doing things or to spite others. She's doing things and she's saying things because she believes them. And she hasn't quietly changed her positions. Okay. That was not established, in my opinion, until that conversation. And so for you to say like it's useless, it's a gotcha, whatever, It was useful.
I thought that was her position from like day one.
Then why are people coming out of the woodwork being like, she finally admitted it? She finally said that she stands by it.
Are they coming out of the woodwork?
They are.
I have countless DMs
saying like, so many people have tried to get her to comment on like whether she stands by it or not, and they haven't been able to. You're the first person who's been able to get her to say.
On the specific video about the Great Replacement, I see.
Yeah,
right?
No one else.
Yeah, but not overall.
No one else has said that gotten her to say that she. I say gotten her to say as though it's like a fucking cross-examination. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Well,
no one else.
You impeached her, dude.
In no other video has she expressed that she stands by the Great Replacement video in substance, in large part. That's what people tell me. Now, I haven't seen every one of her videos, but I think that's a useful thing to suss out. Okay. It's a useful thing to show the Destiny that don't say that your friend is this liar grifter if she's not.
Okay. Why would is Destiny calling Lauren Southern a liar grifter? Like that's so
implicitly not using that language.
Implicitly, but you guys, Adam, if you said that Sitch doesn't really say his honest opinion, he quietly shifted from the left to the right. He just
I would never.
That would
why
be
would
like
I throw my friend under the bus like that?
That you just said it perfectly. Throwing under the bus.
Of course. Yeah,
that's what it would be. If you're accusing someone of shifting your position quietly and not being honest because you don't want to get hate from left-wing mobs and right-wing mobs, what you're saying, you're accusing them of being dishonest.
It sounds like projection from Destiny a little bit. I mean, it sounds like maybe Destiny
Pisco he's really concerned about Lauren. He doesn't want Destiny to call her a grifter and a liar, and it's just really, this is why this means so much to him. But so I have two questions that are vitally important. Okay.
Oh no, is this
three questions actually?
Oh boy.
Shit.
Are owls birds?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Good. All right.
Good. Okay. Do you think you could defeat a horse-sized duck in a fight?
No.
Wow.
Wait, do I get weapons?
No, you get no weapons.
Yeah.
No.
You're naked.
Ducks can be aggressive, and if they're that big,
listen to this fucking.
Oh yeah.
Are they bloodlusted?
Yeah. These ducks have tasted human blood.
I mean, it wants to hurt you or kill you.
Yeah, if it's a bloodlusted horse-sized
duck.
It
is. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So then, like,
this duck is killed before.
You think you guys stand a chance against that?
I think I could take that horse-sized duck. Adam doesn't because he's a pussy. But
wait, how big are you?
I'm a realist.
Oh, I'm a giant. I'm a 10-foot tall mountain of a man.
Okay, what's the third one?
I'm just not a bitch. Listen.
Don't ask the third
could you take on a tiger?
The third one is like.
No, I don't think I could take on a tiger.
Why are you such a bitch?
You think you could take on a tiger?
Now you can ask the third one.
Wait. Do you think you could take on a tiger? No, I don't think I could take
it. But like, what's the difference here? Like, there's a large animal.
It's a duck. It's got a little duck. You just kick its little duck legs. It's got hollow bones. It's a bird. The bones crack. You just go paka.
Bro,
you just dodge. You just listen. You just dodge, roll away from the little beak, and you kick its legs out. Okay.
You go.
That thing just way too big.
It's a duck.
Have you seen their penises?
Okay, I'm not afraid of getting raped by the duck.
You should be. They rape ducks.
Okay, I don't think the duck's gonna rape you, but
I'm just saying you should search duck rape.
Okay, I will not search duck rape. Actually, okay, maybe that's related to the next question.
Oh god. Now I'm concerned.
When you watch porn,
no, I'm not gonna answer it.
Do you watch it like you're a voyeur watching other people have sex, or do you envision yourself in the point of view of the person like having sex?
On that note, folks, I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. Is that fair? Is that fair? Am I illegal for doing that?
You're under no obligation to answer. We do have some super chats that I think that are aimed.
Hit me.
Like William Vance for $50 says the problem is Lauren Southern told Destiny she regretted her tactics and phrasing, but still wanted the same outcome. That is what Destiny told his chat she changed on. Pisco mistakenly thought Lauren Southern told him she was sorry for her beliefs. So
interesting.
That's kind of, I guess if you could say that like apologizing for your tactics and the way you present things isn't a substantive thing. And I guess you could make that distinction. But the only thing is, I think that the line between substance and how you present things is a little blurry in this case. And so I would just caution people that a lot of how you present things actually is the substance. An example is this, like, imagine someone said, like, you can't make a movie about immigration crisis at the border, but you can make a
a paper, like an academic paper. Like in some ways, the message is the method. The method is the message. And so especially in this case where the words
little
are
Marshall
so
McLuhan here. Is that where we're going?
Is that what that's from? Sorry.
The medium is the message. Yeah.
Oh,
Marshall
whatever that
McLuhan.
is. Yeah, I'm unlearned and
oh, okay. I thought you were making a reference.
I'm sure I am, but I didn't even realize it. Okay. But yeah, 100%. I think that, especially in this case where there's so much prior baggage to the Great Replacement, you even have a greater responsibility to be clear. And so the kind of presentation apology, to the extent that it is apology, I don't think it's apology, just like a recognition that I should have been a little bit different, is in some way substantive.
Okay.
So first of all, fuck you counterpoints. I would defeat the horse-sized duck. Okay, you're just a bitch.
Are there any more super chats for Pisco?
Secondly, I rode horses for a month in Boy Scout camp, so don't tell me I don't know what the fuck a horse
month.
Okay,
like.
I'm sorry, a week.
Wow.
A week. Okay.
Did you know I actually live and got up every morning and went out and fed the horses? I've actually owned horses before.
I had to do that, of course, and I had to I had to hobble the horse. Okay, otherwise they run around and go crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to do all this stuff. Okay?
I've been bit by a horse. It's not pretty.
Horses are dick. You know how I know about horses? Because horses are assholes. Okay. Yeah. People that don't know about horses don't realize horses are giant assholes.
They are.
They are
huge.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with horses. I
don't think I could beat
a horse in a fight. Okay?
You're being rude to our guest. You're literally arguing with the chat.
Listen.
Listen.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are any other super chats directed towards Pisco. Okay.
I don't think there are. That I would read. feel like I've gotten. Yeah.
Let's see. We got Doomer being a simp.
Is Pisco just a young Thomas Binger? Is that an insult? Are we not allowed to say that?
Someone's insulted
Connor K for $2.
On that real quick, folks. That case, that was a hard murder case.
Yeah.
Okay.
What case are we talking about?
The Rittenhouse.
Don't please.
What about it?
We like you. Don't come out as Thomas Binger.
Please tell me you don't have some terrible Rittenhouse opinion.
No, I think that there were definitely mistakes made by the prosecution in terms of sometimes they actually
like bringing the case.
Close. I don't think that.
Oh no! Please, Pisco.
I don't think
let's just wrap it up here.
Malpractice. I don't think that this is malpractice from the attorney. I think that like the substance here and like the facts they weren't good facts. All the facts that could have been good for the prosecution were just like bad facts. Like the victims were like bad people, right? That stuff. Like every like one-off thing that could have gone their way went against them. Like their star witness was absolutely atrocious for them, and like was just so helpful for the defense. And there were a couple times when the prosecution made some serious evidentiary issues, like introducing questions where the judge has clearly said that he's going to defer his ruling on that. Right. Like you should not do that. The close things to like the Fifth Amendment stuff and the Fourth Amendment stuff, where you're potentially crossing some constitutional lines by asking certain questions. That stuff was all bad. But I think that the reason that case was lost had mostly to do with the facts. Some lawyers I've talked to have said that it was a winnable case, but I think it was a hard case. No matter what.
Do you think that morally, Rittenhouse was completely justified in self-defense?
No. Oh, in going there, no.
No, not going there.
In the self-defense, why are we doing this? I feel like he's coming out in favor of the Great Replacement. Let's just change the topic.
People are attacking him. Okay.
In the self-defense case there, I think it's plausible. I don't know his state of mind, but I think that a reasonable person in his position could have a reasonable fear of imminent and illegal bodily harm.
I mean, guy's chasing after him, right? I mean, I don't know what happens when it gets you.
Just don't say crossing state lines, please.
No, he didn't. Wait, but he didn't. I think he didn't actually do that. The harder questions there, I think, have to do with whether or not you were the first actor, the instigator. Those were the harder questions. But once you get later down the line, when people are coming at you literally with a gun, I think one of them, Groskowitz, literally with a gun, it's hard to say you didn't have a reasonable fear of your life in that moment, I'll say.
So just say just say it. It's like Rittenhouse is a based American hero who
because the thing is, when you say that you act. Oh, and I would say, and I said the same thing about Rittenhouse to Destiny. When you say things like that, and left is doing no favors for themselves here either. I think you're
accepting and you're promoting that Rittenhouse box himself in and be used as a tool for the right. When I don't actually think it's good for him to be like doing these media tours. Not that he was ever going to do media tours for the left. I understand, but like it just, I don't think it's a good idea to lionize Rittenhouse, just like I don't think it's a good idea to lionize George Floyd necessarily. It's not necessarily like a good idea to make these people out to be larger than life figures. They were individuals who were caught in circumstances which were unfortunate, and where things happened, and people can have maybe even reasonable disagreements on what was right and what was wrong in those cases. But to give them these personas, I think, is ultimately bad for them.
Is there anything you want to ask us or anything you want to say before we wrap up?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on. I think it shows a lot of like character for you guys to be willing to.
It does not really.
Thanks.
It doesn't.
But I appreciate the thought.
No,
I wish there were more, more content creators that weren't afraid to jump on a stream and just have a conversation.
Well, are you a content creator?
I do stream occasionally on my channel. It's Pisco 95, but I work at a law firm, and so that's usually what I'm doing. But I'll oftentimes, someone said, I think Adam might have said, is he competing with Lauren to be?
I know that was my next question.
That is not at all the dynamic.
Oh, okay.
One is I don't think that Lauren wants that job, and I don't think it's my job.
Right.
And so yeah, I'm sometimes around, but you don't have to follow me. I'm not doing this quote unquote for a clout, which is what people's perception is. I barely stream. I don't make like money from this, and I just like talking to people.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Cool.
Alrighty.
There's another super chat for him. CT for $2 says, thanks for coming on and clarifying. Thumbs up. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
CT.
All right. Thank you, CT. And appreciate the chats. Even the people who say that I'm like a spineless weasel. I appreciate being that you guys are willing to hear me out if you guys stayed and stuck around. So thanks a lot to you guys.
Well, I don't think that you're a spineless weasel.
Oh,
yeah.
I appreciate it.
We'll have you back again, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Just let me know. You guys have my Twitter at, so whenever you want to, I'm happy to come on. And thank you again so much for having me.
Cool. Take care, man.
So thanks for coming on. Have a good night. Should we have Connor on for like 5 minutes or no?
It's your call. I mean, what do we got here?
I'm
tired, obviously, but
I know.
Fine. Yeah.
But if we have you on, it's literally going to be for like 5 minutes.
Let him come on.
Okay.
He wants to come on.
Okay. Well, I want to hear what his bad take is.
Oh yeah, he has a weird Vosh take, huh?
You have some strange Vosh take. Supposedly.
This is going to be another hour.
No. It's going to be like 5 minutes. We're gonna kick Connor off if it's more than that. Okay. Mm-hmm. I sent you the link, Connor. I want to hear about your shitty take. Okay. I'm assuming you're not like streaming from a bathroom too with your eye.
Oh no. Oh, don't kill us. Actually, it's so late in the stream. Who cares?
Yeah, that's true. No, I'm not putting Doomer and CT on to agree with Pisco.
Do we have I know. Doomer, read Doomer's super chat at least. Doomer Media for $2.
But we're not supposed to do this.
So nice that Sitch isn't talking. Oh, that's a solid joke. That's a solid joke. We're allowed to read smaller super chats as long as they're funny.
Not if they're from Doomer, though.
That's the criteria.
I feel like not if they're from Doomer. Alex Karras for 3 months. Thank you so much for being a free will speaker. Free will seeker says, sweet free super chat. Adam is a turd. Also, hi, turd. Milkman Dan is awesome. Hi, Danimal. Centrist militia for Dan.
Danimal is awesome. Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
Danimal shared his interesting cop story. I don't know if we can share it or not.
I don't think we should share the
maybe
the
we'll ask him if we can share it on Tuesday because it's pretty hilarious. So
it's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
We should just have him on to share it.
Oh, here we go. We should have said for if you're on Team Pisco, you can be the piss takers.
Oh,
it's a good name, right?
Sure.
The piss takers. I like that one. Are there any other $20 up super? I think we got the $20 or up ones.
Did you miss Streamlabs last Tuesday? So are there any in there?
I think I missed something from Tuesday. I think I fucked up and missed something from Tuesday. I have a feeling. Well, I'll figure that out. I'll try to figure that before next Tuesday. Or during next Tuesday, more likely. Next Tuesday, we're talking to Lance and Matt Binger about
Binder, I think.
Binder about libs of TikTok and maybe other things.
Yeah.
So that will be fun.
And Lance says he wants to have an extremely good faith debate. So let's hope he doesn't pull like a Lord Southern on us.
We'll say Lance. At the beginning of the conversation, say, Lance, if you have do you have a prepared closing statement that you would like to read in the beginning of the stream?
We should do that. Oh, we should totally do that.
So make sure. I'm coming at this from good faith. I just want to make sure you don't have a closing statement already prepared.
This is why I wanted to ask him about the David Pakman thing, because there's like so much overlap in the tactics there.
Right. Oh, hello, Counter.
Hello. Can you hear
Finally.
me okay?
We can
hear
you
sound great.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my good rig.
Sounds like you're in your studio.
So what is your terrible Vosh take?
I don't fucking know. You were talking shit on Twitter. What's your fucking take of my take?
Wait. Well, okay. Someone said that you had a bad take. So Destiny has bet Vosh some amount of money that there won't be a
genocide.
A genocide of LGBT people, right?
I completely agree with that statement. I do not think there will be a genocide of LGBT people within the next 5 years.
So you don't. So what is so you don't have some take regarding that? One Quim, what are you talking about? What's going on here, One Quim? What are you bitching about? Did I drag this man on for no reason, Investigator One Quim?
No, it's fine. I'll explain it. Because in the fucking tweet, you said like what or whatever, and basically it was like, I agree with Destiny that there will not be a genocide within the next 5 years. I agree with Vosh that people should be armed, so there is no genocide. And so that's like an in general statement. That's not like a specific.
That's a dumb statement.
What's a dumb statement?
You just said.
What about it's dumb?
Well, okay. So I'm in a very trolling mode, so excuse me.
Do it. I'm 2 gummies deep, bitch. Let's go.
Nice.
What does that mean?
It means
I've had some chemically enhanced gummies.
Oh, right.
So
those weird gummies.
Let's do it. I'm gonna have some more.
Saying I agree with Vosh that citizens should be armed, trained, and prepared for violence, so there isn't one. The problem I have with that statement is that Vosh, his implication is he's calling for essentially
the political assassination.
Yeah,
of the
he's calling for
violence.
Yeah, he's calling for violent revolution when none exists. And that's very different than just being like, listen, people should be armed and defensive and trained, right?
Listen, it's defensive because the liberals are the fucking scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, okay?
Yeah, I understand, but you understand your statement kind of removes that context.
It totally does. So bear in mind,
don't eat the booger.
What? I just scratched my nose.
I thought you were pulling a Nick Fuentes. Oh, shit.
No, I'm not gonna eat the booger. Jesus. If anything, I got fucking nose here. I don't have boogers.
I was trying to save you.
I'm old. So listen, I'm not sober, but I'm not like super high either. Fucking hell, what were we talking about? Arming the people, removing the content. Oh yeah. So I never saw the original like Republicans are fucking demons and they're gonna fucking come like murder you and your fucking LGBTQ clubs.
You gotta see that. Oh man.
Yeah. See, so I'm acting with a little bit more charitability, but I did catch Destiny's reaction to the conversation between him and the fucking Sockdem, where the Sockdem's like, "Hey, don't you think like this this rhetoric is pretty fucking extreme?" And like, this is what I actually like about that conversation. Vosh just gives away the game, and I fucking love it because I feel like in some places he can be so rhetorical, and in other places he just admits to what he's doing, where he's like, "Hey, yeah, everybody's a bunch of fucking lackadaisical pussies. So I'm being hyperbolic so I can shake them fucking loose, because if some shit goes down, I want them to be ready for it. And I think everybody else is a lackadaisical pussy. So I am being hyperbolic. And I feel like that's honest. That part of it, not the hyperbole.
Sure. Right. I guess.
Yeah, stochastic terrorism is always based because it's so honest. That's...
I don't know. You know,
I mean,
no. So for instance, the thing that I would have liked to have seen explored better through the content was he was using the Nazis as like a moral analog to modern conservatives or modern Republicans.
Right.
And in that hypothetical, he was saying that if Jewish folk had taken violent preventive action in the 1930s, then he thinks that they would have been morally justified in doing so. And then the other person was like, hey, so do you think that's morally equivalent to today? And he's like, whoa. I'm not saying that. But then
he kind of are saying
that. But he kind of like winked a little bit at the camera. He was like, I'm not really saying that.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. So yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, my only criticism of your tweet was it sounded like you were doing a dirty fence sitter. But
yeah, but do you think that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed? And do you think those people should be responsible with their firearms? And do you think that they should know how to operate their firearms clean? Well, actually, I mean, like the thing that he said, like without winking, was that I think people should get guns. I think they should train in how to use them. I think they should learn their neighborhoods. I think they should get to know their neighbors. That way, if some shit goes down, then they're ready for it. And I actually 100% agree with that sentiment. I think that sentiment's fucking based. I just think that sentiment should be applied to all Americans, not just fucking paranoid leftists.
I agree, but I would see my problem is I don't have a problem with that in a vacuum. I have a problem with that in a context of either paranoid left or right wingers, because it's sort of, if it's in that context, it's basically to me reads as a call to action to do some bad shit. And so it seems like when I read the tweet devoid of that context, I feel like you're giving Vosh way too much credit. When you say, well, I agree with him on this, it's like, well, you don't really agree with him. You agree with him if you strip the context away from his statement. You agree with
him. But you know what's fun is, so I was going through my phone. I was also not sober yesterday, and my wife's out of town, so I'm having a good time.
I see.
And so,
well,
not too good of a time, but I left the air fryer on the kitchen counter. I left my toothbrush right next to the sink, and I've had some gummies over the past 48 hours. Anyways,
what is your toothbrush being next to the sink?
Yeah, because she always fucking puts it away into the fucking cup holder that's like 2 feet away. Like, who gives a shit? Just leave it right there. Anyways, toothbrush placement aside.
Okay, you don't know this? Oh, Sitch isn't married, so he doesn't.
I use an electric toothbrush. It stands up on its own. Okay, I don't.
No, I use an electric as well, but it gets moved for no fucking reason.
I see.
Anyways,
you're making a spot on the counter, Connor. Don't you understand?
It should be my spot in the counter. I
mean like you leave like a little ring on the counter from the water.
Oh God, I love how fucking crazy that would drive her. Anyways, let's get away from fucking toothbrushes. All right, so this is my thing is, I know that devoid of context, it does feel like even for me, like I'm shit posting in that way.
Being a fuck,
being fucking centrist to be a dick, but I do believe this for everybody, and I think that's morally inconvenient, or it's like pragmatically inconvenient that I do believe this for everyone, because I want the right wingers to have guns, I want the left wingers to have guns, I want the centrists to have guns, and I want them all to know how to use them responsibly, and I want them to know their neighbors, and I want them to be communitarian. So not just during like a social upheaval or a civil war, but also during like natural disasters, they can support each other. And so this general sentiment, part of the shitpost in my own mind is the fact that like by advocating this kind of mentality for everyone, we actually make leftist revolution almost impossible. And so there's like a based undercurrent to me cringe posting centrist shit in public.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Last question. Do you believe in Jewish sectional interests?
Yeah. I think everybody has a sectional interest. We can expand that, but hold on. So I
what
wasn't
does that
talking
even
shit.
mean?
I'll get back to that. I want to talk about ducks real quick. So originally when that first question was posed, I was like, my instinct was I could fuck up that animal, but it's so fucking big, like it's gonna fuck you up. It's like fighting an ostrich, right? Like it's gonna. So I wasn't saying that you individually, Sitch, are a pussy and you can't take on a fucking horse-sized duck. And actually, if anything, I am now more confident that you could take on a horse-sized duck because you've already thought about it and going through the legs.
I've planned. Okay.
So I'm confident that you could kick it in its brittle bones and then hit it in the head with a rock.
Nice.
And because you were thinking,
thank you.
Because you were thinking ahead,
right?
You got a plan. I believe in you even more.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So let's get back to Jewish sectional interest.
Yes. Tell us about Jewish sectional interest.
So so I mean, like it's kind of like White Man Wednesdays, Jewish Tuesdays or whatever.
Thursdays.
You meet. Well, I thought you had to do it before White Man Wednesdays, so
we decided to do it after so that we could circumvent all the things we don't want on White Man Wednesdays.
Oh, that's bullshit. I thought you were doing it before so you could manipulate us into the Great Replacement.
Well, we switched from manipulation to just reaction. So
okay, fair. Okay, so but what I think is actually fair to say is that because of the history of World War II and because of the general history of anti-Semitism, there can be an in-group sensitivity to persecution and to not necessarily like the state of Israel. I know there's plenty of Jews who don't support Israel, but I also think that it's kind of there could be like a sympathy and charitability extended to the state of Israel for Jews who are not in the country because of their shared history. And so I do think like the same thing for me with like Irish people. Like I'm fucking Irish ethnically. I have no connection to the island. I don't know anybody over there. But if like I do sympathize with the Irish history of getting your shit pushed in for 400 years by the fucking English, right? So I assume it's something similar to that.
Okay. If that's, I don't think that's what it means, but at least the way that Quack is using it. But if it was just that, what you laid out, I don't have a problem with someone talking about it. I don't think that's what he means.
Well, he probably means if you were to delve into it a little bit deeper, and I can let y'all go. I know you're tired.
Yes.
But I like doing racist shit in front of Adam so he gets uncomfortable.
Nice.
Counterpoints. Have you eaten long pig before?
That's
human. Is that a delicacy or is it wrong?
So I've never eaten long pig. If they made a lab version of long pig, I would eat it. And then
wrong.
I have seen the inside of a 45-day-old human who was decomposing, who was hit by predators. And what I will tell you is the insides of your hip, they look like brisket. So
ouch.
Think about that next time you're eating brisket.
Wait, I thought the predators, they always take the skulls like a trophy.
So this was just a not jump around it. This was a homeless guy who was locked in a tent for a while, and some scavengers broke in and they got part of the corpse, but not all of it. And then he was just left there for like a month before
But I thought they only attacked people that had weapons. I'm very confused.
He's not talking about
predators.
the predator from the movie.
I'm talking about animal.
Oh, I thought okay.
No, I'm talking about a real corpse that
he said got taken by predators. What are you talking about?
Oh, I meant scavengers is what I should have said. Scavengers. But the fucking hell. Back to the Jews, okay? This is what Jewish people do. You start talking about their sectional interests, and then they distract you with movie references. So no, but I've heard this shit before where so for instance, like people talk about this in reference to the ADL in far right circles, is they say that the reason why you often find Jewish people at the forefront of civil rights movements is because they think that they're on the chopping block as a minority. So when you find them in the hyper progressive, sometimes anti-white, but hyper intersectional, hyper woke spaces, part of that is because of an identitarianism that sees itself as separate than white.
Yes, and oppressed. I agree with everything you just said. Right. That's not his. I don't think that's his position.
Okay. So I had a Jew. I'll let it go, but I had a Jewish friend named Samuel who in middle school, and I don't think he got any like notes from the international Jewish conspiracy to dominate the world. He was like poor, lived in the wrong side of town, got his ass kicked all the time.
Well, we only let the rich Jews in. I mean,
right. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
So,
of course, you don't let the. You think we let the riffraff in? Come on.
Yeah. The 6 poor Jews.
Right.
But yeah. Anyways, all right. I'll stop being racist, but that's
okay. I like it when it comes from you.
Okay. Cool. Anything else going on besides arm the proletariat?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just one thing I can throw in the monkey wrench before I let y'all go. I talked. No, it's not that bad. I talked to Lauren. I would like to say we're internet friends. She's a believer. She believes in what she says, and so I don't think it's for a grift. I think she genuinely enjoys chaos. She genuinely enjoys the culture war. She genuinely enjoys reporting. She genuinely enjoys being contrarian. I think this is all instinctive for her.
How do you feel about Pisco?
I love and hate Pisco in equal measure. Like we have had a series of contentious debates where he will literally call me a disgusting person through my implications, and by the end of it, I don't have him walking back his arguments, but I do have him walking back his hyperbole.
Wait, what were you disgusting about?
So I think I was hyper criticizing the lawyers in the Rittenhouse trial. I think that was one of them. I think another one was abortion. I think another one was drugs. He's like a drug libertine. He wants to legalize everything because he views incarceration as a worse social ill than drug addiction. And so he wants like heroin, meth, crack, all of it.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so we had a very passionate debate where he called me a piece of shit, but then by the end of it, we were friends.
Right. Okay. Good. Anyway, thanks for coming on.
No, my very sincere pleasure. I want to keep you guys up forever. I love fucking bullshitting on the stream, but I do understand that you've been at it for a very long time.
Yeah, I need to eat. I'm hungry.
I'll let you go. Have some guns.
How dare you eat?
I need some food not laced with drugs.
Don't you know there are starving people in the world, Sitch, and you're just going to go and eat? Fucking evil.
Well, listen, if I didn't, I would be, someone's got to eat, right? The food's just there.
Yeah.
I'm going to let it go bad.
Well, Sitch, Destiny and I know me are going to be probably shooting guns in your neck of the woods sometime. So if you ever want to on-cam face reveal, live stream.
There you go.
Shooting together.
Awesome. Won't happen, but thank you. I appreciate the offer.
Sitch is afraid of guns.
I think Sitch is afraid of people.
Okay, you know what? You could be right about that. Okay. You're disgusting. It's just I don't want to be around people.
It's true.
Oh,
we're smelly, sweaty, gross, poor.
Liquids and skin. The internet, everything is like cold and hard and metallic. I like it.
Sanitized.
Yes, exactly.
True. So true. All right. I appreciate y'all. Have a beautiful evening. Invite me on whenever you need me to be racist and make Adam uncomfortable.
Yes.
Thank you. You're learning.
See you later.
That's y'all.
Okay.
Oh, look. How convenient.
What? I just realized you gave Connor a Tim Pool beanie.
Yeah, it was great.
You should have told him before he left.
We all had Tim Pool beanies.
Oh, okay. Great. Anything else, Adam? Anything else you want to say? Anything else you want to wrap up? No. Chat, anything else you want to say?
I mean, it's great that, some guy who we insult and make fun of for 8 hours.
Yes.
Who we don't even know will just jump on the stream and chat with us.
That's true. That's true.
But Quackademic Agent is too big a pussy. Too fucking big a pussy. To jump on a stream.
I know.
So we can out him as a race realist. I mean, why? What's the problem? What's the matter?
I know.
What's the matter here? Sitch, you leave me on this stream too long and I get delirious. I say things.
Well, you should listen. I didn't know any of this stuff until after he refused to come on the first time. He should have come on the first time before I knew any of this stuff. We would have just talked about his terrible take on tomboy abs or whatever.
It would have been over. Yeah.
It would have been over. It would have been,
exactly.
Well, it wouldn't have been painless, but it would have been less painful. But listen, it doesn't matter. He's not going to come on. He's refused to come on again. Right. But he will be making another video.
No way. You're kidding me.
I am a piece of shit. So you can look forward to that. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
I'm
he's
not.
Doing
well,
another
I mean, he
hit
says
piece?
it. I don't know if he's going to. But
he's doing another hit piece.
Yeah. So you can guys.
I mean, I haven't even watched his last video.
No, I didn't watch the last hit piece. It was like he made like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
Oh, well.
Just too much.
All right. It was good. It was a lot of fun. Tuesday is around the corner. We'll see you again.
Investigator One Quim, I don't want you to apologize for complaining about Connor. Because fuck Connor. Fuck that guy. He's disgusting. Okay. Did you hear what kind of positions he's advocating for? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. All
Degenerate,
that Jew talk.
disgusting.
He couldn't wait to start talking about the Jews.
I know. Couldn't wait. I didn't even bring it up when I directly asked him.
Fuck?
Okay. Just brought it up on his own. Ridiculous.
He's gonna spend the rest of his YouTube career walking that back. Damn it.
Connor in the chat says, how are you gonna find your Ashkenazi milkers tradcon waifu if you don't go outside?
Connor, I've been saying that exact same thing.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay. Hey, listen, Abby Shapiro's already been taken, okay? I don't know where else to go. Anyways. Anyway. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Connor, for coming on. Thank you, Pisco, for coming on. Thank you, everyone, for coming on. Thank you, Lauren, for showing from the chat, making your position more clear. Thank you all for making it through with us the journey to the end of the stream. The end of the stream is always the best part of the stream, but it's always when the secrets come out. When me and Adam are too tired to fight against the secrets.
Playful secrets.
Playful. Okay. Anyway,
I hope you don't know what reference that was from.
We hope you don't know what reference that is from. Hope you all have a fantastic Monday. And we will see you on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, bitches.